ABC News, good afternoon, I'm Yvette Gray. New South Wales has recorded 50 new locally acquired cases of COVID-19 in the last 24 hours, with half of them in the community while infectious. Cecilia Connell reports.
Of the 50 new cases, 37 are linked to a known case or cluster. The infection source of 13 cases remains under investigation. 26 were in the community while infectious. New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says that's highly concerning.
The only conclusion we can draw is that things are going to get worse before they get better.
There are currently 47 COVID patients in hospital, with 16 people in intensive care, 5 of whom require ventilation. Just over 42,000 tests were carried out in the reporting period.
Victoria has recorded its 10th straight day of no new local coronavirus infections as the state ramps up New South Wales border checks. Oliver Gordon has more.
No new locally acquired cases of COVID-19 were detected in the past 24 hours. 3 new cases were detected in hotel quarantine. More than 23,000 test results have been processed since yesterday. The news of another day of no new locally acquired cases comes as police ramp up efforts to stop the virus coming over the New South Wales border. Police will monitor those travelling into Victoria from New South Wales at checkpoints as school holidays come to a close. Victorians can travel freely to more areas of Queensland from midnight tonight, when Brisbane, Moreton Bay and the Sunshine Coast are reclassified from red to orange zones.
The federal opposition says a trial program that will allow some people to home quarantine doesn't go far enough. South Australia has offered to run the pilot scheme, which is likely to start in September. People will only be eligible if they've been fully vaccinated in Australia before travelling overseas. Opposition leader Anthony Albanese says it's a start.
This, of course, is a pilot program. The problem here is, though, that we don't have appropriate national quarantine facilities. That's the big picture here.
The country's largest GP organisation is urging anyone who feels mild side effects from the AstraZeneca jab to visit a GP before heading to emergency departments. Hospitals across the country are working through a backlog of patients who avoided seeking treatment throughout last year due to the pandemic. Royal Australian College of General Practitioners Victoria Chair Dr Anita Munoz says visiting a GP before heading to emergency will take the pressure off overburdened hospitals.
If you're feeling really unwell, emergency department is the right place to go, and I encourage people to go there. But if you have a symptom that requires an explanation, you're not feeling unwell, then general practice absolutely is the right place to go.
America and Russia have opened channels for communication and cooperation to protect critical infrastructure and companies from malicious cyber attacks. From Washington, Greg Jennett reports.
Strikes on US companies have continued unabated well after Presidents Joe Biden and Vladimir Putin discussed them at their summit in Geneva. The two men have shared a phone conversation on the subject, and Mr Biden says he's optimistic criminal groups can be held accountable, even when governments themselves aren't involved in malicious activity.
Even though it's not sponsored by the state, expect them to act.
Mr Biden says he's optimistic about President Putin's cooperation because their talks went well. Greg Jennett, ABC News, Washington.
Ash Barty's hometown and state are planning big celebrations for the Wimbledon final tonight. ABC Sports' Brittany Klein has more.
The who's who of tennis in Queensland will gather at Pat Rafter Arena tonight to watch local hero Ash Barty take on Karolina Pliskova in the ladies' singles final at Wimbledon. Tennis Queensland CEO Mark Handley says the Ash Barty influence has inspired many young Queensland players to take up the sport.
Pretty fortunate to have such a great role model in Ash.
Ash Barty's hometown of Ipswich, west of Brisbane, has hoisted billboards to cheer on the world number one, who's hoping to become the first Australian woman to claim the title in 41 years.
And in the men's draw, world number one Novak Djokovic will meet 7th seed Matteo Berrettini in Sunday's final. To the weather now, and for the state, there is a strong wind warning for the west coast. Isolated showers about Gippsland, more frequent about the East Gippsland coast. Partly cloudy across Gippsland, becoming sunny elsewhere. In Melbourne, partly cloudy, a top of 13. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 15. Monday, a shower or two, 14. Tuesday, partly cloudy, 15. Wednesday, a shower or two, 15. It's 11 degrees. ABC News.
Women have now been in Australian parliaments for 100 years. What do they have to do to fit in?
I had to stop smoking cigars in public, and I was told I had to change my name.
And I'm thinking, I'm taking fashion advice from a senior male member of the Prime Minister's staff. The first full day I was Prime Minister and all the reporting was about my jacket.
Ms Represented, the secret history of women in Parliament told by some of its trailblazers. Starts this Tuesday on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Bailey Williams goes for Bruce. He couldn't, could he? He could!
The lead.
It was one of those nights that you dream about as a little kid, and the reality's kind of sunk in this morning as I've woken up, and yeah, the phone's still blowing up.
He might have had 39 hitouts, but it's not $1 million a season player at 39 hitouts, but only 10 possessions and not much around the ground.
I think Sydney exposed something in Richmond that now other clubs are looking at very, very closely.
I think we'll see Sam Mitchell coach at AFL level.
So you haven't made it clear to Sam that he is part of a succession plan at Hawthorn?
No.
The lead.
The best trick you've ever pulled, bike into a dam or anything that you've done over the years?
Oh, gee, there's have you guys heard of tree parachuting?
Tell us more. Please tell us more.
The players have said, right, it's time that we really need to have success and to start building something that's really sustainable, and I think there's a real selflessness that's been brought in by the playing group.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Up he goes! He is taking his game to ridiculous new heights.
This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The lead items this Saturday. The pride of South Australia takes a big hit from the Bombers.
Essendon consigning Adelaide to the indignity of its lowest ever score.
We embarrassed ourselves tonight on a big stage. It's a hard one to swallow.
Sociable football, Hawthorn's coaching succession plan, Alistair Clarkson hot property, but adamant he's off the market.
I don't know how many times you're going to ask the question in a different sort of way or anything else, but I'm contracted for next year and I'm staying here.
But how does the Hawthorn handover shift the dynamic around others? Blues coach David Teague is our guest. And where to next for the Sydney clubs? Swans CEO Tom Harley joins us. Hello and welcome to The Lead. Alistair Nicholson with you. So much to work through in the world of football. It does feel like a day-by-day proposition at the moment, particularly with the situation in New South Wales. Essendon remaining in touch with the AFL's top 8, a convincing win by 63 points over the Crows last night. Adelaide's lowest ever score in its history. 3 decades in the AFL competition, 2-9-21. The Crows. Devon Smith to join us from the Bombers very shortly. David Teague and Tom Harley as well. So plenty to work through on the program today. And you, 0437 774 774, if you've got a thought or two or a thread that you want pursued on the program. Adam Ramanaskas is in the studio. G'day, Rama.
Yes, good afternoon to all our listeners. It was very impressive by the Bombers last night, no doubt. I think what would be Ben Rutten would be most happy with was the defensive side of the game. It's probably been an area of concern, but to keep Adelaide to their lowest score ever was a significant improvement last night by the Bombers.
Now, there was just a bit of friction developing on the lead, particularly in hospital handballs. Lingy was just struggling to cope with some of the tough questions you'd been asking, Rama, so we've given him an all-expenses-paid holiday for a couple of weeks.
He's taken a bit of time away just to regroup.
Because, to reflect.
Look, I'm playing him on the break, let's be honest.
Absolutely. So we've got Adam Tomlinson in, who we thought might be able to play you on the break later on today. Tomo, a Demons defender, out injured at the moment, unfortunately, but we've had him on ABC Grandstand as part of the call team for the last few weeks, and he joins us on the lead. G'day, Tomo. Good to have you.
Thanks, guys. Pretty excited to be here.
Yeah. What did you make of Thursday night? It seemed like an important night for Melbourne. The form had been fluctuating a little bit, 3 losses from the past 6, but back to your best on Thursday.
Yeah, we spoke about it pretty intently as a club, and the game against Port was always going to be a big one over in Adelaide, and to go over to Adelaide and play anyone's always a big deal, and up against Port, who are trying to sort of crack the top 4, it was always going to be a big game. And we played tremendously. We defended really well. We shut down one of the avenues they have to score, and we were able to rebound on that. And we didn't have players who were out of form, but we had players who might not have been firing, and to sort of see all of them sort of stand up and rise to another level when we needed was really good. And as a whole team, I was super happy for the boys and really impressed.
And what about Port Adelaide now, Rammer? Because yet again found out against a team in the top 8. Richmond's the only side that Port Adelaide has beaten when they were in the top 8 when the two sides met, and that was way back in round 4. They're 10 from 10 against teams outside the top 8, but still searching for that scalp.
Yeah, look, no doubt now mentally he'll be playing on the player's mind and no doubt with the coaches how to fix it. So I think it would be an amazing effort for Ken and his coaching team to build the confidence into Port Adelaide. They're going to play finals, there's no doubt. But moving into a final series, how Ken builds the confidence that they can win? I've said this for weeks, Al. Butters comes back, but he injures himself, okay? And you saw the impact that he was having in the game on Thursday night. But again, no Dersman, no Fantasia, no Robbie Gray. Your X-Factor players, your guys that can create something out of nothing, create the excitement, speed. It just lacks in their game a little bit, Tomo.
So when we watched the game, before we played, we look at a few things. Charlie Dixon's a massive pillar for them, and fortunately for us, unfortunately for Port Adelaide, he comes up against Stephen May, who's probably the best one-on-one defender in the comp. He's aggressive in his positioning, but his body work, but he's also a lethal kick. And so when he's their roost method or their long down the line option, and that's taken away, what other method did they have? And they'd score from centre bounce, but as soon as they couldn't go down the line, they didn't have another method to get the ball inside 50 and to score. And that's what I was so pleased with from our boys, is to sort of take that away from them, and then they were unable to score.
So the Demons back to the top of the ladder for the moment. The Western Bulldogs can go back there if they can defeat the Sydney Swans tomorrow afternoon. But that'll take some doing. The Swans are in very good form. The CEO of the Swans is going to join us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL today. And just on Zach Butters, Alicia Muling will have the latest on his injury. And also, last night we saw almost a death-defying act of bravery. It was chilling watching Tom Duday go back with the flight in the first quarter. It was unbelievable. Let's take a listen to how it played out on Grandstand AFL last night.
A kick inside the 50. McDonald, Tivermorty. Oh, back with a flight. He's collected Duday. Duday with unbelievable commitment to try and defend for his side. He was smashed in the air as McDonald Tivermorty went up for the mark.
Well, that's one of the bravest acts you'll see on the football field. He has just run straight back into that pack, and honestly, I think the whole crowd held their breath.
We are watching replays on the giant screen.
Yeah, it's getting through the ribs.
That is chilling bravery, isn't it? That is.
It's
spectators are putting both their hands up to their mouth.
It's unbelievable.
Cannot believe what they've witnessed.
So Adam Ramanauskas, in your day and in eras prior to your own, that sort of act in football was you've got to go. You've got to put your body on the line. Has that conversation shifted? We'll hear from Matthew Nixon what he thought of it in just a moment.
I don't think it's shifted. Every player has to show bravery at some stage throughout their career. Now, that was unbelievable. That's a badge of honour. That's everything. But my issue is with it. We've got to teach our players to turn their body. Like, rather than taking the impact front on, and now I know it's a split-second decision, to turn and take it through your back, it gives you a much more chance of actually being okay. Now, I know it's split second, it's very hard, but you saw here, there was a chance that he could have turned. He could have turned and taken the impact.
What do you think, Tomo?
So, an old teammate of mine, Nick Haynes, is amazing at turning his back, and he talks about it, and he is developed in his game when he goes back with the flight that he's always sort of coming from the angle and leading with his shoulder, leading with his backside, and never going front on. And it's sort of what we learned. And Chad Corns used to speak about it a long time. And but at the same time, sometimes you don't have long to go. And as a backline, you got two things. If you can hold out, you can. But the other thing we always say is, don't worry about me. If I get collected, I get collected. It's part of it. And it's just what happened last night.
Yeah, it was a frightening collision. He did come off the ground, go down to the rooms, was assessed, came back up. There was a thought he might go back on, but that didn't take place. Let's take a listen to the Adelaide coach, Matthew Nix, last night, speaking about the performance first and then about that act of bravery from Tom Duday.
It's one out of the box that I can't explain why the performance was at the level it was at. The effort wasn't at the level it needs to be to play AFL footy. Tonight, unfortunately, we, as a young group, for being so proud of what they've put out there so far this season, we embarrassed ourselves tonight on a big stage.
It's a hard one to swallow. I feel for our members and our supporters who have watched us for most of the year, and they would have felt great about where this group's heading. We're still heading in that direction. This one is a huge step backwards. I think it's something we've got to keep working on, because I'm not sure that ball's ever there to go for. Tommy's so courageous. He's a hard one. To tell him to stop doing that, we take away what has been his weapon to this point in his short career. He loves the contest. He embraces physicality. He wants to put his body on the line for his team. So it's just a matter of when and where. I'll have to look at it back, but at the time I was praying that he pulled out.
Matthew Nicks last night, you could see it. It was like watching a car crash about to occur.
But this is the thing. So he does that, and then he goes off the ground. He's not available for the rest. He's one of their most important defenders. Yep. So structurally, everything else around it has to change. Just on the Crows last night, what they did is, from an instruction point of view from Matthew Nicks, it was clear and evident they didn't want to move the ball. But they took it too literally. They were so slow. 31 inside 50s, 12 to half time.
Were they too scared of Essendon turning the ball over and going back the other way? Because 100%. They moved the ball laterally and didn't get the ball inside 50. I think they went inside 50 12 times in the first half. Correct. And you can't score. What are you? You score 20% of the time when you go inside 50 on a good day, 25%. You can't score much if you've only got
31 for the game.
Yeah. Yep. So Essendon, now 7 wins for the season, half a game outside the top 8, a percentage superior to GWS in 8th position. Doesn't matter because of the draw, but their percentage is ahead of West Coast as well. Now, this is the run home for the Bombers, and it might be a case that 11 wins and a good percentage could sneak you in this year. So North Melbourne at Docklands, GWS at Docklands, Sydney at Docklands, the Western Bulldogs at Docklands, Gold Coast at Carrara, and Collingwood at the MCG for the Bombers.
The Bulldogs and Sydney games stand out.
Huge.
Yeah. The other ones are very, very winnable games. So the GWS game
that'll be a cracker.
Well, it becomes a tiebreaker
game.
Yeah.
So it's a tough run, but you cannot discount Essendon based on that run home and the number of wins they've chalked up now. Devon Smith from the Bombers is about to join us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL.
And I had a dream that someday I would just fly away. And I always knew I couldn't stay. So I had a dream that I'd just fly away.
Penetrating kick, goes long, waiting at the back. Here's the chance for Hooker. The first goal of the evening comes at the 24-minute mark of this opening term. And boy, it was a long 24 minutes.
Around the back of Stringer. And the milestone man, the enigmatic James Stringer, has driven through the goal. McDonald Tippenwoody receives it off the stoppage. Hand pass to Waterman. He's got a good look and a good left boot as he snaps it through from 20 metres out. Good pick up hooker back to McDonald Tippenwoody in the pocket. He gives it off to Perkins. Perkins bananas! It's an Olympic year. And that was rare goal, the best kind of goal for Perkins. Out to Devon Smith, evaded a tackle, gave to McDonald Tippenwoody. Continue the party for the Bombers. Waller's in on the act as well.
So Peter Wright for his first goal of the night from right on 50. That is a strike and a half. A goal to Peter Wright.
Rose got the goal at his mercy. About 5 seconds left. He hit the post. He hit the post. And that is it. A Friday night horror for the Adelaide Crows. Essendon consigning Adelaide to the indignity of its lowest ever score in the AFL.
Dreamed it all my life and I did it. Thought the grass was greener than it is. 'Cause I had a dream that someday I would just fly away.
They're flying up the Bombers. It's a question of whether they can get there to the finals this year. They look a lock in the way they're going next year in the development of young players at the club. Devon Smith joins us on the line after Essendon's 63-point win last night. Devon, welcome to you.
G'day, lads.
How would you sum up last night, Dev?
It's obviously very positive. We didn't kick as straight as we wanted to, but we definitely got the game looking how we wanted to and had a very, very good defensive effort, I thought.
You're an experienced player now in the AFL. What's it like for you coming through with these youngsters emerging in front of your eyes?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's funny, you still sometimes think you're young, but in reality, I'm 28 now, as Tomo would know, and these guys are just having fun, you know. Perko and Coxie, they bring a lot of energy to our group, and even guys like Jones and stuff, they're only 19, 20 years of age, so yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Dev, it's been an area of concern, obviously scores against this year, with I think Essendon ranking 15th in the competition. Last night, to keep the Crows to their lowest score ever, you look like the offensive side of the game is very, very sound. Is the work now beginning on the defensive side of the game? We know Truck and his background as a defensive coach. Is that starting to become more evident at training?
Yeah, I think it's something we want to really use as a hallmark of our game is our defensive side of it. And the reality is we've obviously got a young group, and that backline hasn't played a lot of footy together, but they rely on our mids and us forwards putting on a lot of pressure and making sure it's high balls going in there, not easy hit-ups.
You look at the Crows last night. It was clearly they wanted to slow you down from the way they were moving the ball themselves. When a team does that, is it simply a case of just continue to push up and pressure?
Yeah, that's it. I think we adjusted after quarter time. We said that we were turning the ball over probably a bit too deep, maybe in our second half, which we've probably done a bit too much all year. So our aim is to turn over as close to goal as possible, which doesn't always happen, but I think we adjusted after quarter time and sort of played in our half, which we really want to do.
You seem to be personally playing a lot more forward now. Is that simply a case that that's what your body's allowing?
It's just a role I'm playing, and it's probably not about the disposals and all that for me at the moment. It's more bringing pressure and what I can do to help my teammates, and that's what I'm rating my game on. And internally, I'm getting a lot of applause, which is all I'm after. The people that rate me is the coaches and my teammates. So as much as it might not look like kicks and handballs in midfield minutes, I'm just happy playing my role up forward.
Dev, ever since the North Melbourne game especially, it sticks in my mind. The ball movement has been something really good to watch from the outside. It's quick, it's fast, and it's straight through the middle. Obviously, you had a loss to Melbourne and Geelong in there, but you still played some really good footy. Have you focused on sort of the ball movement and how quick that you can move the ball through the middle?
Yeah, I was pretty flat. I didn't play that North Melbourne game. I was watching the stands. It would have been a nice one to play. Yeah, to be honest, it's almost the opposite. We're trying to slow it down, and we're better off going a bit slow. Our stats say that when we go in a bit slower, we keep it in or score. So yeah, we've got some guys like Nick Hind and these guys that obviously run and take the game on, which is their strengths. But we're sort of trying to slow it down a little bit, even though it doesn't look like that.
With the young boys coming into the system, do you tell them how hard that we had it when you first started? Because we have all these young kids come in and they get the first massage, they've got the great gyms and the great ovals. Do you let them know that we once trained on a baseball diamond, and that we didn't have a fully functioned gym?
Yeah, well, they don't believe us, and even some of their punishments when we had to go to Bondi when Mummy was late or whoever it was. The game certainly changed. Yeah.
Well, people don't believe that we did gym in an RSL and that we had to stand still at 11 a.m. every day. So.
Rudy Hill RSL club.
Yeah. All right, Dev, you're playing some really good footy, mate. It's great to watch, and good luck.
Thank you.
And one last one, Devon, for you. Obviously, Ben Rutten and everyone associated with the club is very focused on the week to week, but looking at the draw, what do you think's possible for your team this year? What can be achieved?
Oh, to be honest, it's the start of our journey as a group. We've got this group for the next couple of years, and it does sound cliche, but it is week to week for us. And we've got some games, hopefully, maybe even the rest of the year at Marvel, which is somewhere we really like to play. So who knows? You just keep on going, hopefully keep on winning, and if we're lucky enough to sneak in, then that's great.
It's been great to watch. Thanks for your time on the lead today, mate.
Thanks, lads. Have a good day.
Devon Smith with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand, AFL, Alistair Nicholson, Adam Ramanauskas and Adam Tomlinson on debut, with Cameron Ling having a couple of weeks off, doing a great job. And Simone's mentioning that on the text as well, 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. Our young Tomo goes all right. He has a beautiful voice for radio, melodic without being too deep. says Simone. I concur with that.
Thank you,
Tomo.
Simone.
Fantastic.
Melodic. I've never heard
yeah,
that
I
word.
like it. Stop calling it courageous. It was pure stupidity. Should be reported, says Bernie, in relation to the Duday incident. Trevor and Redcliffe's, though, Jonathan Brown used to do that every game.
Reported for what?
I'm not sure. Being like a ballistic missile going back with the flight and running into an opponent, but you have to be able to go for the ball, don't you?
Well, he was going for the
Yeah,
ball.
absolutely.
Yeah.
0437 774 774 if you want to touch base with us. The story of the week, it really shook the AFL environment significantly, and to the point where a few coaches, even jokingly with Brett Ratton, looking over his shoulder at a press conference. But Alistair Clarkson's distinguished time at the Hawthorn Football Club has an endpoint, with the handover being announced. He'll coach out till the end of next season, and then he'll be replaced by his former captain, Sam Mitchell. Alistair Clarkson's been asked a lot about whether he would entertain offers from other clubs, including Collingwood, to take the reins there next year. Here's what he had to say about that yesterday, as well as how the transition would work with him and Mitchell leading into 2023.
Yeah, I don't know how many times you're going to ask the question in a different sort of way or anything else, but I'm contracted for next year and I'm staying here. I'm coaching the footy club until the end of next year, and so the only thing that changes in terms of decision making is to do with some staff and some players, and list management, that sort of stuff about the future of the club beyond 2022. And so all the day-to-day stuff is pretty much still run by me, and I'll consult with Sam on that we always have done anyway, and he'll consult with me on some of the stuff with list management where I can help him and he can help me. And there's plenty of sceptics out there that say, well, that's not going to work. They're too hard-nosed and stubborn lads. But tell me a coach that's not. And so we'll work our way through that. But that's no different than what we're doing now.
So he couldn't be more categoric, Alistair Clarkson, that he will see out his time. He's obviously had offers from other clubs previously. He's stuck fat with Hawthorn, and he's spoken as well about his moral obligation to maintain the commitment he's made to the players and to the club. That sounds like a man who's going to be very hard to dislodge, as much as rightly other clubs are going to make that phone call.
Yeah, and no doubt they will. Alistair Clarkson's 53 years old and won 4 premierships, so he's still a young man, in my opinion, in a coaching sense, where others will look at 53 and go, oh, he's over the hill. No, he's not. But in saying that, Alistair is also a very loyal person. He's always honoured his contracts, and you're right, he couldn't be more categoric yesterday in his words and what he spoke about. So he'll get a phone call. That's just how the AFL system, how the AFL world works. So whether he wants to humour those conversations to others is completely his decision.
You understand the landscape really well, in that what is the case right now isn't necessarily the case a few months down the track, is it? So is this totally put to bed, Clarkson coaching elsewhere next year from your perspective?
The game moves too fast, whether it's on field or off field. It's always moving. So things will no doubt change at the end of the season, but I think this is my personal opinion. I think for Sam Mitchell's development, he needs Alistair Clarkson there. Because if they thought differently, wouldn't you just make Sam the coach next season? So that's the way I look at it.
And it seems a different dynamic. You have a team that's in a development phase. Obviously, the one that you look back to in succession plans that didn't really work was Buckley and Malthouse. They're still contending for a premiership. It became clear that Mick didn't want to relinquish that position.
But what about the ones that have?
And there have been.
Roos and Longmire.
Yep.
Goody.
Yep.
Simon Goodwin and Paul Roos. There's been David Parkin and Wayne Britton.
Yep.
I think one thing with Clarko, he's got some relationships with the players that are so good, and that's why he's been such a great coach for so long. And for him to come out and say, I'm not going anywhere, and then for him to leave, he'd be throwing mud in the players and leading them on. So, and I really think he's a loyal person, a loyal coach, and I think for the players especially, he's not going to go anywhere.
Tom Harley's coming up in a moment. We're going to speak to David Teague as well on the lead today. Just before we get to that, the shock factor or the decision itself, how much of a risk do you see it as? I mean, if I was to think of it in a cricket sense, it's almost like Steve Smith being told that he's going to be replaced next year at number 4 in the Test batting lineup for Cameron Green.
I think Hawthorn know that Sam is not ready yet. I think Sam is going to be a terrific coach, by the way. But because of the landscape, Hawthorn had to do something. If they think or thought Sam is their next coach, they had to do something to shore that up for him in his mind. So they've gone about and done that.
The only thing that sticks in my mind is something that Clarko said years ago, and it was always about his game plan or the way the club was going. So even if it's not broken, still fix it.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I mean, it gets to a point where Clarko might actually have to step aside, and if he sees that this is the right time, then it's the right time.
Adam Tomlinson, Adam Ramanauskas and Alistair Nicholson with you on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. We were talking about the difficult nature of the season, particularly for the Sydney clubs. News coming through today that 50 more cases in New South Wales as well, so it's a very tough landscape. Tom Harley is the CEO of the Sydney Swans, and he can join us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. Tom, thanks for your time today.
No worries. Al, Rama and Adam, pleasure.
It's a day-by-day proposition, I suppose, this AFL footy season. What do you know about where your team's going from here beyond the match against the Western Bulldogs tomorrow?
Yeah, not a lot, to be honest, Al. We've obviously came down to Melbourne at extremely short notice almost 3 weeks ago. And we've been really well looked after. We're staying in South Yarra with the clubs. Have been really accommodating with regards to access and sharing of facilities. But I guess the escalating situation in Sydney, a further 50 cases today and a lot in the community transmitting whilst infectious, so that it doesn't look great in Sydney at the moment. So I think we just need to be really cognizant of that and certainly preparing for an extended stay out of Sydney. And the primary option is obviously in Victoria at the moment. So we're playing it literally day by day. And certainly with regards to next week's game, we play the Giants. The Giants the derby was played last year at the home of Sydney Derbies over in Perth, and I suggest it's not going to be in Sydney this year either, so we'll have to find another venue for that game.
So do you think Canberra's an option or more likely Melbourne?
I think we just really have to. I mean, I'm not involved in those conversations as yet, and it's a Giants game, home game. Importantly, I think you just have to really monitor the situation in broader New South Wales and the status of regional New South Wales and Canberra to Melbourne. So I'm sure if there's any reservation around that status, the game would probably be in Victoria, you would assume. But those decisions haven't been made yet, so it currently stands as TBC in the fixture.
And in terms,
it will be on Saturday. I know that much.
Okay, Saturday. Do you know the time slot? It will be the 1:45.
The 1:45 slot. I haven't heard anything to suggest that won't be the case.
And how well equipped are your players to be on the road for an extended period? You talked about the very short notice you received. I understand it was only a few hours, and kids were at school, and obviously that's great disruption for families.
Yeah, I mean that's our primary concern off the field, and to be honest, it's probably been the primary concern for the past 24 hours. Has been the families and partners back in Sydney. I guess there are so many layers to this. There's just the stress and the added stress of a lockdown in Sydney, an extended lockdown in Sydney. There's a number of players and certainly staff with families, some young children, some high school children. So we're really just trying to do the best we possibly can to provide support. Obviously we'd love to reconnect the families as quickly and as best as possible. There's no update on any of that at the moment. As you can imagine, we're certainly from an administrative side of the department and the club working around the clock with the AFL on that, and I certainly don't want to jump the gun as to what may or may not happen, but suffice to say it's a very tricky situation, and it's only the Sydney clubs this time. So, the competition bandied together last year to support everyone, and right now I think the Sydney clubs will need that support as well going forward, and whether that's operational support with regards to facilities, places to train, etc., but also an acknowledgement that we're operating under very extraordinary circumstances at the moment.
The CEO of the Sydney Swans, Tom Harley's with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL with Alistair Nicholson, Adam Tomlinson, Adam Ramanauskas.
So, Tom, the tricky situation will be if the team is required to stay in Victoria for the remainder of the season, is getting families down here. Now, obviously, they'd have to quarantine, but what about the other way? What happens if a player taps you on the shoulder and says, look, I just want to go home and be with my family or my partner? I know they're all what-if scenarios, but are you prepared for that to happen?
Look, I think you prepare as much as you set the environment and the culture to have those conversations that are really open and honest, and that's with your playing group, it's with your staff, it's with the families and partners back home, and it's something that our club has really prided ourselves on, given we're a non-Victorian club and we operate with people out of home a lot, and have done for a long period of time. So what I will say is that it's really important. We have these discussions often that no two circumstances are the same, and as a result of that, there shouldn't be any judgment. We understand we're in a very public game and competition, but unless you really know all of the facts, it's best probably not to speculate too much. So what I can say at this point in time, we're comfortable. We're providing as much support as we can, both here and abroad. And I couldn't be prouder to be part of the club and the organisation at the moment with the people, both who work and who support the club. We're doing the best we can, and in a lot of ways, for some people, when you talk about the different set of circumstances, we've got a lot of Victorian players on our list that haven't had the chance to come down to Victoria for the past 12 to 14 months. So there's a silver lining for them, and you've got to look at each opportunity, each situation as an opportunity to get the best possible result, given the circumstances that are put in front of you.
Well, that was my next question. Obviously, you've got a number of Victorian-born players on your list. How much flexibility do you allow them? Because you don't want it to be too comfortable, I imagine, in Victoria, Tom.
Well, Ramo, with your other hat on, it's obviously important to note that we're a retention club, clearly up in Sydney, but we also we do provide that flexibility in any ordinary circumstances to provide that the flexibility for players to spend time in Melbourne or South Australia, Perth, for that matter. So look, we see it as a positive, not so a threat, that we're in Melbourne at the moment.
If anyone does get too comfortable, just remind them that how cold it actually gets down here.
That has been I went for a walk this morning, and there was a bit of novelty factor about the cold for the first week, but it's starting to wear a bit thin, and particularly when you only have 3 hours to pack.
Tom Harley's with us. Tom, there's been a lot of discussion around the influence of Don Pike at your team this year, and the role he's played in bringing a more offensive game style to the Sydney Swans has been made quite public. He's going to be mentioned when it comes to the Collingwood coaching position. One, do you think he has the attributes and want to go again? And two, would he go with your blessing if he was to be approached?
Oh, look, I'm going to try to steer away from a headline with all of this. So I'll the important thing with Don is he's been a fantastic acquisition for us. He hasn't been the silver bullet like a lot of people have probably reported. We've had pretty significant changes in our coaching staff. Benny Matthews came from Melbourne as well and shuffled a few other roles too. So I think it's important to note that John Longmire is absolutely the head coach and calls the shots, and Don's part of the input. But in saying that, he's clearly sat in the hot chair before and brings that experience with him. So a new set of IPs come into our footy club. With regards to his own aspirations and whether he will be sounded out, I think I'm sure he will be sounded out. Clearly, we wouldn't comment on any of that publicly. He's done the job before and done it successfully, so you have to say he has the attributes for it. With regard to whether he wants to do it, I don't know, and I wouldn't speculate publicly on that anyway.
But broadly, Tom, does your club want to be a club that sees people go on and achieve a greater level of success in a different role, or would you be reluctant to lose someone like Don, given the influence he's had?
I think you're always reluctant to lose really good people, but you also have to be very cognizant and aware that that it's a very different role, assistant coach to senior coach. So you never stand in anyone's way with regards to that. There's no doubt about that. But in saying that, we absolutely want him at our football club for as long as possible. He's made a positive impact, and we'll be doing all that we can to ensure that continues.
Really good chatting to you, Tom, today. Probably got a bit of clothes shopping to do, I'd imagine. All the best for what lies ahead, and congratulations on what the team's done so far this season.
No problem. Thanks so much for having me, Alistair. Cheers, guys.
ABC Sport.
Can a red-hot Ash Barty win Wimbledon?
She's already the first Aussie woman in 41 years to make the final.
This is as good a tennis match as I'll ever play, and now we get a chance to try and live out a childhood dream.
Catch Ash as she chases her first Wimbledon crown on ABC Radio.
And ABC Sport Digital Radio tonight. This is The Lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Alistair Nicholson, Adam Ramanauskas and Adam Tomlinson with you on The Lead. Cameron Ling having a couple of weeks off. Tonight should be fantastic after our football coverage on ABC Radio. Straight to Wimbledon ahead of the final with Ash Barty taking on Karolina Pliskova. The men's final will be broadcast on ABC Sport Digital on Sunday night, and in the early hours of Monday morning, the Euro final as well on ABC Sport Digital for you, England and Italy. So a lot of fantastic world sport going on at the moment, and the ABC is right across it. We've got all the footy coming up this afternoon as well, starting down at York Park in Launceston with Hawthorn taking on Fremantle. Alicia Muling has all the latest news for us every week on The Lead, and she joins us now. G'day, Alicia.
G'day, guys. How are you?
Really well, thank you. Good to have you with us. Tough night for Adelaide last night with the score and then the injury as well that we've been talking about to Tom Duday, that act when he ran back with the flight subbed out of the game. Any word on how he and others have pulled up at Adelaide today?
So he's got concussion, Tom. He had some blurred vision, as we heard last night immediately after that collision. So he'll miss at least next week's clash with the Eagles. He actually tweeted this morning, feeling great besides the sore chest. Didn't think someone would be leading up at the ball. Found out the hard way someone was, though. Shout out to Tipper for checking in with me straight after the game. Genuine legend. So that's Tom Duday. And Paul Seedsman, he got a knock to his calf in the third term. They don't play until Sunday afternoon, the Crows, so hopefully he'll be right to go.
And the Bombers didn't escape last night either on the injury front?
Yes, so Carl Langford, we saw he got subbed out of the game with some hamstring tightness, so he'll get a scan this weekend. Ben Rutten seemed to think that it wasn't too bad on that scale.
Zach Butters, Thursday night, obviously back in the side and such a key part of Port Adelaide, bringing energy and enthusiasm to the side. He's a very good young footballer, but back on the injury list again. What do you know there?
Oh, and you could just tell how frustrated he was when he was subbed out on Thursday night. So he had a scan yesterday, Zach. He sprained the medial ligament in his right knee, which is his good knee. So he'll miss about a month of footy. As he said, just a horror run. This was his first game back in more than 3 months after left knee and ankle trouble. So hopefully the power can hold on and he can be, a factor come September.
And the fixture's a week-to-week proposition. We have got next round confirmed for us, as much as we still need a venue for the Sydney Swans and the Giants, but that'll be Saturday afternoon at 1:45. What else can you tell us about the fixture?
So footy returns to the Northern Territory in round 19. So Saturday night, that 7:25 time slot between the Gold Coast and Melbourne. So really good news, guys, for the NT, given a couple of games had to be cancelled due to COVID-related travel complications. And, yeah, as you mentioned, Al, of course, the Swans and the Giants with Tom Harley still up in the air. The only round 18 clash without a venue. The AFL says the details of round 19, they'll be released hopefully early next week.
Good on you, Alicia. Thanks for the update.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you.
Alicia Muling with us on the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL. Alistair Nicholson, Adam Ramanauskas and Adam Tomlinson in the studio today. The first match coming up for broadcast is down at York Park in Launceston with Hawthorn taking on Fremantle. Then it's Carlton versus Geelong at the MCG. The coach of the Carlton Football Club has been good enough to join us on the program. David Teague's with us. G'day, David.
G'day, guys. How you going?
Really well, thanks. Thanks for joining us, mates. How are you feeling about the prospect of coming up against a good side in Geelong this afternoon? How ready's the side?
We're looking forward to it. We've shown a little bit of growth, particularly with our defence over the last couple of weeks, and who better to test it out than against a team like Geelong? So we're looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah, it's a potent forward line at Geelong. Obviously, Cameron not there helps you a little bit. What have you seen defensively? Can you really specify what it has been about the defence that's improved in recent weeks?
Oh, look, it's probably just the players all being on the same page and then connecting between the lines. For a couple of weeks there, we sat back and we didn't get pressure on the ball and press forward, which is the way we want to play. So it's a real trust thing. You've got to trust. If you're going to come forward, you're going to trust that the players behind you are have got your back and they're going to come forward with you. And over the last couple of weeks, we've seen some real growth in the synergy and the togetherness of the group.
Tiki, Zach Williams comes back into the team today. Just interested, his move from, we saw him at the start of the year, middle of the year playing midfield minutes. Now just looks a lot more comfortable on that half-back line. Do you think you'll just settle him there now for the remainder of the season?
Yeah, at the moment we will. Look, we still think he could play through the midfield, and it's something that we may go to during games or going further on in the season. But for him, it was as much getting his confidence and his belief. When you go to a new football club, there's always this feeling of belonging that you want to connect and be part of it. And I know the players have embraced him, but there's no better place than actually get your job done out in the field. And I think we've all seen that he just looks a little bit more comfortable in terms of earning the respect of his teammates across half-back. But we do feel going forward that with a little bit more time, maybe another pre-season under his belt, he can get that synergy to potentially go through the midfield. From a defensive point of view, his tackle and pressure numbers when he was a midfielder was quite strong. But his ability to win contests behind the ball and kick the ball is something that we're looking forward to seeing today.
We're starting to see now the development of Paddy Dow. Obviously, it was a tricky start to his career. What have you changed in him, T? He looks like now he's playing with the confidence that I saw him play as a junior.
Yeah, well, I think you've nailed it. It's a confidence, and even when he went back to VFL, he played that way. And it was probably him understanding to just be free and instinctive and play the same at AFL, whether we as coaches gave him too much instruction or whether he overthought things at AFL, where the last couple of weeks he looks like he's just playing footy again. He's having fun. He's backing his instinct in, and that's been the pleasing thing. And when he does that, we've always had great belief in him, and he probably just needed to get a couple of games together in a row, and he's done that now. So we're really looking forward to continuing to grow and to develop. He's still got areas that he's working on, and he wants to get better. But I think he has a clear understanding of the way he needs to train to allow him to play the way he wants to play. And I think he's getting the benefits from a really clear plan on how to get better.
Tiggy, I just wanted to touch on one of my favourites and first captains in Luke Power as an assistant coach, because when he took the role at the Giants as a captain and part of the coaching system, it was huge for me as a player and as a person. He was super ruthless, but at the same time had a really good level of understanding for how young we were and what we were going through, and just like an insight to the impact that he's had on the playing group.
Yeah, look, Luke's ability to connect, he's a carer. That ruthlessness I haven't seen as much of that you may have seen of maybe back in his playing days he was out there. But he has the honest conversation, but he does it in a great manner. And his work rate, his ability to connect and spend time with players, particularly on their craft and those elements of the game where it just takes time. He invests time in all the players and the staff. He's a quality individual, and we love having him at our football club.
And just one last one, and on one of the players who I think he's one of the harder people to play on due to his work rate and how he gets up and down the ground and his ability to fly at the ball. Charlie Curnow, and how close is he to returning?
Yeah, look, Charlie got through training yesterday, which was one of his last markers. So if he pulls up all right, he'll play VFL probably the next week or two. Won't be this weekend, but maybe the next week or two he'll play. So he's been progressing really well. He's been handling the loads. We've increased his the amount of work that he's had to do just gradually. And look, I will be honest, if anyone knows Charlie, he's been itching at the bit. He says, "Come on, I can do more. I can do more." So it's been very much where we had to hold him back. But no, I think he's very close to ready to go. And I know our fans and everyone will just be excited to see him play. We just want to see him enjoy playing footy. He's a beautiful person, and we'd love to see him get that opportunity to show everyone his talents.
Do you have a clear idea in your head, David, how long he would need in the VFL, how many games you'd like to see him get through before a senior recall would be considered?
Oh, look, to be honest, the first game or two will be more around the conditioning stages of him being able to handle the loads. Once he can handle full games, then it'll be up to form. So depending on how he goes in terms of form, but I think it'll be a couple of weeks at least to get up to the loads. But if his training form is any indication, I don't think form will hold him back.
Now, Tiki, we're all hopeless romantics. Will there be any romance for Mark Murphy? He's still a week or so away from coming back, but he still needs 4 games to get to that 300. How does that play out?
Yeah, look, to be honest, we'd love to see Mark play 300. He's obviously played a lot of great footy and been loyal to the Carlton Football Club for a long time. But yeah, we've got to understand that there's different factors at play, and his body's the one that's stopping him at the moment. But we'll have to wait and see when he's back available. But it would be a great achievement. He's been great. He's been loyal for our footy club, something we've valued in him. So if we could get him there, that'd be great. But on the flip side, you've also got selection integrity and in terms of where the team's at and how it's going and growth and development. So one thing great Mark's done is he puts the club first, and I've got no doubt he'll continue to do that.
Paddy Cripps a certain starter this afternoon?
Yeah, he trained yesterday. He had a test yesterday. As long as he's pulled up all right from that test, he should be right.
And David, this must be the first interview you've done in recent weeks where the R word hasn't been mentioned. We've deliberately not done that. I think you've answered so many questions around the review going on at Carlton at the moment. But
you said it now.
Oh, I did say the word, didn't I? I should have just left it at the R word. Just in terms of what happened at Hawthorn during the week, does it change the dynamic at all in any way for you and how you feel about your role at Carlton?
Oh, look, it doesn't change how I feel. I love what I do. I think we've got a good team of not just coaches, but staff. We've got some great people at our footy club, and I have a lot of belief in those people and what we are doing. So, look, it doesn't. Obviously, it's out of my control, those decisions, but in terms of what we can control and what we can focus on, I've got great guys I get to work with. I've got great players. I love coaching, and I'm going to continue to keep doing that. And I, like I've said in the past, I believe this group of staff and coaches can take this club forward.
And given the magnitude of Alistair Clarkson's achievements at Hawthorn, he's deemed as the coach of a generation, really. Would you understand if Carlton made a phone call to him to inquire about his availability, or would you be disappointed by that?
Oh, as long as they're transparent and clear with me, I'm comfortable. I understand it. To be honest, I think it'll be a year away. I think one thing Alistair's done is his integrity of his word, and he's saying he's going to fill out a year. So I think it'll be 12 months away before that happens. But look, I do get it. I understand football. I understand the bigger picture. But I also think we're doing a lot right now. And we may not have seen the fruits of it yet, but I've got a great belief that we will over the next couple of years. So. I'm really comfortable in what we're doing, the way we're going about it, and I see success in the future for this football club.
You got some confidence this afternoon?
Absolutely, yeah. No, we're looking forward to it. We've been, I think there's been some great growth from our group, and what you want to do is challenged against the best, and what better place than the MCG against Geelong. So, no, we're looking forward to it. We had a good game against them last year. It was one game, a long time ago, but we need to be at our best. We know that, so we're looking forward to going out there and trying to play our best footy, and we think if we play our best footy, then we'll get the win.
Really appreciate you having a chat to us today, David. Thank you.
Not a problem at all.
David Teague with us on the lead, the Carlton coach on Grandstand AFL. So that's the middle game this afternoon. Carlton and Geelong from the MCG. The first game for broadcast this afternoon down at York Park in Launceston, Hawthorn versus Fremantle. The Dockers have never beaten Hawthorn in Launceston.
Oh, don't tell me that.
The only time, Rammer, they've won in Launceston, the result was confirmed 4 days after the final siren,
correct.
which wasn't initially heard.
Hang on, it's different this time because the travel factor is the same.
Yes.
Fremantle have been in Melbourne.
That's true.
Usually the longest trip that the Dockers or West Coast have to take when they play in Tasmania. But now, so there's no excuses for the Dockers.
Now,
today.
given we've got Adam Tomlinson today, Lingy's on a leave of absence just to get his head in the right space after Rammers slayed him in hospital handballs. We thought it was a great opportunity. I've deliberately left a few extra minutes for hospital handballs today because Adam Tomlinson's going head-to-head with Adam Ramanauskas.
It's a hand pass away to Gawn, and then a heavy bump. Sydney Stack bouncing straight off Viney. Baker has been completely flattened.
That is the definition of a hospital hand pass.
So are you, being a hospitable chap today, Rammer, do you let the man on debut go first,
Absolutely.
or do you come firing out of the blocks?
No, look, I'll let my youngsters sort of go first and let them set the scene because, look, the reality is, depending on how hard he goes, that will determine what I do next.
Oh, there's the little thinly veiled threat, Tomo.
Right.
Fire away.
Why didn't you want me as a player? You're a manager and I'm a player. Why didn't you want me?
Well,
what was wrong with me?
What we do in that sense, we work out our connections and who they are and what they are. Now, me coming from Dufton and you being a private school boy, I just thought to myself, that connection might just not be there initially. So, but look, you've proven to be a terrific young man.
He's very slippery, Tomo.
Now, Tomo, a couple of years ago, you saw a famous two people having what we all thought was a coffee together and just a friendly mates catching up. Were you the reason why there was rumours about Joe Danaher all those years? Did you go to the media yourself and tell the media?
No, I didn't tell the media. I told one of your good mates, but in Spike McVeigh. But my street was parallel to someone else, and I saw someone get out of the car and walk into the house, and I just made a few phone calls and asked why isn't he at training and why is he in Sydney?
That certain someone was on the lead about 20 minutes ago. Tom Harley.
Correct.
Well done, Tomo. What do you got, mate?
Darcy Parish let us in on the character of Archie Perkins last night. Have a listen.
He's a bit of a odd character, actually. He come into the club and not much phases him, to be honest. He was late to the game last week and just waltzed in and got cracking. But he's been working on his game really well, and he's an absolute talent, that's for sure. We've seen that firsthand in the couple of weeks he spent at the club and pretty early. So I'm just really good to see him put it all together tonight and, show the display he's been working on.
So what happened last week, Das? Was he stuck in traffic getting down to Geelong or something? Or
Yeah, stuck in traffic, and then he parked on the other side of the ground, and it was raining heavily, and he come in and it was like drenched with water, and we're like, what is going on here? But it was like 5 minutes before we were running out, I reckon, and he just got on with it. He's a pretty cool character, but pretty calm. But yeah, he's a bit different. Yeah.
5 minutes before you ran out. So what was going on in the rooms that you're missing a player? Was there any panic or?
No, because we knew just the type of character he is. We just knew if anyone was going to be late and it wouldn't faze him, it'd be Perko.
Yeah, well, have you, your teammates, or any of the players you managed ever done that?
Not 5 minutes before the game.
I was going to say, you'd be tossed out of the room if I rolled in 5 minutes.
I've actually done that against Melbourne. Now, when I still was living over the other side of town with my parents. This is very early in my career. We were playing a Friday night game at the Docklands. I reckon traffic got me, and I was easily 45 minutes late to when I had to be there. And you're just frantic. You sort of, when that happens, you actually play. You feel like you played the game because you're just putting so much pressure on yourself to get there. But I actually played it, not a bad game that night as well.
What did Kevin Sheedy say to you when you were right?
I just made the phone call and said, look, I'm in all sorts here. I'm running real late.
Ben Kennedy was one of yours. Did he get out of a car when he was running late at one point and run the final 3 kilometres to the ground?
Jumped on the tram as well.
Yeah, jumped on the tram, yep.
Ever happened to you, Tomo?
Well, no, sort of. Not me. I mean, they happened to the team. So we used to stay in St Kilda at the Pullman, and we're on the bus, and Leon was getting a bit antsy and having to go at the bus driver about what way we're taking. And he said, no, stuff it. Stop here. We're at the Tan. We're going to walk the next 1,500 metres because traffic didn't move. And so we rolled in probably an hour before the coin toss, and we actually played all right. It was our second year, so we weren't supposed to win, but we got close.
You mentioned earlier to Devon Smith about your start at GWS and how that was a little bit different to what most young players experience now. Give us some other random things that happened at GWS. You spoke about Rudy Hill RSL Club. Now, you had my old coach, Kevin Sheedy, as your coach. So I'm sure he would have taken you to some weird and wonderful places in those initial years.
I'll never forget we played North Melbourne in our second year at Etihad, and we were probably down by 80 points, and this was back before the 6-6-6 rule. And he decided to put 4 players behind the ball at the start of the fourth quarter, but he left Will Hoskinelli and I in the forward line. And second year, I'd probably played 20 games at this point, and the 6 of them laughed. and you've got some big monsters, and they laugh. They go, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, it's not coming from me. It's just up top." But there's a few weird ones.
This has been a great debut from you today.
He's coming back.
We'll stop Lingy at the border on re-entry into Victoria and might just stick with Tomo.
Well, I was going to say, the next question I got is who gets to come back, me or Lingy?
Well, there you go. There you go. Hope you enjoyed the lead this afternoon. Listeners in South Australia, you're off to the footy next. For everyone else, no excuses with Sellers and Clinchy. David Parkin, Sam Mitchell's mentor, will join them on the program.
What do you think makes someone an Australian of the Year?
It's people who show courage, sacrifice and kindness.
Now's the time to reflect
on your community
and who you admire.
Now's the time to respect
by nominating and acknowledging them.
Now's the time to celebrate
their story, their contribution and their generosity.
I'm Hamish McDonald, and I'd love you to nominate your inspirational Australian by the 31st of July at australianoftheyear.org.au.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
They've got players who looked lazy last night, didn't look interested. You know, there's lots of blokes getting lots of money there and not much output. You want to challenge Richmond? Good luck. Bring your best game or you just get rolled over like everyone else does.
Paul Kelly's with us. Brownlow medal. Do you have it on display or is it tucked away somewhere safe?
No, it is on display.
Sid Jackson, welcome aboard.
Thank you. To be put alongside some other great players, it's a great honour.
Jim's given us a call from Warrnambool.
I want to speak to Sellers about St Kilda.
I'm here, Jim.
Marilyn's given us a call from Shepparton.
I want to speak to Mark and ask him if he remembered leaving a big photo of himself in white bathers in a house in Mornington when he was in his 20s. A very show-off one it was.
I hope maybe, Matt, you can adjudicate because I think that Mark's not going to like what I got to say.
I like it, Ian. You bounced out of the corner. Righto, Sellers, over to you.
Stay there, Ian. Stay there, Ian. Hang in there.
Now here's Matt Clinch and Mark McClure on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital with no excuses.
7 rounds to go in the AFL home and away season, and despite the wrestling for the top 8, the biggest stories happened off-field this week with the AFL GM Steve Hocking making his way back to Geelong. He'll replace Brian Cook as the new CEO. It was also one of the biggest weeks in the famous club Hawthorn's history as they embark on a succession period with Sam Mitchell to replace Alistair Clarkson at the end of 2022. On field, Melbourne bounced back with a 31-point win over Port Adelaide on Thursday night. And last night, Essendon, well, they humiliated Adelaide by 63 points to break all the records for the wrong reasons. Hello, welcome to No Excuses. I'm Matt Clinch alongside Mark McClure. Sellers, welcome.
Clinchy, how are you?
I'm good. Plenty to work our way through. And David Parkin's going to join us, one of the pioneers, I guess, of succession plans when Wayne Britton took the reins from him in the early 2000s. He also knows Sam Mitchell particularly well, so we'll ask him a bit about how it's going to work at Hawthorn and how it does work in an AFL organisation.
That didn't work either.
A lot of them haven't worked. There's a few that have. John Longmire and Paul Roos obviously worked pretty well in Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simon Goodwin taking over from Paul Roos probably worked okay, but there's a couple of others that didn't. So,
no, it didn't work. So some don't work and some do. And I think that Clarkson's well within his rights to stay if he wants to. But someone will try and pry him out with a Jimmy fork or whatever you want to do with him, fork him out of there and try and get him on.
Say back a truck with just cash and just find out how much might be the tipping point.
No, but I don't know if he's that sort of guy.
I don't think he is either.
No, I don't think he is. If he's an honest guy and straight and he wants to finish off that year and he's developed these kids pretty well. They're starting to come along and you can see where their growth's coming from and how they're working and they're doing pretty well.
What were your thoughts on the opening 2 games of footy last night? It was pretty hard to watch in patches. The Bombers stay inside the finals hunt for the moment. They're having a good second half of the season, and Adelaide, well, they just didn't come with the intensity and the effort in which you'd hope they would. 2 goals, 9-21, their lowest ever score in club history.
Well, the Bombers are flying. I think that they're playing as good a footy as they have for 6 or 7 years, to tell you the truth, since that disaster of which we don't even have to talk about. But and to me, it's interesting because this could have happened earlier. We had a bloke called Ian from Windsor ring us.
Yes.
You remember?
You're referring back to the opener.
No, the opener. Well, it's true. He rang and said, you were all wrong about this. We want the, Worsfold just... I go, hey, you restricted the coach from going into this. He was employed as a coach. He restricted him. Now, seriously, to me, I think they've wasted a year. This guy's changed a whole lot of things in their football club. He's worked out how they can play. He's blooded a whole lot of young kids. There was, instead of having I would think, say, probably a boring style of football, which slow and all those sorts of things. So I think that the 1 year waste, in a sense, could have had them absolutely almost up there in the top end if they got themselves done perfectly. Okay, Clarkson wants to stay. Johnny Worsfold was a caretaker, so it wasn't his actual club.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a different result there. So he was easily moved out to put Rutten in, and they left him there for the whole year, and they suffered for that. I think that's my thoughts, and Ian was extremely upset with me.
The Essendon fans in particular were upset with you, and that's not surprising. So 0437 774 774 if you want to join the conversation.
And I think that restricted them. I'm not trying to be rude, but I just think that it just went back from a book, and I knew it was Ian from Windsor.
Yep.
And he went off his cruet, of course, and that's okay. He was entitled to do that because I challenged them, and some people don't like that. So anyway, they're really going well, and we know that. And we know that. And I like Hind. I love the way that Hind works. And, and they've got some really good players. Young kids come through in the place. And they've all talked about them and all those sorts of things. So, to me, it's a great result, what they're doing, the Bombers. And it's a good thing to watch.
It certainly is. So, for the moment, it keeps them in the battle for the top 8. They're outside with 7 wins and 9 losses. And they're half a game, and obviously they've got a reasonably good percentage, so if they were to manage to get on a bit of a run on the back end of the season, they could get there. They do have a challenging run to close out the home and away season, so we'll see if they're good enough. The next couple of weeks they've got North Melbourne, GWS, Sydney, then the Bulldogs, Gold Coast and Collingwood. So I mean, Sydney, Giants, Bulldogs are probably the teams that are going to sort them out. Melbourne, back to their best on Thursday night against Port Adelaide. That obviously lost 3 of their last 6 matches, the Demons. So questions around their hunger and their intensity. The key, I guess, out of that was the fact that they'd lost to sides outside the top 8, with the exception of the Giants. Port Adelaide, well, they've struggled to beat sides inside the top 8. So for Port Adelaide, it felt like it was a bit of a reality check on Thursday night.
It sure was. They had a few injuries, don't forget. I mean, no Robbie Gray. Missed a couple of other players around the place. And Butters just comes back in for his first game. But they're, for mine, they're just too centric on Charlie Dixon. It's all about Charlie, or it's all duck or no dinner.
Yeah.
And it just goes to him all the time. And to me, I think, he needs to change. I mean, they are pretty good. I love the defence. They had 3 players. I love the forward line: McDonald, Petrarca, and Pickett. Pickett's turned into a really good player. He's hard to handle. He's different. He's unusual. McDonald kicked 3, and Petrarca kicked 3 from the midfield, and Pickett, who plays forward. But then you have a look at their defence. I really like the way they play. May, Petty, and Hibbard, and
Jakey Lever.
Yep. Yeah, they're the key back there.
Their back line is their strength.
Absolutely. And then when you have a look at their midfield's really good too. Spectacular. And Oliver and that were back to their best in the middle of the ground. So to me, and Salem as well. I love Salem. Salem's foot skills are extraordinary.
Such a great user of the
ball. And so they are. Last week they got beaten because they got beaten at the contest in the middle of the ground. They put an extra up there, and all of a sudden they were shoved and pushed, and they couldn't get that easy ball out that they had in the past. Well, they changed that. They won the contest in the middle quite comfortably, as far as I'm concerned, and all their forward line just worked well, and their defence is really good. It's a blip on the radar for me, that game last week. They'll learn from that, and I hope they win the competition. To tell you the truth, it's about time the D's got up there.
It's been a long time. 1964, great to see Cozzy Pickett, who's had a long season. He went back for the passing of a family member in South Australia. It was no surprise that he played so well, and he gets to spend some time with his family before returning back to Melbourne. The latest COVID news, if you haven't heard in the ABC News, the cases aren't good in New South Wales and Sydney, so it looks like the Swans and the Giants will be staying in Melbourne for a little bit longer than what hopefully they anticipated. The Dockers heading back to WA after their match against the Hawks today.
One more.
Yeah,
I reckon McDonald's actually a really good player, McDonald. He's had 19 possessions in that game as a forward, as a full forward or centre forward. He's a powerhouse. He runs. He's mobile. He's hard to handle. He is back to as good a form as he's ever been, I reckon. He's a good player.
He is a good player. Did you think they looked better with Ben Brown in the side?
My thoughts on Ben Brown is a one-trick pony. He's a lead-up player. He's not a crash pack marker.
Yeah, but he competed. I thought he did enough.
And I understand that, but how many can you have in the forward line?
Well, if they're smart enough, it'll allow them to separate Tom McDonald, Bailey Fritsch and Ben Brown.
And see, Fritsch is the other one. He's like a pinch hitter, but he's actually been dynamic because he's kicked a lot of goals this year. And you look at him and he doesn't look all that tall, but when you stand next to him, he's pretty damn tall.
Yeah.
And he's different. So they got some difference in their forward line, which they never had before. So Brown is 6'6", McDonald's probably 6'5", and all those sorts of things. You need a couple probably. And I hope he stays in there, but he doesn't. He's not a real crash tackler or a marker. You want someone who can actually go, and he can. McDonald can do that.
Yeah, but you need differences. So
you do.
I'll be interested to see how he goes in Game 2. The big talking point during the week was the announcement that Sam Mitchell will take over as coach of the Hawks, replacing Alistair Clarkson. I'm not sure how you go delivering bad news. It was interesting from Jeff Kennett in his approach as to how he delivered it.
So, tough day, but we're a very professional club, and you've got to put the interests of the club and its members before any of us personally. So our pal. Yeah. Good luck.
So, Jeff Kennett giving Alistair Clarkson his best wishes in his next challenge. Hopes that won't be Collingwood, but does keep the door open as to what might happen next. David Parkin, of course.
He was awkward, wasn't it?
It was awkward. That's probably the best way to describe it. Part of our ABC sport team, of course, has played such a pivotal role in Hawthorn and Carlton's history, and he could join us. Welcome, Parko.
Quenchy.
How you going, mate?
What was your reaction when you heard the news? Did you have any inkling that this might be on the radar?
No, but I thought once that at least one club in Collingwood were looking for a new coach, and I've had a fair bit to do with a little fat fella. He would be, or would have been in my mind if I'd been at that club, a choice, no doubt. So I think, I don't know, and I'm not inside, I know as much as you do, that probably Hawthorn thought, well, in the long term, Sam's the bloke next in line, and we would like to see that, what we'd like to call it, takeover happen. So I guess that's what Hawthorn have done on the back of what Sam might have done.
So what's the big key to Sam? Why is he such a chosen one?
Probably of all the players, and I didn't coach him directly, Sellers, but had a lot to do with him in the time that he was coming into the Hawthorn box, and then a very slow mature in lots of ways, had lots of opportunities and finally got there. But in terms of the understanding and knowledge of the game and how it should be played and what makes it happen, I have never talked to anybody anywhere in whatever level of coaching and playing as Sam, who's just got this fundamental understanding of what makes it happen. I think his approach will be different. I've got no doubt he's much more offensive in nature, about outscoring opposition rather than in my nature it was the other way. It doesn't matter how little we score as long as they score less. I think Sam, personally and professionally, and I've had a long association with him as a neighbour of ours down the road, I think Hawthorn was shoring up their long term. Now, I'm not sure about what Al does, because Al, in my humble opinion, is probably the best coach that the game has ever seen. When the game is being engineered now, Sellers, to make sure that you don't win two in a row with all the conundrum around we got, he's been able to do what no other coach, except in the time where Melbourne and Collingwood and people like that 40 years ago were out and on their own. So I think the thinking probably from both clubs and the player and the coach or the player, whatever Sam is probably right.
Let me ask you a question. Alistair Clarkson's 53. He's right in his prime.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he gets chopped.
Yep.
That is unusual.
Yeah, well, it is unusual, yeah. And, if I were other clubs now, I would say, well, here's a possibility to get the best player. I'd go and make him an offer he couldn't refuse and grab him, whoever basically needs an outstanding coach. So, I was probably Sellers as surprised as anybody, and I know both people involved pretty well.
That's incredible for me. This bloke's at the peak of his powers. He's been loyal to this football club from go to woe. 4 premierships, changed the style of game and play. Defensive area he was brilliant at and changed that. And has a rapport with his players that is unbreakable. And he's gone.
Yeah, well, he hasn't gone yet.
He has to go, though, doesn't he?
He's got another. Well, you don't think he'll stay either.
No, I don't think he will either, no.
No, I'm probably in your camp, fellas.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Where's he going to go? What's he going to do?
Well, I know, right? I won't be if I'm around. If I was, I'd hope he doesn't, because I want Collingwood to stay on the bottom forever.
I'm with you.
It's funny how you and I got this stick like for the vertical black and white company.
Oh, no, not really.
We're generous people. No, but anyway, Charles, you'd be thinking I hadn't talked to you about this, but they would be crazy now if in the circumstance. No, he's contracted for another year, and he's paid extremely well at the Hawthorn Football Club. So it's hard to get into Wells' head. I taught him at the university, and he was a very, very smart young fella in those days. So he'll be doing he's good. He'll be doing what's best for the club, and in the finish, I guess, what's best for Al.
David Parkin's joined us on No Excuses with Matt Clinch and Mark McClure. Parko, obviously you've had a close connection with Sam since his playing career finished up, and he had aspirations to become a coach. He's spent time over at the West Coast Eagles and then back at Hawthorn. What do you see his greatest challenge being as he moves from being an assistant coach to all of a sudden taking on the full-time responsibility?
Yeah, look, it's like, I don't want to go back in time, but I've been a part of a number of succession plans which can and can't work. People forget that John Kennedy was on the end of a succession plan with Jack Hale that was put into place. I was on the end of the succession plan that John Kennedy put into place for me to take over from him. I did the same for Wayne Britton, and in the first 2 years when Wayne was doing what he was good at, which was coaching the team, I think we runners up in one of those years, certainly in 99. He was doing all the coaching. People don't understand that. I was just the outward and visible sign of the club and doing the spokesperson for the club. The difficulty with the young fella Brits was he was not good, and he would admit that he was not good in the management side and looking after the big picture of the club and the public relations stuff. And that's what that role needs. So Sam is maturing. He was smart enough to say to me not so long ago, I am not ready yet, and that meant now for 2022, and I don't think that's changed all that much. So I think that he would hope and believe that he gets the extra year doing what he's doing now to learn those things which are over and above the coaching. That is the management of the club as well. So it's a fascinating story as only the AFL, in this case, Jeff Kennett and Hawthorn Football Club could produce.
Yeah. I mean, there's been examples of club legends going back to coach their clubs with sort of mixed results. Nathan Buckley got Collingwood to a grand final, but not the ultimate. James Hird with the Bombers. Michael Voss, of course, with the Brisbane Lions. Would that be something you'd contemplate as to whether it's actually best in your coaching aspirations to coach the team you played for?
Very good question, Quenchy. And you'd have to answer it. I was part of the... I hate thinking about it because he works with my young bloke at Port Adelaide now. But Bossy, we did the review on Bossy at that time, and it was a mixed review on what he had. Boss, I don't think now. I think he's choosing not to go down that pathway because he loves the work and doing brilliantly in the role that he's got at Port Adelaide. So he probably won't come back down that pathway. But going almost straight out of the game into that role, Sam has at least got a 4 or 5 year buffer now to think about who he needs to be in this particular role. So this is a little different to some of the ones that you've talked about who finished as a player and quite soon after went into the role as coach, and even coaching the same people that they played with. Very, very difficult to do.
David, coaching yourself with a team, I don't care if it's under 10s, under 12s, under 15s, the Box Hill, but at least you can actually find out whether you can get them to work for you. And that's one of the things. And some of those blokes came in with nothing, with not 1 ounce of coaching. So you shouldn't actually. I wouldn't even. You wouldn't even contemplate if they hadn't coached something.
Oh, so look, you are 100% right. And how many times does exactly what you've said happen? It's ridiculous. And it's like any, there's a terrific lead-in for an AFL player to play. Think of their apprenticeship to get there and play league footy. The same thing is really, you're absolutely right, is really determines whether the player going to coaching can actually coach a senior club. There is a series of experiences he needs before he reaches that time. And to pluck them, as you've suggested, and put them into that role without any real training and preparation is stupid.
Ridiculous. And it actually does not work, as we found.
It hasn't. No. And there are so many examples of that, sellers you'd think clubs would learn by.
No, they don't.
No.
There's love affairs. You know that, David.
Yeah, well...
You can hear
like players you take, Sellers.
I was going to say, you can hear the bond between Parker and Sellers.
I never fell in love with Sellers, I'll tell you that.
And I never fell in love with you.
The reunion is coming up for the 1981 Premiership side, so for fans that want to go along and be a part of that night, log on to the Carlton website. Parker, when you catch up with some of these former players, who indulges in the stories the most?
Oh, we've got a few, as Sellers would tell you. Jimmy Buckley's pretty good. Wayne Johnson's pretty good. I never know whether they're fact or fiction.
I'm not certain they're true, though.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not certain. But of all the teams, I tasted a few along the way, as Sellers would tell you, the most interesting, and that's during and following their careers, the players of Carlton in the early 80 group were unique, absolutely unique. And I love catching up with them because that uniqueness makes them pretty special.
Let me tell you, you were worried about us early.
Well,
no, you were over worried about us.
Paper. He was right.
You were worried about us, but you didn't know us, did you?
No, I didn't know. That's absolutely true. And when I realised the cars that I was passing outside the pub at the university there were all the players' cars.
You made us change pubs, remember?
Well, I did. I thought I got you out of the drinking business, and you just went to the pub on the other side of the park.
You going along to watch the Blues today, Parko against the Cats? No Jeremy Cameron for Geelong and no Joel Selwood. So all of a sudden, Carlton having won their last two, you kind of give them a sneaky chance this afternoon.
I think you're right, and they would believe that, and I think Geelong are pretty strong, and I would think they'll be there at the finish somewhere roundabout. But if they were to get up today and play 4 quarters of consistent footy and they were to win even by a small margin, that would be, I don't know what the Sellers thinks the same, that would be a massive step in the direction that Carlton want and need to go.
Oh, I think they need a good performance today, a good competitive performance. Winning is not always the only thing, David.
No. I agree with that.
But they need a good competitive effort, and guess what? And they're back on board because their defence is better and they're more aggressive, what I see.
Yep, look, I couldn't agree with you more. And a lot of Carlton people are waiting for a long time, Sellers, to see this
20 years.
Happen. Yeah, 20 years, yeah. Well,
hang on, 21.
Parko, as always, great to catch up. Enjoy the footy this afternoon. Look forward to seeing you soon.
I will, as if Sellers says, they have a go and play pretty well.
Good on you, mate.
David Parkin joining us on No Excuses. A close mentor for Sam Mitchell will take over the reins as Hawthorn coach at the end of next season. We're broadcasting Saturday afternoon footy. We've got Hawthorn and Fremantle taking place from York Park in Tasmania. Nat Fyfe plays his 200th game. He's always insightful whenever he speaks and gave the media a little insight as to what the occasion means to him.
It's been an interesting week, given we're not sure where we were going to play until a couple of days ago, and then once we knew we were in Tasmania, it was really focusing on getting down there, and a good opportunity for our young group to get a win in Tasmania. For me, 200 games is a great chance for me to acknowledge all the people that have been a part of getting me this far. I never thought I'd be able to last this long with my body and mind, but really grateful for that and looking forward to playing a few more games still to come. Early days, particularly once I got a bit bigger and stronger, I wanted to be that competitive beast, that combative attacking inside player, and as I've gotten older I've tried to become more efficient and smarter the way I go about it, a bit like a Scott Pendlebury type player, but it hasn't really come to life for me. I find myself still this year, I've had a concussion, a loose shoulder and a number of other little niggles, so my game is my game. I think it makes sense just to stick to your strength. And the biggest evolution of my game has come from a new coach teaching us a different style of play. From Ross to JL, there's been differences which have helped me evolve my football. But mostly it's about picking and choosing your moments to be able to put yourself into carnage. I'm not a great forward, and I feel like my best footy's in the midfield. I can pinch hit there, but I'll keep playing to my strength for as long as I can and work within team balance. We've got some genuine guns coming through our midfield. My job will be to help nurture and mentor them through, but I've got no intention of winding off or winding down for the back end of the career. And the game demands a lot, and staying motivated for 200 games or 12 years is as big a challenge as any. So the evolution of me as a leader, my awareness, my understanding of preparation and performance is certainly not a finished product, but it's something that I'm quite grateful for having good leadership and mentors to get me to this point, and look forward to what the next 4 or 5 years develops.
So Nat Fyfe leading the Fremantle Dockers down in York Park today. They've only won on one occasion down there. That was back in 2006.
After the bell.
Against the Saints after the siren, which had all sorts of dramas. I always love hearing from him, though. He provides brutal honesty. The forward line stuff hasn't quite worked. The hope was that maybe it would help me get through a few injuries, less concussions.
No, he's a star, mate.
But realises his best footy's back in the midfield. So it'll be interesting to see whether the Dockers, who have had, I think on 3 occasions this year, they've kicked more goals than behind. So inaccuracy has been such an issue for Freo, and the Hawks, their effort. Sean Burgoyne's 400th game last week, they just couldn't match it with Port Adelaide early when the Power, I think, kicked 4 goals to none in the first quarter.
Oh, but that wasn't about that. I mean, they're a growing side, and they're trying to get better on it. But Sean Burgoyne, to me, is unbelievable. But so's Nat Fyfe. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
What are we going to expect from Richmond this week?
It's a good question.
I don't know where to go with this. We think they're going to miss the 8. And I was talking, I don't want to be rude, but I was talking about this early in the year. Some of the signs were there, and you fall quickly. So, but can they get themselves back up? They're all sitting there going, we've done this before. Well, not like this, you haven't. It's different caper altogether. So for mine, I mean, the Pies could pinch one here.
Yep.
They could pinch a game.
The outs were surprising for me. So Nick Vlosten, you knew, was probably going to be unlikely. Yep. He's out. Shane Edwards out. Basher Hooley, we know he's out for probably the rest of the season. Jack Ross and Coleman Jones. So all of a sudden, Garthwaite comes back in. Sydney Stack gets his opportunity. Dan Rioli into the side. Ryan Mansell. It's not the demographic of a Richmond side that we're used to. So I agree. Collingwood not scoring all that freely. They played a good last quarter against St Kilda last week. But, the Tigers are going to be flat out trying to get wins to get in the 8.
And I've got another one for you, West Coast.
Yeah.
What's happened with them? What's going on there?
Yep.
I mean, to me, there's some unusual performances amongst this group. The consistency's poor.
Yeah. Actually, had an SMS coming in on 0437774774 asking if Monday Night Footy will be on ABC Radio. It will, of course. If you don't have access to it, the AFL app is the other way in which you can listen to the ABC call, but we will have coverage of that. And then, of course, coverage of Wimbledon, which is so exciting. So Ash Barty in action tonight, and of course the men's final to take place in the early hours of Monday morning by the time it rolls around. But yeah, I'm a bit with you. West Coast, I'm not so sure about them.
Tigers and West Coast is interesting looking, I think.
Yeah, West Coast are in 7th position, 8 wins and 7 losses. Richmond obviously are out 7 and 8. So all of a sudden you start to run the maths on Richmond. They've still got Brisbane, Geelong, Fremantle in the weeks to come.
Mm-hmm.
GWS,
and see they're hard games for them because they're not playing it to the standard they like to. They're playing at a midfield standard, middle of the range standard or less. I mean, Gold Coast they should have won by 7 goals. Gold Coast, not by 10 points.
And West Coast draw is a little bit kinder. I think they've got after North Melbourne, Adelaide, St Kilda, Collingwood, Melbourne, the Dockers and Brisbane, so Melbourne and the Lions of the top 8 sides there. We get to see the number 1 draft pick, Jamara Ugle-Hagan, make his debut for the Western Bulldogs on Sunday, taking on Sydney. So a great story. Grew up with a family where none of his family had actually completed their schooling education. He said his dream was to play AFL footy, but also to finish his schooling, to set an example for those youngsters that are following his path. Luke Beveridge has waited a long time to play him. No Aaron Norton, so the shackles are finally off and he gets his crack against one of his heroes, Buddy Franklin, at the other end.
He won't be playing on Buddy Franklin, I can tell you. He'll be playing on Dean Rampy. That's who he'll be playing on. He's one of the best in the competition, so it'll be a difficult day for him. I think it's a good test for him. So Luke's obviously pulled the ripcord. Let's go. Put him in there. I hope he goes well. I mean, we know that there was another forward there in the seconds. What was his call? His dad played for Brisbane. Can't think it. Gee whiz. No, can't think it. Shaki, yeah, but you know what he can do.
Yeah.
And it's not what the doggies want.
No.
They want this bloke to perform. and they want him to stay up there because then it puts pressure on the rest, Bruce and the whole lot of them. So good luck to him. I hope he goes well.
Looking forward to calling that match tomorrow, as we are Hawthorn and Fremantle. So that match coming up next from York Park in Tassie kicks off a massive Saturday of footy. We've also got Carlton and Geelong later on this afternoon, the Brisbane Lions and the Saints. You're going on a bit of a break after today's footy.
Working tour.
Hopefully you find some nice reds along the way.
No. It'll be hot up there, I hope.
Okay, something cool. Stay focused. Hawthorn and the Dockers coming up next. This has been No Excuses.
Now, where was I up to in Wakefield? Wait, I can set up a free ABC account. Charlie, Pickering, too easy. So soon, when we open iView, we'll be asked to create an ABC account. You'll still get all the same great content that's already on ABC iView, and you'll get recommendations based on what you watch, so it's easier to find the content you love.
For more information about your free ABC account, head to abc.net.au/ABC account.
ABC Sport.
AFL. Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow. Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football. Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming. Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
It's a new day beginning.
Breaks the paint, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish. That is sensational. Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can. Right angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to that Nui. Second Donaki. Go to your best players. Go to your match winners. Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball. Perfect tackle. It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle-dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day beginning.
Osborne kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time. Oh, great mark. Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back. Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and bends it through.
Grandstand AFL. The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The Fremantle Dockers head to Launceston for a clash against the Hawks at York Park, and the prize, a top 8 spot if they can win this afternoon against Hawthorn, a club that made news in the biggest of ways during the week. It shook you as a revered coach was given an end date to a tenure almost 2 decades long. Today the focus turns away from off-field succession to on-field performance as Alistair Clarkson prepares for the last 30 games in charge of the Hawthorn Football Club. A beautiful day in Launceston, a crisp start. We saw an individual going around the ground a few hours ago with a flamethrower to melt the ice on a few of the stairs and steps leading up to the stands at York Park in Launceston, but the sun is out now and it's a beautiful afternoon for football. The Fremantle Dockers have won only once at York Park, and that was a result that was confirmed 4 days after the match. Stephen Baker kicked that point after the full-time siren, but the umpires hadn't heard it. So initially a draw between the Saints and the Dockers back in 2006, and the AFL reviewed it and handed the win to the Dockers. They've never beaten Hawthorn in 10 attempts at York Park, but the motivation will be high today, and even more so with Nat Fyfe the two-time Brownlow medalist, playing his 200th game. So the Dockers have just run out onto the ground, broken the banner, and they look magnificent as part of NAIDOC week in their Indigenous jumpers today. There's a late change for Hawthorn. A tight hamstring has prevented Blake Hardwick from playing, and Damon Greaves comes into the lineup. Ollie Hanrahan is the sub for Hawthorn. Connor Blakely for the Fremantle Dockers. The Dockers 7 and 8, and would temporarily, at least, pending the result of this weekend's match between the Giants and the Gold Coast Suns, would temporarily replace the Suns in the AFL's top 8 if they could win today. Alistair Nicholson to call the action alongside Matt Clinch. Good afternoon, Clinchy.
Good afternoon, Al, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Love Nat Fyfe as a player. He spoke during the week and said his dream was to drive a truck like his family does the family business and play AFL footy and play at the MCG. So he's got to live out so many of his dreams as a two-time Brownlow medalist, an All-Australian on 3 occasions, but he's been able to get the Dockers to a grand final, but never to hold up that memorable trophy. He becomes the 11th Fremantle Docker to reach the 200-game milestone. Interesting, he said that he feels like he has more of an impact in the midfield and that the forward experiment hasn't quite worked in the ability to try and play like a Scott Pendlebury. So I expect we'll see Nat Fyfe back in the midfield today. And really, the Dockers, they've had their challenges in front of goal only on 3 occasions. They've kicked more goals than behinds this season. So we know accuracy is going to play such a big part in Fremantle's faith this afternoon.
And there's the element of what does the decision during the week, what effect does it have on the players? There's almost no bigger decision in football when the coach of a generation, it's announced that he will be departing at the end of next season and Sam Mitchell will be taking over. Adam Ramanauskas joins us for Saturday afternoon footy. G'day, Rama.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody. Very interesting with Fyfe. He won that Brownlow medal in 2015. Well, he's won 2 Brownlow medals, but he didn't win the best and fairest that year.
Yeah.
I always find that weird. There's a couple where that's happened in the history of our game, but it just seems weird that you win a Brownlow medal and you don't win your club best and fairest. So I wonder what the coach thought of him that season.
Not much.
Yeah, but he is an absolute superstar of the game. You hope that he does taste the ultimate success because he plays the game the right way. He's courageous, he's tough, he kicks goals, he's fair the way he goes about his football, and he's just simply a star of the competition.
Mark McClure, hello to you.
Hello, boys. What's going on?
Hopefully a good game of football this afternoon. I think everything does point to a pretty tight contest between a Hawthorn unit that plays traditionally pretty well down at York Park in Launceston and a Dockers side, as we've mentioned, that has some serious motivation today.
Yeah, they played pretty well, Hawthorn, for what they've had. I mean, they're rebuilding and they're in the rebuilding stage, and I like what they've done. They've got some young kids in there. I like Kaczynski and a couple of those other young boys up the forward line. So for mine, I just think that when you look at them, they're pretty damn good. Dylan Moore's starting to come good, and there's a couple of others around the place who are at their peak. I mean, Howe is coming good. Dan Howe's starting to work really well as a forward and all those sorts of things. Their midfield's got some power. So they've got enough talent, but they just holding it together for 100 minutes against a pretty good. But I think Freo are pretty good. I think they're okay. They've had lapses. That's their problem.
Yeah, last week was disappointing.
Yeah, lapses every now and then you lose one. Why was it disappointing?
Sellers loved every second of it, but from Fremantle's perspective, the 16-point loss to Carlton, when they had dominated large portions of the game,
because Carlton won.
Exactly. That's right. I know the rules.
But Fremantle, by most measures, won the game last week, other than the critical area, which has been an ongoing issue.
Yeah, no doubt.
So we understand that, but you know what? You got to win the game. I mean, you won 3 quarters. You didn't win the 4th.
Well, look, their execution last week was no good.
Atrocious.
I agree.
That's an off day.
In the end, that cost them enormously. So they get another opportunity. But in saying that, Hawthorn weren't much better last week.
No, I agree with that.
So that was a really disappointing night on such a special occasion. Sean Burgoyne's 400th, and they served up what they did. So it's always, I think, the coach's greatest ability if he can get a lift out of them after a week like that. Then, okay, I've still got my playing group. They're still hungry to win. So I'm really interested to see how Hawthorn start this game particularly. You want to see some hard, some tough, some physical play early in this game. Brayshaw, Chera, Mundy, Sarong, Fyfe. Akers.
Blake
Very
Akers,
good, very good midfield. Very good midfield.
Excellent.
So can Hawthorn apply the pressure that's necessary to win a game of football? Because last week against Port Adelaide, they simply didn't.
And I like that ruckman too. Sean Darcy's
very good. Yep.
Very, very good. So they're going to have their hands full, the Hawks.
Chris Rowbottom's on the boundary for us at York Park this afternoon. And Chris, the Tassie weather looks like it's turned it on after a typical crisp morning start down there in Launceston, in the valley.
Are you going to mention it, or am I going to mention what we saw on the TV?
Well, I've already mentioned
already
it. By way of declaration, Rammer, I've mentioned that, yes, there was I called it a flamethrower. What is it, an oxy torch or something going around with a gas cylinder? A blowtorch, there you go. And went round and just melted a bit of the ice.
Haven't you?
I'm sure you have.
I won't lie, guys. It was very, very frosty this morning in Hobart, and the roads were a little slippery on the way up to Launceston. But you're right, out. The sun is out. The skies are blue. There's not a breath of wind in the air, and it is perfect conditions for football here in Launceston this afternoon. Both teams currently going through their warm-ups out on the ground at the moment. The surface in immaculate condition as always. Freo out there in their Indigenous jumpers for Nidoc Week. Of course, the crowd not quite the heights of a few weeks ago when Essendon made the trip south to play Hawthorn, but as always, a good showing for the brown and gold, and a decent smattering of purple as well. One late change for the Hawks, as you mentioned. Blake Hardwick is out. He's pulled up sore. Damon Greaves replaces him down back for the Hawks for his fifth match for the year. The medical sub for Hawthorn is Ollie Hanrahan. No late changes for the Dockers. They'll go in as is with Connor Blakely named the medical sub.
Good on you, Chris. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary for us this afternoon. So Denver Granger Barras comes back in for his second game after he's concussed a couple of weeks ago against the Giants, but showed really encouraging signs for Hawthorn. Emerson Jecker and Brockman come back in as well for Hawthorn this afternoon. O'Brien, Newcomb and Hanrahan go out of the side. Bailey Banfield in for his first game of the season for the Fremantle Dockers. Brett Bewley going out through injury for the Dockers. So Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure, what are you expecting this afternoon? Give us a couple of minutes to preview the clash down in Launceston.
Well, Ram, I just saw the new coach come put his head on the television. I'm just wondering what's happening there between he and Clarkson. And how much he'll be allowed to have a say in some of the quarter times and bits and pieces around that area. Is he coaching the forward line? Is he coaching the defensive area? Or is he just observing? I'm not certain what he's supposed to do in this case. Or is he able to speak?
Well, he's the development coach. He's actually coaching Box Hill, so he doesn't control the line, which I think for his own development to see how Alistair Clarkson manages the coach's box on game day is really important.
Isn't it? It's interesting.
It's really now. I really hope this plan goes well, because Sam Mitchell will be and can be a darn good coach if he's given the experience necessary before he takes the reins in 2023. So that's the interesting part. I think more the interesting part is the Hawks and probably what they're doing moving forward. What are they as a team at the moment? We see names on paper, and you look at the names, you go, they're very good players. But it just feels like at times with Hawthorn this year, there's no drive, there's no aggression.
Who's the leader? I reckon they lack leadership. That's my point.
Well, Benny McAvoy is the captain.
Yeah, I understand that.
But he's late in his career, obviously. Yeah. You're looking at your younger guy, your younger brigade, to continue to push and challenge. And that's probably the part that I just don't see as yet.
I reckon they made a mistake with the captaincy there. I mean, Ben's a good guy and he's
great guy.
He's fantastic.
He's doing a terrific job.
Yeah, and I understand that. But you need to appoint somebody who's going to be there for 4 to 5 to 6, 7 years. And they didn't do that.
But that's the thing. I don't think you look down the list of players today and there's not a name that stands out that you go, oh, yeah.
What, not Tom Mitchell, not O'Meara, Tommy, Liam Shields has been there a long time, but he's been a great player. I mean, who do you want to have? I mean, they must know. They know the players inside out and back to front. They actually understand what they can do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have them there. And they must know who can be a leader and who can't.
So Hawthorn's strength is their ball movement. They want to move the ball quick. They want to possess the ball through kick mark. They've always played. They're not an overlap running team. They're a kick mark team. So they'll want to possess today. Fremantle, on the other hand, they've built this really strong defensive game plan. They drop back, they drop numbers back, and they like to burst from half back. That gives their forwards that chance. Lobb, Tabner, Treacy, and the like. It gives them a chance to get one-on-one targets. A ground where they're playing, obviously, in Launceston, beautiful ground, but it's a quick-moving ground. You've got to transition the ball quickly to catch your opposition defenders off guard. That's what Essendon did to Hawthorn a couple of weeks ago in Tassie. Hawthorn played this ground beautifully, as we know, but when you go here, it's almost like the Dockland Cellars, where you can get it from one end of the ground to the other really quickly.
Yeah, but Hawthorn have experienced that area, aren't they? I mean, the wind blows pretty hard off the hills and all those sorts of things, so they know exactly what's going on. They played there a million times. I expect that they will win, but both of them are a little bit untrustworthy.
So you can see the improvement in Hawthorn's defence, and that seems to be the focus of 2021 as much as anything else. But for Fremantle, it's a bit around their parts. So Nat Fyfe forward hasn't worked. Walters under Ross Lyon played that sort of spitter forward, which is sort of the reference to Christian Petrarca and Dustin Martin, and the superstars of the competition play that role, but it hasn't really worked with him being predominantly as a forward. So how do Freo try and make sure they don't get locked into a battle of territory this afternoon and they actually utilise their skills the best?
But that's what that's the game they want. That's how Fremantle want it. They want to play a territory game. But I would actually, what you're saying, Clint, I'd like to see them move the ball.
Yeah.
They need to go quicker. The last week against the Blues, they got locked into that. They got locked into that real style where it was just slow. They've got to go. They've got to attack now.
So the Dockers a chance to go into the AFL's top 8. They'll have to take down the Hawks for the first time in Launceston. Here's Matt Clinch.
Darcy and Segler in the middle of the ground to get proceedings underway. Segler with the opening tap, couldn't quite get it to Mitchell. Chera gets the hand pass out to Mundy. The evergreen long kick inside 50. Looking towards Rory Lobb, who spoiled it down to the front. A chance for Collier charging through, but couldn't gather it. The Hawks through Scrimshaw. The hand pass out to O'Meara. And now Howe in the left back pocket. And a careful precision kick finds Moore at left half back.
Moore in front of the railway workers standing area at York Park. He kicks to the wing, outer side of the ground. It comes to the front. Strong tackle on Chera. Mitchell nails him. A ball up, centre wing outer side. So the Hawks going to the city end in the first quarter. The Dockers to the Mowbray Cricket Club end of the ground. Segler the tap down. Chera underneath it, tackled by O'Meara. And another ball up on that railway workers wing. Opening minute at York Park in Launceston. Nat Fyfe's there at the stoppage. Mitchell and Warple. Walters is lurking around as well. Taken out of the ruck by the impressive Darcy. Gives to Mundy. He's caught. Just got a hand pass clear, but not in enough time, said the umpire. Free kick Hawthorn on the wing.
Yeah, the free kick to be taken by Moore, who moves it back into the corridor, and Scrimshaw takes the mark. And spread it across centre half back where Frost takes the mark. The former Demon moves it all the way out to Hartigan, who marks it right half back, but Hawthorn haven't gained any territory in the process. Hartigan now called to play on. Hugs the boundary line with a kick, asking a little bit of Phillips, but he's up to the challenge. Takes the mark over the top of Akers. He's between wing and half back for the Hawks. Veers out to the left and drives a kick long towards half forward. Where's Kajitsky and Segler in the pack? Trying to get after it at McAvoy at the back. Ryan onto it for the Dockers. Feeds the hand pass through traffic to Wilson, to Mundy. Almost run down. Kick towards Walters. Up with one arm. Couldn't take the mark. Frost gathers for the Hawks and gets it to Howe.
Howe, chip kick to half forward. Mark's taken by Moore. He's 2 kicks from goal. Left half forward for the Hawks. He'll drive them inside the attacking 50 towards the forward pocket. McAvoy went up early. Too early. Free kick Fremantle in the right back pocket. And it's going to go the way of Alex Pearce, who grew up about an hour down the road on the northwest coast. So McAvoy.
Is he Tasmanian?
He is, Sellers.
Yeah. So I didn't notice.
Pearce plays on out of defence. Strap yourself in, mate. Out towards the wing. Scrimshaw's in the road. He takes the mark in the pack for Hawthorn.
Is that Ben Lehman in the background?
That is Ben Lehman.
Thank you.
Bit of skiing there from time to time, Sellers.
Thank you.
Scrimshaw inside the 50. Kajitsky and McAvoy were there. Neither could take the mark. Brockman onto it. Feeds the hand pass back. Mitchell off balance. Up and under kick. Sets McAvoy the task. He flies. Can't come down with the footy though. Lowe trying to knock it out for the Dockers. Fyfe onto it. Hand pass wide to Chera. Hard against the boundary in the back pocket. Got it to Ace. She kicks a high up and under kick towards half back. Flying in the pack was Darcy, but a chance still for the Hawks as the quick kick inside 50 is intercepted by Griffiths Logue, who takes the mark from the O'Meara kick.
Logue kicks across the face of the defensive goal, and the mark's taken by Ryan. Ryan between the point post and the goal post down at the city end of the ground. Goes to the main grandstand side and finds Wilson. Nathan Wilson for the Dockers. McAvoy stands the mark. Takes his time, Nathan Wilson. Now he's looking laterally. Wants to try and switch, but nothing obvious. Chips to the back pocket a little dangerously, but Logue marks before the spoil could be made. Logue right back pocket. Brockman right there with him. Hand pass off to Ryan. Ryan goes long for territory to the outer wing. Segler, strong hands in front. Tracy couldn't make the spoil. Hand pass off to Phillips. A Scrimshaw.
Kicks inside the 50. Oh, it almost bounced off Ben McAvoy's chest. He thought Wilson would take the mark in front. Then Moore's taken high by Nat Fyfe. Dylan Moore with a chance to strike first for the Hawks through the opening couple of minutes.
McAvoy's action there was a bit average, wasn't it? Whether you think about it, I thought it hit him in the chest.
He thought the Fremantle player was going to mark it. It's like when your brother throws the ball at you and you move your head.
Get out of the way. Dylan Moore's been one of the shining lights for the Hawks this season. 20 goals, 8 so far this season. From directly in front, Moore comes in. It's a good kick. And he gets things underway in Launceston. The Hawks strike first. They're 1 straight 6 to Fremantle yet to score. We play 5 minutes in the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Dylan Moore's had 3 or 4 possessions to this stage. He's been down back, he's been through the middle, and now he's on the end of a goal. It was an unusual one. He got caught. McAvoy hit him in the shoulder and then bounced off his head, which was quite unusual. And then there was a very feeble, really, a high tackle, if you would call it that. It was just he had his bent over and he had no choice but to put his arms around his sort of that sort of area. It was a soft free kick, I would call, but still, this kid's been very good. Moore's getting plenty of ball, works really hard from back to forward. I like what he does.
Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts this afternoon on Grandstand AFL. Darcy and Segler to go at it in the middle of York Park. Perfect bounce. They collide. Darcy won it down. Mundy, Grandstand's own now, kicks out of the centre square, but the intercept mark is taken by Jath in front of Tracy. Jath goes out to the outer side wing. Hand to it in front. Walker knocked it down for Freo. Mundy's hand pass didn't hit a target. He wanted Brayshaw, but Brayshaw didn't read the play, and it's gone over the boundary line on the Railway Workers wing. Hawthorn 1 straight. Freo yet to score, and we've played 6 minutes on Grandstand AFL.
Toss back into play. Darcy sets himself in front against McAvoy. McAvoy reaches over, taps it down to Mitchell. Hand pass inboard to Jaff, who tries to burst clear. Feeds the hand pass wide to Greaves, who kicks Hawthorn towards half forward.
Great kick.
It is a good kick because racing back, Brockman takes the mark. He's at right half forward. He's got Kajitsky deep. Deciding now to send in that direction. Long ball towards the teeth of goal. Segler was there as well. Mitchell charging through. Moore got the hand pass away. Nash with the hand pass. He turned it straight over. Gave it to Sean Darcy, the ruckman, who hacks it out of defence. Schultz races after it for the Dockers. He gathers it right half back. Kicks around the wing. Tracy caught behind against Frost. Did well to corral him, but Frost has time to gather and feeds it back to Hardigan.
Hardigan bumped as he kicked, but didn't affect the kick. Goes to the defensive side of the wing and Shields. He goes to Jath. Centre wing, a couple of metres in from the boundary, outer side of the ground. Jath goes back, takes his time and assesses, so no run and gun from Jath on this occasion. Kick hangs in the air. Moore was tunnelled. Free kick against Brayshaw.
That's very dangerous.
The ball was way over Moore's head, so he's never realistically going to be able to mark it, so a needless free kick given away. Moore goes to the half-forward flank. Edged out McAvoy. Darcy, strong hands. So much to like about this emerging player for Fremantle. Comes out. That outer side of the ground. Plenty of activity there. A fly from Jath. Couldn't get near it. Rove by Sarong. A hand pass to Brayshaw. Off to Fife. Fife kicks around the wing.
Looks to advance them forward. Schwatkowski up, couldn't take the mark. Jaff slides in, wins the footy for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Sean Burgoyne. Game 401. Works it to Shields and then to Mitchell. Back to Jaff on the defensive 50. Now all the way back to Hardigan, who looks out. He's got options. Segler takes the mark at right half back. Has Greaves along the boundary side, so feeds the hand pass to him. Hawthorn trying to move it with conviction. High ball towards half forward. Kajitsky up, couldn't take the mark. Charging in Darcy, provided good support for Logue. And then Sarong has it at centre half back. Receives the hand pass and kicks in the middle of the ground, where the mark is taken by Schultz.
Schultz to half forward, finds the free man. Lob, 70 from goal, into the forward pocket for Fremantle. Tracy hands to it, no mark. Gets it at ground level, hand pass out. Henry from the pocket. Goes for goal, but misses on the near side. The goal was unguarded. He went the low snap. It's the Dockers' first score at the 8.5-minute mark. Hawthorn won straight on Grandstand AFL.
Just their third inside 50 for the match. The Hawks have had 6 at the other end. Greaves the late in for Hardwick into the side. Long out of defence, and Darcy did well. Got rid of McAvoy and took the mark. Hand pass to Wilson, who's normally good with footy in hand. Sends it long towards Lobb, who almost pulled in the mark. Frost just bumped him off balance. Races back after it. Hand pass too sharp for Tracy, but then he lays a great tackle and ensures the ball's locked in the right forward pocket. The Dockers deep in attack. They're trailing by 5 points.
He's the one for me, Lobb. They have to isolate him up forward. He's hard to handle, and they're just crowded.
Up it goes. Darcy in ruck with Segler. Knocked down towards the boundary line. Switkowski roved it, snapped it under pressure, put it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to be taken in the left back pocket by Greaves of Hawthorn. He's looking right. Seeing a cluttered half back line. Kick goes to the pack, so the contest situation. McAvoy rises, belts it on, gains 20 metres, but Wilson in the road. A hand pass to Ryan of Fremantle. Off to Walker, around the outer wing, comes back to the attacking 50. McAvoy there, chops it off for Hawthorn, the captain at left half-back.
Just Fremantle's inside 50s to start this game. It's been very shallow, so easy for Hawthorn to defend.
McAvoy drives a long kick up to the wing. Nash was in the pack alongside Segler. A chance, though, for Walker. Gets the hand pass to Alex Pearce, who kicks inside 50. Banfield's free. He marks directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
And that's the kick. So the ball's on the wing there, and you look down the line, and you see all Hawthorn players. You take the ball off the line slightly, you go back through the middle of the ground, and there's your gaps. So Banfield's smart enough to get into that gap. Pearce good enough to hit him.
His first game since 2019. It's been out of Justin Longmuir's side. Banfield comes in. It's a good kick. And he has the Dockers opening goal. Fremantle take the lead, 1-1-7 to Hawthorn, 1 straight 6. 10 minutes gone, opening term. He'd kicked goals in his 5 waffle games for Peel so far this season. Kicked 2-3 in his last one, which was a few weeks ago, including 18 disposals against East Perth. So forced his way back into the Dockers lineup, made the most of his opportunity. Adam Romanascus and Mark McClure.
So it's really similar styles at the moment. Hawthorn are getting numbers back. McAvoy's dropping into the hole. They're trying to get CJ to play as that loose player across half back because he's such a good intercept mark. Fremantle are doing virtually the same. Sean Darcy's dropping a kick behind the ball, trying to create numbers in Hawthorn's forward line. So it's very, very similar styles. The game looks like right now the space is through the middle of the ground. So that's the key. When you do get that space, you've got to take it in front of you.
Lob's gone into ruck against McAvoy. Hits the ground. McAvoy gets it. Gives to Mitchell. Off to Shields. Clears the centre square. Might have been taken as he got the kick away, and it's a downfield free kick to be taken by Phillips. Phillips on the wing. Kicks to half forward, and Nash presents up and takes the mark. He's 60 metres from goal. Hard on the boundary at left half forward for Hawthorn. He plays on. Kicks into the forward pocket, a terrible kick straight to Griffin Lowe. Brockman was the target but went nowhere near him.
Let me tell you, the forward line does not move. All they do is sit back and wait for something long to come in, and hopefully they can catch it. Doesn't happen.
Logue went short to Akers, wasn't 15, so hand pass to Aish under enormous pressure. High up and under kick, Brayshaw underneath it. Shields spoiled it down to Nash. His hand pass intercepted by Sarong. Can't get a clean hand pass away. Wilson taps it to the advantage of Akers on the defensive 50. Now the hand pass to Nash, a bouncing ball, which might work. Schultz, sharp hand pass, too sharp for Sarong. Swikowski in there. Got it back to Sarong, and now to Schultz at right half back. Drives Freo up the wing, a bouncing ball. Fife onto it. Beautifully worked around Scrimshaw. In game 200, lace out to Lobb, who marks deep in the right forward pocket.
Again, that's the ball movement. You're quick. You don't allow teams to fold back. You don't allow opposition to have extra numbers in your forward line. Lobb gets a 1-on-1 as Sellers called for with Frost, and he's too good for him. Too smart for him.
He's the danger.
With no Matt Taberner in the lineup, Freo need him to step up and be the man. Lobb steps out, snaps on the left, and just got it past the fingertips of Sam Frost on the goal line. Freo put on back-to-back goals to open up a 7-point advantage. 2-1-13 to the Hawks, 1 straight 6. 13 minutes gone on ABC Sport. With Adam Ramanaskas and Mark McClure.
Oh, all the statistics are very even, 7 inside 50s each and all those sorts of things. But then it comes down to individuals and how you operate as a team. And Lobb needs to be isolated. They isolate him down there. Fife's move was just special. He just lost his player completely and then put it right out in front of him. And there was a good kick from a big man on the left foot, on his opposite foot from that boundary. But he is a dangerous player, Lobb. He can move and he needs to have space. What they've done in the past is they've crowded him. Too many there in the one spot. Try to kick it high. Don't do that.
Fife's at full forward. After being the link in the chain there, he might get the opportunity himself in a moment. Lob out of the middle of the ground, tapped it down. Brayshaw takes possession. He's ridden into the ground by Warple. It's a push in the back. Hand pass Brayshaw. Off to Chera. His kick through the middle, diving at it to knock it down. The Hawks unable to come up with it. McAvoy the first time, but they do in the end. Mitchell, hand pass to Shields. Off to Scrimshaw. He's marked on the back point of the square and chips very short. Warple around the broadcast side. Chips towards the wing, and that's out of bounds on the fully. Wanted Howe, but that was an errant kick off the outside of the boot, and a free kick at the interchange to be taken by Collier.
He might be going to the interchange in a second.
Probably trying to avoid it. Comes inboard where Brayshaw takes the mark. Andy Brayshaw, part of their midfield resurgence, trying to lead the way for this next generation of Dockers. Kicks towards half forward. Big fly from Banfield. Couldn't take the mark. Collier front and centre. Hand pass to Chera. Kick too sharp for Fife, and a good mark taken by Sam Frost in the defensive 50 for the Hawks. Switches play out to right half back where the mark's taken by Lockie Bramble. One of 10 players who's played under 25 games for the Hawks this afternoon. Comes inboard and Tom Mitchell takes the mark.
Mitchell inside defensive 50. Goes for a little trot out through left half back and kicks to the outer wing. Kajitsky flies in the pack, can't mark. Great Rove Warple got through traffic. Hand pass to Jecker. Jecker kicks Hawthorn to the half forward flank. It hits the ground. Tucker and also Brockman there. Tucker brushes Brockman. A nice bit of evasion. Kicks towards centre half back.
Really well done.
Off to Brayshaw. A link up hand pass now to Collier. Collier kicks to left half forward. A couple go down. Mark taken by Fife. Chips over the top. And the mark's been taken by Tracy. He's about 40 metres out to the left of centre. Switkowski got taken in an accidental collision, I suspect, off the play. And Tracy will have the shot at goal. No real angle. He'll have to kick it just a fraction over 45 metres to give the Dockers a 13-point lead. The 18-year-old with 8 career goals to his name. Tracy's kick is on the way. It's headed right. A significant margin. It just scrapes in for a minor. 2-2-14 Fremantle. Hawthorn 1 straight 6 through 16 and a half minutes.
Just a poor ball drop, wasn't it?
It was.
He dropped it crooked on his foot.
From the big kahuna. Quickly brought in by Scrimshaw, who goes short to Jaff and then back to Scrimshaw. Still has it in the right back pocket. Trying to put a block on the mark there, so that's not going to be allowed, and Scrimshaw will have to push back behind his mark to take this kick. So inside 50s, Fremantle's way, 9-7 after Hawthorn led that stat early. Long kick out of defence, up towards Phillips. It cleared the pack, and Seckler can't keep it in play under pressure from Sean Darcy. Interesting story, Al mentioned Alex Pearce. Nat Fife gave the insight that they had to do the head count on the bus from the airport, the hotel to the airport. They realised they'd left one behind. Alex Pearce had slept in, missed the team bus, and had the bus got to the airport, he might have missed the game, but they realised only a couple of kilometres down the road, and there you go. Doesn't mind a sleep in.
Thrown in. Segler and Darcy. Darcy the tap down. Chera. Left foot kick inside the 50 through the hands of Frost. Now he's under pressure. Banfield gets there to force a contest. Knocked him out of the way. Tracy swoops. Bending ball. 35 out. Hit the post. Oh, the snap from Tracy looked good off the boot, but just curled a fraction too much. So he's second behind. Fremantle has 3 behinds to go with its 2 goals. Hawthorn 1 straight, 18 played.
You don't paddle the ball inside your defensive 50. Frost, very lucky to get away with that one.
Scrimshaw brings it in. Long kick looking for Phillips. It's spoiled away from him by Asian, seen over the boundary line for a throw in.
You can see what Fremantle are trying to do. They're kicking low darts into the forward line, and it's hard to handle for defences.
Well, it's hard to intercept.
It is. It's hard to handle.
You know, when the ball's got air going inside forward 50, that's when Jaff is able to get across.
Of course.
Segler one down the tap for the Hawks, but straight to Chera. Gave the hand pass to Sarong. Kicks inside 50. Lob takes the mark in front of Hardigan. Only about 20 metres out, pretty much directly in front.
He's a monster, isn't he?
Oh, it's a great kick.
Yeah, it's a beautiful kick. A low dart again.
Yeah, that's Sarong there. So terrific work by Chera at that stoppage. But it's a terrific kick. It's 15 metres out from goal. It's low and flat. Allow your big man to lead onto it.
Rory Lobb for his second. Comes in from directly in front and steers it through. The Dockers skip to a 15-point advantage. 3-3-21 to the Hawks, 1 straight 6. We've played 19 minutes opening term on ABC Sport.
And just their better movers now starting to get their hands on the ball. Chera's had 6, 5, 6. Wilson 5, Sarong 5. So they're just starting to win the ball. This past little 7 or 8 minute period, they've dominated possession. Hawthorn not getting the ball anywhere near their forward 50 at the moment. So the territory game is absolutely being won by Fremantle.
They've gone from 7-7 to 11-7 inside 50s. Yeah. 4 in a row, bang, 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 repeat entries, and that's what hurts.
It's been a dominant little period. And when you're dominating, I say this a lot, when you're dominating, you've got to hit the scoreboard. So they've been able to do that. Tracy missed 2, so it could have been a little bit more.
Justin Longmuir appreciated that too. He was visibly clapping in the coach's box.
So
Tap down out of the middle. Exiting the centre square goes Fife. Wobbly kick inside the 50. Jath brought it to ground level, but Walters swoops upon it. 60 out, turns onto his left, kicks to full forward. Edged under the ball, Lob, another free kick.
He pushed him out of the way.
A chance to kick his third. He's directly in front and only 30 metres out, Rory Lobb.
See, their defence is actually struggling at the moment. Really struggling. I mean, Hardigan's is a problem there, and Frost has got a little problem with his man, and it's a major issue when Jaff can't intercept and all those little things around the place. So their kicking woes and then the push out was just so clear.
Just a degree of panic about it.
Well, Hardigan's worried about the height difference.
So he should be.
Rory Lobb having a significant early influence. This kick at goal, not a good one, away to the left. And that was a very, very gettable opportunity. That's been the story for Fremantle this year. 3-4-22 to 1 straight 6. The Dockers by 16 points at the 21-minute mark.
Rory Lobb's 207 centimetres and Hardigan's 194.
Sean Burgoyne long into play towards Segler, who couldn't take the mark. Got it to Mitchell, to Brockman, who kicks the centre half forward. Wilson leads, Shields to the footy. Hand pass to Fife. A lot of Hawks players around this contest if they can win it. Bruce onto it. Hand pass to O'Meara. Kicks inside 50. Jacker comes out on the lead and marks.
And there's the difference. It's on the back of Hawthorn's pressure there. They're able to get the ball inside 450. Jacker should convert here.
They had 5 jumpers to 2.
Yeah.
They outnumbered that contest, and guess how many times you win that? Every time.
Yeah.
Yet to kick a goal in his AFL career, Emerson Jacker, a rookie from Altona in Victoria, via the Western Jets. He's directly in front after the Dockers have had a good flurry of it at the other end. The Hawks looking to answer back. Jacker comes in and kicks his first goal in AFL footy. 197 centimetres, 93 kilos, the 19-year-old who has been highly touted in Box Hill in the early stages of the season, finally gets his third AFL game and is able to steer through an important goal for the Hawks. The margin back to 10 points, Fremantle's way. 3-4-22 to the Hawks, 2 straight 12. You with Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Well, the Hawks won that contest quite comfortably because of the numbers around. You could just see them. There's just brown and gold everywhere. And Jacker in front of his man, all of a sudden he turned quickly and away he went. It's his third game, this kid. And, he looks like a prospect. But you need to continue to keep pounding away and get fitter, tougher and stronger if you're going to last at full forward in these sort of games. But Jacker looks good, and that contest was good. Got to go back into the game again because they're a few points down now, only, 10 points down. They still got a chance to win this quarter.
Another nice bounce in the middle, greets Darcy and Segler. Darcy the tap, but Mitchell the rove off to O'Meara. He kicks to the wing. Coming out on the lead to take the mark is Bramble. Bramble for the Hawks, outer side. Chips to Phillips. Phillips near the boundary line. He's still 2 long kicks from goal. Comes back in towards the corridor a little. Greaves takes the mark, so no territory gained with that kick. A short one, not 15. Mitchell doesn't care. He plays on anyway by hand. Little kick from Frost over the head of Scrimshaw, picked up by Brayshaw. It was bye-bye. Here it comes. They work it through the hands. Mundy to Fife. Fife in the middle. Back to Mundy. He'll be caught by Scrimshaw. No, he won't. He was too strong. Shrugged the hips. Kicks inside the 50. Lob in a wrestle. Burgoyne the spoil. And it bounces and goes through for a minor score.
How much fiddling around can you do?
Well, the Frost.
Not that. I'm talking on the wing.
11 points the lead to the Dockers.
Chip.
24-minute mark.
Frost just got to hit that target. That's 20 metres, 15 metres. It's a simple kick.
That was the 6th kick to go 4 metres.
Sean Burgoyne brings the Hawks back into play, short to Greaves. So they've dominated the inside 50s. Fremantle 14-8, 3-5 to the Hawks, 2 straight. Long kick up towards Segler, couldn't take the mark. Fife onto it to the Dockers. Tough hand pass, which floated a fair bit for Akers. He's outnumbered now as the ball hits the deck. O'Meara trying to work with Howe. Akers kept fighting for it and won the footy. Got the hand pass forward to Swakowski. Back to Brayshaw. Inside 50. It's a shank kick and almost found Walters. Although it's gathered by Hardigan, who got it to Burgoyne and now to Phillips. He chips it out of defence. And the mark taken on the defensive 50 by Bramble.
Bramble. Left half back for Hawthorn. Freo, you can see setting up the ground well in defence because the eyes are going all over the shop, and it's the down the line kick to the contest on the wing. Up they go. At the back, Darcy. Well, Segler crashed the pack, fell over in front of Darcy, and he took the mark. Now it comes to Hughes. Kicks inside the attacking 50. Tucker. And the ball is intercepted by Frost. Frost told to play on. He's tackled by Banfield. Got it away. To Greaves under pressure. Now to Bramble. Bramble with a bit of room to assess and measure his kick to the back flank and Segler.
So John Segler has done the majority of the rucking with Ben McAvoy pushing forward and into defence. Advances it to McAvoy who dropped the mark. Phillips shoved out of it. Might have been pushed high. And the Hawks will regain it on the wing. Fortunate as the Dockers were about to break clear once more. Phillips comes inboard to Tom Mitchell, who takes the mark. Possession number 11 coming up to join Nat. 5. Not a good kick to Scrimshaw. Spoiled away by Banfield. Ricochets out. Gathered by Chera. Gets the hand pass away. Kick forward to Swikowski, who can feed the hand pass back. Chera kicks inside the 50 to Lobb, who is getting so many opportunities in this opening term.
Just terrible by Hawthorn.
The overuse of the ball is ridiculous. They're not taking any territory. They're not testing each other.
It is the thing. Hawthorn are a possession team. That's the way they play. But simple. If you're making simple skill errors, that's going to be a disaster for Hawthorn today. Turning the ball over through the middle of the ground results in Rory Lobb having a shot at goal.
Out to the right. He'll kick from 40 metres out. A couple of deep breaths for Rory Lobb. He comes in and kicks his third of the opening quarter. The Dockers lead by 17 points, 4-5-29 to the Hawks, 2 straight 12. Rory Lobb with 3 goals, 1 in this opening term. Let's head boundary side, Chris Rowbottom.
Not there. Well, let me say this.
Nothing to report boundary side at this stage, guys. Right. A clean bill of health for both teams. But you mentioned earlier that movement through the middle of the ground, and Hawthorn really getting cut apart when they're leaving the middle of the ground open, and Rory Lobb the beneficiary so far.
The difference is that they were 7-7 inside 50s. Now they are 17-8. And that's the big difference. You keep pounding it forward when you've got a player like Lobb up there and some smalls around like Walters and a few others around the place, you're going to score. And especially when you hit darts in there that they can run onto. They're killing them at this stage.
Segler's tap down. Went once and twice. Socked forward by Mitchell. In the road, Wilson for Fremantle. He's tackled. Got a hand pass out. Cleaned up by Darcy. Off to Mundy. Mundy jams it on his boot out towards the wing. Releases Fife. Fife already with 1 beautiful kick inside 50. There's another, but Henry didn't take the mark. He should have. Schultz flicked it out, a hit of a throw. Scrimshaw gets it. His hand pass towards Warple. He goes back into the traffic and he's collected by Lobb. Tackled, a ball up 45 metres from the Fremantle goal. Thrown in the air. Segler engages with Darcy. Darcy the tap. Mundy a little clever flick onto Brayshaw. It comes out the back. High kick from Fife to full forward. Henry rises early. It gets to the back. Banfield picks the cherry perfectly. No coverage for Hawthorn behind the contest. And Banfield from the goal square pops it through for his second. This is some return for him. The Dockers have 5-5-35 on the board approaching quarter time. Hawthorn 2 straight 12.
But again there, you look at that contest. Warple is responsible for 5 at the stoppage. Warple decides to get sucked into it too close. The ball pops out to 5. Beautiful kick. Now, you got to spoil the ball sellers inside your defensive 50. You don't spoil it back towards the goal.
He overcommitted.
And it's simple. That's simple pickings for Banfield.
They're not great defenders. That's why they hold on to the ball so long. They Artigan and Frost, not the greatest I've come across. You found any better?
Take that as a question on notice, I reckon, Sellers. Darcy wins down the tap. Mitchell roves it for Hawthorn, kicks out to the wing. Time running out as Bramble can't run onto it. And that'll do us for the opening quarter. So after the Dockers failed to kick a goal in the first quarter against Carlton last week, the response has been far better in Launceston this afternoon. 5-5-35 to the Hawks, 2 straight 12, with Rory Lobb kicking 3 goals. Bailey Banfield in his first game of the season kicking 2. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, their goals have come through Dylan Moore and Emerson Jecker.
Grandstand AFL unfolding on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC News Radio this Saturday afternoon.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar, and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Segler one down the tap for the Hawks, but straight to Chera. Gave the hand-pass to Sarong. Kicks inside 50. Lobb takes the mark in front of Hardigan. Rory Lobb for his second. Comes in from directly in front and steers it through. Wilson leads Shields to the footy. Hand-pass to 5. A lot of Hawks players around this contest if they can win it. Bruce onto it. Hand-pass to O'Meara. Kicks inside 50. Jecker comes out on the lead and marks. Jecker comes in and kicks his first goal in AFL footy. Chera gets the hand-pass away. Kick forward to Switkowski, who can feed the hand-pass back. Chera kicks inside the 50 to Lobb, who is getting so many opportunities in this opening term. A couple of deep breaths for Rory Lobb. He comes in and kicks his third of the opening quarter.
Segler engages with Darcy. Darcy the tap. Mundy a little clever flick onto Brayshaw. It comes out the back. High kick from Fife to full forward. Henry rises early. It gets to the back. Banfield picks the cherry perfectly.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Quarter time at York Park in Launceston. Fremantle 5-5-35. Hawthorn 2 straight 12. Coming up this afternoon for you, it is Carlton and Geelong from the MCG. And tonight in the AFL on Grandstand AFL, we've got Brisbane and St Kilda. After that, off to Wimbledon. The women's singles final, Ash Barty against Karolina Pliskova. You'll hear that on ABC Radio tonight and ABC Sport Digital. And then on Sunday night, just on ABC Sport Digital, so not on ABC Radio, the men's final you'll hear there, as well as the Euro final, England and Italy, as England looks for its first piece of significant silverware in football since 1966. I wish it was 1996.
So there's going to be some late nights.
Yes.
And for people like me who can't pull yourself away, at least you can put the radio on. So if you fall asleep, you've tried your best.
You can still sort of take it in when you're dozing as well, Clinchy. So if you have the radio on, you sort of don't really miss anything. Although I think the action tonight will be certainly eye-popping as the entire country gets behind Ash Barty. So that's on ABC Radio after the footy tonight. At quarter time at York Park, Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas can offer their assessments.
All the key indicators are all going towards Fremantle's way, and we can see that because their scoreboard is 5-5 to 2 shots really. So you've had 10 shots to 2 in this quarter, but it's different. I watch what Fife does. Fife's had 13 possessions already. His clearance work's been special. He's been able to push it forward and do all those sorts of things. They're inside 50s. They were 7-7 at one stage, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Now it's 8-19 at one stage. So one to another different 12 times or 13 times it's come into that and gone into the forward line. The defence is poor. They don't do the little things well, Hawthorn. They don't actually honour a man and then just try and just spoil it and push it away to the boundary line. They move the ball too slow. They don't push you. They don't shove you. They just hold on to the ball. There's no attack, and they can't hurt you. So all of a sudden, Freo have taken advantage of it by far, and they've just been tremendous in what they've done. They're only 10 possessions more on the scoreboard, but their accuracy and their movement through the middle of the ground has been special, and they test the opposition. Hawthorn don't.
Against a very good defensive team, you have to be perfect with your ball movement, okay? Because the pressure just continues to come from Fremantle. So on 3 or 4 occasions in that first quarter through the middle of the ground, Hawthorn just turned the ball over because Fremantle continued to push and push and push. So we spoke about this at the start of the game, sellers, with Hawthorn being a possession team and Fremantle being a defensive team. Having perfect play won't work there. Hawthorn need to look to run and attack more. They need to force the ball forward more.
They're going to test.
They only had 8 inside 50s, 8-18 in that quarter. Rory Lobb at the other end of the ground, the ball moves quick. So Fremantle sweat on a turnover through the middle again, then they just go. You see Brayshaw and Cherry and Sarong and Fife in that quarter. Mundy just winning the ball at will almost through the middle of the ground. Fife had 13.
Yeah, chalk him up for 3 votes. Okay?
In that quarter. 13. So he's had 4 inside 50s.
Do you think Sammy Mitchell's tapping the coach on the shoulder?
Come on.
What about Rory Lobb? Like, what can they do? Because it feels like he could just have an absolute afternoon out unless...
Well, you put your most athletic defender on him.
And try and make it a 2-on-1, try and provide one to push back.
I would swap Frost. I think Frost needs to go to Rory Lobb because he can jump with him in the air and put Hardigan then to Tracy.
Yeah, that's probably better because he's more mobile, Lobb.
Yeah.
So not far away
they
from
need to push their wings back too, mate.
A start in the second term on Grandstand AFL. The Dockers by 23 points. Nat Fife, you can see the instruction going on out in the middle of the ground, the on-field leadership. David Mundy's going to start the second quarter on the bench, and looks like a bit of the turf's getting lodged in his stops. He's got a brush.
He's got grass cats on. He's wearing grass cats.
He's giving it a good scrub to...
What are they?
That's what they're called, grass cats.
Almost like the old hockey shoes sort of thing. Out of the middle of the ground on the siren to start the second term. Sarong wins possession for Fremantle. He's bumped as he kicks to the half-forward flank. Fremantle to the city end of the ground. Jath the spoil. Akers pursues it near the boundary line. Keeps it in just. Held the ball in. His body was out. Squared it up to full forward. Granger Barras is there to belt it towards the boundary line. And Jath has taken it over. A throw in right forward pocket for the Dockers. They're 5-5-35. Hawthorn 2 straight 12.
For how good Fremantle was in that quarter, 18 inside 50s, 10 scoring shots. Michael Walters only had 1 possession.
Yep.
They kept catching it.
Thrown back into play. Segler takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Bramble, who kicks towards Nash at half-back. Couldn't complete the mark. Akers onto it. Good smother. Kaczynski lunging forward, able to deny Freo another inside 50 attempt.
Bit of desperation, that's good. That's a good start. I'm sure Clarko ought to give him a nice rev.
Yeah.
He needed to. You shouldn't need to.
Yet to have a touch, Jacob Kaczynski, but does have a smother next to his name. From the throw-in, Sarong with a quick kick inside 50, a bouncing ball. Banfield caught behind, trying to lay the tackle, does win the footy back though. Hand pass to Walters, who slipped over. O'Meara came in with the tackle, trying to make sure it wasn't high, but I think he has given away the free kick. Slipping over Walters, and O'Meara, there wasn't really all that much more he could have done other than try and come at him from a different angle, really.
Well, they're very protective of the head. I think that was around it.
Walters gives off the hand pass to Wilson on the run. We know he's a long kick. He misses
so lucky
to the right. Interesting choice from Michael Walters, given he'd only had the one previous touch.
No, it's the right choice because Nathan Wilson we know he's a very long kick. That's just lazy.
Freo by 24.
They know who the kicker is.
Greaves kicks in to Jath in the left back pocket down at the city end of York Park. Hawthorn so often has had to hold the ball up, no ability to move it quickly. Kick goes towards McAvoy. He just palmed it down to Nash. Nash worked it towards Bramble. He's immediately tackled. And a ball up on the broadcast wing. Approaching half forward, about 70 metres out from the Fremantle goal. Up it goes. Darcy, a lovely tap down. Sarong near the boundary line. His kick skids through. Tracy couldn't get it. Frost did tackle. Dispossessed. Ball comes free. Still alive inside the attacking 50 for the Dockers. They pile in. We'll have a ball up 40 metres from the Fremantle goal.
See, Fremantle don't mind the ball ups because they're leading those clearance areas 11-7. So keep doing them.
Darcy swats it down, got it to 5, trying to sprint through. A Warple tackle, loses it. O'Meara onto it for the Hawks. Hand pass to Bramble. Switches play out to right half back. We're running back with the flight was Howe able to take the mark and advance it up to Moore. Bounces in front of him. Ace offers a chase around the boundary line. Moore drives a kick to half forward. Good kick. Kajitsky out on the lead, takes the mark. Right half forward for the Hawks. Chance to go inside 50 for the first time in this second term. Kajitsky called to play on. Drives a high kick. Where's Nash and McAvoy? Spoiled away by Alex Pearce. Seen how to play in the right forward pocket for the Hawks. Freo by 24 points.
He's a good player, isn't he, Pearce?
He's been out for so long.
I know, but he's a good player.
He's 200 centimetres as a key defender.
Boundary throw in. Hawthorn in attack. Toss back in. Darcy so good in the ruck. Moved McAvoy and Fremantle able to clear it out. Chera the handball hit the ground.
Tackle.
Big bone jarring tackle. Still Hawthorn in possession though. Warple around the body. Inside the attacking 50. Fighting for it, Chera. Brockman though wins it. Hand pass on the outside to the creative Moore. His left foot kick, a bouncing ball. Logue on the last line. Evaded Kajitsky. Dished off a hand pass. Akers. Back to where it came from and then back to Akers again. He kicks to the half-back flank, lobs in a wrestle. Went one-handed, couldn't mark. Segler Roves threw that out. He went to handball, missed it clean and then just flung it. Free kick. Schultz left half-back for the Dockers.
So the ball inside Hawthorn's forward 50 there. It's bouncing around. Griffin Logue takes it. You've got to stick the tackle. That ball should be locked in Hawthorn's forward line. It's a simple tackle.
Hang on, we're going to have a downfield free kick, I think.
50-metre penalty.
That was the most extraordinary attempt at a hand pass.
So against John Segler, which is going to take Schultz from half back to half forward. Still not quite within scoring reach. She can chip the ball over the top. Darcy, the target, spoiled away. Nash did well. Moore on all fours gets the hand pass out to Warple. Through the corridor to Shields. Now a bit of a problem for the Hawks as Bramble's good enough to evade the tackle to Jaff and then back to Bramble. Left up back. Free kick Hawthorn's way. Advantage taken. And the kick is driven up to the wing by Bramble and finds big boy McAvoy.
Defensive side of the interchange, McAvoy. Logue stands the mark. Shadows of the main grandstand creeping across the ground. McAvoy runs out into the sunshine, kicks to the half-forward flank. Up they fly. Ryan looked well placed to spoil, but Segler took it, gave to Nash by hand, off to Phillips near the boundary line. Squaring ball through the hands of the intended target, O'Meara. Brockman did well, took contact, got a hand pass out to Nash. 45 from goal, he kicks to full forward, a bouncing ball. It's through for a minor score. Hawthorn moves to 2-1-13 and Fremantle 5-6-36, a lead of 23 points at the 6-minute mark of the second quarter on Grandstand AFL.
They've had 3 shots at goal in 45 minutes. It's not a lot.
Hawks' last goal came at the 22-minute mark of the first term. As Wilson brings Fremantle back into play. Long kick towards Tracy, fly from the back. Granger Barras in front position takes the mark. Pick 6 last year for the Hawks.
He's going to be a good player, this young man.
Got concussed in his debut. The teammates told the doctor that he didn't quite seem right. Back in the lineup. Long kick towards full forward. McAvoy in the target. Free kick whistle. Going Hawthorn's way. Not sure anyone really knew who the free kick was going to. It's going against Griffith Logue and Jacob Kajitsky's going to take the free kick. So a hold in the marking contest. Kajitsky has kicked 18 goals so far this season for the Hawks. Third behind Bruce and Moore. The Hawks desperately need a goal. Kajitsky comes in and delivers them just that. To cut the Dockers lead back to 17 points, 5-6-36 to the Hawks, 3-1-19, 7 minutes gone second term. You're on ABC Sport with Adam Ramanaskas and Mark McClure.
Just looking at that, Sellers, how many more goals would have you kicked in your career if the free kicks were paid like that?
Oh, I like to handball.
Not watching the 79 grand final this morning, you did it.
Oh, no. I cut it out. Why would you be watching that rubbish?
It was on TV.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Well, haven't you got a life or something? What's going on? You watch footy all day.
I was preparing myself to see you today.
How did he look in all seriousness, Sellers?
Oh, fit. Very fit.
Intimidating figure.
Beautiful flowing blonde hair. Very fit. A good battle between Sellers and Billy Picken. Very good battle.
Every week was a battle with him, I tell you. He was a good player, Billy.
Trevor Keogh and Rod Olsen. Oh,
I remember that.
Game changer.
It was.
Mundy out of the middle of the ground. He's tackled.
Play on, they said, too.
Mitchell. I know. Unbelievable. Knocked him senseless. Different era, Sellers.
Part of the life.
Mundy was caught. Mitchell, the free kick in the middle of the ground. Kicks towards the broadcast wing. Phillips to half forward. Out on the lead. The mark taken by Kajitsky, who's working his way into the game. In fact, it's Nash for Hawthorn. He'll wheel and go and drive the ball back inside the attacking 50 to the pack. Darcy stood in front, brought it to ground level. Underneath, Sarong couldn't get it. McAvoy's hand pass. Ricochets to Walker. He's caught down very low by Bruce, but just high enough not to be a trip. Pearce took possession. He's tackled. A ball up 25 metres from the Hawthorn goal at the Mowbray end. It is a 17-point lead to Fremantle.
They look more aggressive.
A bit slow to rise. McAvoy got it down to Bruce. The hand pass to Phillips. Screws it back across the goal face and just overworked it a bit, missing to the right-hand side. It's nice work in the ruck from McAvoy, but a minor score for the Hawks. Freo by 17 points.
Ryan to kick in for the Fremantle Dockers. Gains a few metres and then measures a low pass to the back flank. Mundy flew at it, couldn't get it. It comes to the back. Switkowski worked it forward to Banfield. Banfield kicks towards centre half forward. Mark taken by Schultz. Schultz 60 out. All on his own over the back. He kicks to Tracy. Goal unguarded. Dismal defence from Hawthorn. And Fremantle goes back 22 points in front. 6-6-42 Fremantle. Hawthorn 3-2-20. It was almost like he was camouflaged there, Josh Tracy, as no one was within cooee of him.
It's unforgivable, really. You look, the ball is taken from the Dockers' full back line. Switkowski wins a beautiful kick to the middle of the ground. Beautiful kick, no worries. Still time. So you're looking there. I don't.
Ridiculous.
I don't. That's just really, really ordinary defence by Hawthorn to allow Tracy just to continue to go out the back with nobody, no opponent within 20 metres of him. Schultz just turns and goes, and it's easy. It's easy pickings there for the Dockers to score.
So a gift for the Fremantle Dockers to extend their lead to 22 points. Game high 24 early in this second quarter. Back in the middle, Darcy dominant with his tap down, trying to get it to Mundy. Shields tried to sock it off the ground. Ricochets out to Darcy, who tapped it onto Sarong.
Another clearance.
And a chance for Fife to move it forward. The mark is taken by Mundy. He's dribbling kick straight through the middle. May still work as Sarong gathers. No, it won't. Intercepted by Shields. Gets the hand pass away to Mitchell. 1-2 with Shields. Got it to McAvoy. Under pressure, works it back to Greaves, who chips it laterally. It's not all that clean for the Hawks at the moment. Phillips picks it up. Works it forward with a short pass and charging out. The mark is taken by Jecker.
Jecker on the outer side wing. You can see a few fans shielding the sun from their eyes over there as the kick goes to the half-forward flank. Fly from the back. Wilson impacts the contest with a telling fist. It's out of play. Right half-forward for Hawthorn. Outer side of York Park. 6-6-42 Fremantle. Hawthorn 3-2-20. 11 played of the second quarter on Grandstand AFL with Al Nicholson, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanaskas, Mark McClure and Chris Rowbottom. Fife, another touch at the contest. He gives it off to Collier, cuts a line and uses his pace. Gets away from one. A bounce, a kick into the middle of the ground. A stretch and a mark. Taken in the middle by Tracy. Tracy kicks to the half-forward flank, but falling over for Fremantle was Lobb. And the intercept mark is taken by Hardigan, a rare win for him. Kicks to the wing, Phillips. And Phillips around the wing finds his target in Kajitsky.
Kaczynski looking to send Hawthorn to an attack once more.
Backwards.
He's going to bring it in the corridor, turn it over, looking for Scrimshaw. Pinching it with Schultz. He charges through the middle of the ground. He doesn't have a lot further afield. Had to get the hand pass away to Brayshaw. Got pushed in the process. Advantage free kick taken. And here's Henry. Works his way to right half forward. Trying to find the right kick inside 50. That's not it. Looking for lob. A bouncing ball. Greaves couldn't
Doesn't
gather.
matter.
Collier got a touch onto it. Away to Switkowski across the body. And Fremantle do make them pay. Sam Switkowski's the man who finishes the work. The Dockers by 28 points. 7-6-48 to Hawthorn 3-2-20. 12 minutes gone second term ahead of Rammer and Sellers. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
We know it gets fresh down here in Tasmania, and you just wonder if the long sleeves might make an appearance going forward from the Hawks players, with Alistair Clarkson declaring he won't be coaching the club at the end of 22. He famously doesn't like the long sleeves at the Hawks, but I wonder if they'll make an appearance beyond 2022. I don't see many Hawthorn players don them, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I
you
can
certainly
assure you,
don't. That's the least of their worries at this moment. They are in a world of pain. Their defensive areas are poor. They're just seriously. Their handling of the ball is poor. They're not united as a team. There's a problem here, and sometimes that happens.
McAvoy out of the middle. Works his kick forward for Hawthorn. In the road was Tucker. He now fights for it at ground level. Ripped away by Brockman. Hand pass comes out, and the shot at goal is missed on the right-hand side. Warple for Hawthorn from about 40 metres out. So when they get chances, Hawthorn not taking them.
Simple fundamental errors, just those little mistakes that they continue to make.
27 points, the Fremantle lead.
Aish brings the Dockers back into play. Good kick to Rory Lobb, who takes a good contested mark. Scrimshaw slow to rise, so we'll go down to Chris in just a moment because he's slowly getting to his feet now. With Rory Lobb having crashed the pack, kicks wide around the boundary. Big fly from Henry. Couldn't come down with the footy. Using Howe as the springboard. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
You just get a feeling at ground level the Hawks are really missing Blake Hardwick in defence this afternoon. He's delayed out, of course, replaced by Damon Greaves, but on a couple of occasions, as we've seen, Freo just able to get over the top and over the back with Hawthorn's defence in a little bit of disarray. You just wonder how much they're missing Blake Hardwick as the general.
There's a dangerous kick into the middle from Walters, and Bramble affects the spoil and has a bounce through the 50. Hand pass off. A chance for Nash. Goes for goal, and that's more like it for the Hawks. Emerson Jecker kicks the goal for Hawthorn on the run. And the Hawks get their fourth. 7-6-48 to 4-3-27. We've played 15 minutes of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Just such a risky kick there by Walters. It was a genuine 50-50. And I think it was Greaves who there was able to affect that spoil.
Bramble.
Bramble, sorry. Who was able to affect that spoil. A really good finish by Emerson Jecker there. Just steadied himself, got the shoulders square to the goal and was able to nail it. But it's a kick of Walters that caused the turnover for Fremantle.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
Yeah, Jack Scrimshaw emerged really gingerly from that collision on the wing a short time ago. He's just made his way down to the rooms with the club doctor. Updates as they come.
Thanks, Chris. So third game for Emerson Jecker. He's kicked his first goal. Now he's got his second. Back in the middle of the ground. Lob into the ruck against McAvoy. Wins down the tap. Got it to Brayshaw. Hand pass to Darcy, who came off the back edge of the square. Hand pass a bit loose for Lobb, who becomes the tackler on McAvoy. Boyle spills clear. Warple onto it to Mitchell. Hand pass back, a looping ball to Jaff, who has to try and tap it to Shields' advantage. He fended off Switkowski. Was able to get it forward to Warple, who's tackled, holding the ball, no whistle. Walters gathers for Freo. Hand pass.
What are you kicking?
To Chero. His kick was smothered. A chance still for the Hawks through Moore. He feeds the hand pass away. Got it to Warple and now to Mitchell. High kick inside the 50. Over the head of Brewster. Couldn't take the mark. Jecker careful not to fall into the back of Pearce. Aish under pressure. Couldn't knock it clear. He fights for it at ground level. O'Meara rips it clear. Got it to Kaczynski and now to Brockman. Good kick. It works. And McAvoy takes the mark.
That's good composure.
He summed it up well, Brockman, because he would have been well within his rights to blaze away from 50. He spotted McAvoy. Poked the kick over the top.
Poor mistake in the middle of the ground trying to kick it. out of the centre of the ground. That was by Chera. And all of a sudden he should have handballed it earlier instead of kick a 5-metre kick. It was ridiculous. That's where the change started.
So for as much as Fremantle have dominated this second quarter, McAvoy with a chance to make it 3-2 in this second term. The Hawthorn captain, he leaves it out to the left. That's not one of his best efforts. Fremantle's lead is 20 points at the 17-minute mark of the second term.
Ryan's going to kick back in for the Dockers. Someone's thrown a ball back on the ground, almost took his legs. Ryan kicks towards the wing. Frost brings it to ground level. Rove by Chera. Tackled, dispossessed. Hand pass comes out from Darcy to Mundy. He coughs it up, though, to Brockman. Off to Greaves. He gave to Mitchell. He's mown down by Fife. Turnover affected. Walters sweeps the hand pass back. It's no good. Jath runs onto it. He's tackled by Mundy. Caught. And a Fremantle free kick going to David Mundy in his 348th game.
It's a freak.
Mundy, defensive side of the broadcast wing, so he's scheduled to play his 350th against the Swans in a couple of weeks, and then the derby against West Coast would be the match in which he equals Pavlich's 353 game record. The kick went up the wing, and there will be a stoppage. Fans are getting a bit restless down there at York Park.
He's played every game this season, David Mundy. Missed just the one last year, so could possibly continue on next year, which might keep him out of his ABC sport media responsibilities, which would be good for the game. Thrown up in front of the two benches. Mundy couldn't gather it. Sarong could. Fires a hand pass into the middle of the ground. Where running clear is Tucker. Drives a long kick inside 50 towards the lob. He's got 2 to beat. Brought it down against Hartigan. Trying to charge in. Schultz couldn't spin through traffic. Tackled now by Greaves. He got it forward to Sikowski. Better intent from the Hawthorn defence. As Jaff provided good support to lay the tackle and see him over the boundary line.
Yeah, they rush to the contest there. Numbers get to the contest, usually win. That's a much better example than we've seen in the first quarter.
I've got a question for you on the SMS, sellers.
What would that be?
Thrown in. Segler taps it down. Rove by Sarong. His left foot snap. Hit the middle of the ball. It bounces out of play in front of Banfield. High grandstand. This is 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Any chance Mr. McClure could sing us his version of Imagine at half-time? Cheers, Duncan. He's thinking about it, Duncan.
I probably could, but I don't think I will.
We'll work on that, Duncan. Thanks for the suggestion.
By the record,
throw in.
I get the royalties.
Can you still get... Phillips got it. Didn't clear the congestion with his little kick. Segler farmed it out to Giath. His hand pass knocked down by Granger Barras. And off the hands of O'Meara, it's taken out of play. So he's been tackled, dispossessed. Ball fell over the boundary line. The umpire said, no, he didn't try and get that out. Mundy's free kick, so another win for David Mundy.
Well, it's deemed as prior opportunity.
Yep. 25 metres out, Mundy. Hard on the boundary in the left forward pocket.
He'll kick this.
He puts the ball on the ground.
I like it.
You are going early.
Beautiful kick. Oh, no.
No, don't knock around there.
He's going the bender. Started his career when this wasn't the norm. It very much is now, and he's caught onto it. David Mundy, imagine. What a goal for the Dockers from the veteran of 348 games. 8-6-54 Fremantle, Hawthorn 4-4-28. And we are at the 21-minute mark of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Give Rama the Drew Morford Memorial Body Tips. You're going to start picking him like that.
Quick.
Oh, no, Mundy's been a star for a hell of a long time, and that was a poor attempt on the boundary line by the Hawthorn player. I think it was
O'Meara.
O'Meara, yes, he sort of pushed it over the line and hoping it'd go there, and that's what he wanted, and that's fair enough. So all of a sudden, he gets a free kick there, and Mundy finishes it off. To finish off the record business, I can tell you, I got one royalty check, which was something, and then I got the next one was a lot less. And then that stopped.
Who else was on the record against Sellers?
There was
Gary Dempsey.
So Duncan sent us in a photo of actually the album cover. So it's Robbie Flower, Mark McClure, Tim Watson, Trevor Barker, Ray Shaw, Wayne Schimmelbusch, Kevin Templeton,
Barry
Round,
song.
David Cloak, and Michael Turner.
And Barry Round had 7 cans before he went on.
Now, if Craig and Roger have any ability, they'll find us Mark McClure singing Imagine.
No, you're not.
Darcy out of the middle of the ground.
Oh.
Long kick inside 50.
That's a free kick.
Lob flew and
Dragged
gave
him
away
down.
the free kick.
No.
He is going to get the free kick, Rory Lobb.
Hardigan dragged him down in that marking contest. So again, it's simply
he plays
worried
in front
about his height.
He plays in front.
Yeah.
He's hard to get round, and you've got to grapple and hit hard.
So Rory Lobb kicked 3 goals in the first quarter. Having received the free kick here, he's out to the left on a 45-degree angle just inside 50. He lathers it to the right. It was a nice flush kick, but offline all the way, a minor score. And if Rog and Craig can't find it, I'm happy for listeners to send us in their own copy, because we're going to have to get a run of this at some stage.
No
Fremantle
doubt.
by 27.
Burgoyne to bring the ball back into play.
The last time I come to the office, if that happened.
Is that all it's taken?
Segler goes up. There'll be a flurry of records set in now, Sellers. Kick goes to the back flank, and there's a free kick in the marking contest. Chera's going to get it for Fremantle.
I didn't think it was
encouraging
any good.
news coming from downstairs on Grandstand AFL regarding certain song. Chera kicks inside the 50. Tracy takes the mark. He's 45 metres from goal.
Yoo-hoo!
So Tracy goes back onto the concrete, right up against the advertising boards, right half forward. Deep breaths, look of concentration as he eyes the target. This would take a very special kick. Tracy on approach. He's kicked 1 goal 2 this afternoon. He fell over on his backside as he booted the ball. It was marked in row 3. And that was unfortunate.
It's that Tassie ground.
Surface is impeccable, Sellers, but that was not a great moment. Free kick to the Hawks.
Long kick out of defence. Howe couldn't take the mark. Kaczynski tried to knock it onto Shields, and Mitchell gathers, kicks around his body. Nash, tough bouncing ball. He ricochets it out of play for a boundary throw-in. When you listen back to the single, did you think that's not bad, actually?
No, I didn't think that at all, actually.
You thought, I'm happy with my paycheck and I'll move on?
No, I just thought that I was robbing them.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm very much looking forward to this now.
It was a very funny night, let me tell you. It was a great night.
The Hawks through Sean Burgoyne. Come up with it through the stoppage. Dribbles a kick around the wing. Alex Pearce onto it. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Trying to wink up with Darcy. Couldn't gather. Good pick up from Kaczynski. Got it to Mitchell, who fires around his body towards half forward. Jekka brought it down. Wilson crumbed it best and broke the tackle. Gets the hand pass away to Ryan, who goes short to Chera. Back to Wilson, running on half back. Drives a long kick towards half forward. Lobb got rid of his opponent Hardigan. No whistle. Tracy races after it. Bump Frost off it. Granger Barras over the top. Turns to the umpire. And he'll win a free kick for holding the footy. Tracy, I think, thought he'd done enough to lock it in, but with no real intent to knock it back out. The Hawks will take it on half back.
I'll tell you what, the audience is getting very excited on the text. It sort of feels like the halftime entertainment at the Super Bowl, Rama.
I'm going to go home.
Granger Barras gets out of defence, partially smothered.
It's not a great rendition, I can assure you.
Lob.
Let us be the judges of that, Sellers.
Off to Chera. Will be fair. Off to Wilson. He's nailed. Strong tackle. Howe picked him off, saw him and hammered him. Holding the ball. That happened right in front of Chris Rowbottom. Chris.
Yeah, it did. Absolute bone cruncher, and didn't the crowd enjoy it? Yet to see Jack Scrimshaw emerge from the rooms, and I'm sure players never wish injuries upon their teammates, but Ollie Hanrahan looking very keen to get out onto the ground. He's still got the tracksuit top on for now, though.
Thrown back into play. Left half forward for Hawthorn. Segler tapped it down. Darcy roved at his hand pass, knocked down by O'Meara. Sarong on his hands and knees, knocked it out. Darcy going through again for a big man. He's good below his knees. A hand pass to Fife. Off to a running Chera. Chera's kicks a beauty to Banfield. He marks 70 from goal. He assesses his options. Doesn't see much on offer. Now spies someone. Top of the attacking 50. Lob the target. Hardigan front on. Probably held him. No free kick. Lob punches it. Taken by Granger Barras of Hawthorn. Off to Jath. Clearing kick out of defence. Banfield sets himself. Through the hands of Burgoyne it goes. Swooped upon by Sarong. Scrubs a kick inside the 50. Through goes Collier. He's bumped off it by Jath. Brayshaw gets it near the boundary line. Off to Sarong. His curling kick to full forward is intercepted for Hawthorn. And Bramble kicks out of defence to the back flank, and Phillips.
Phillips feeds the hand pass to Moore, who has it at right half back for the Hawks. Just pulls his kick looking for Nash. He did well, and the Irishman takes the mark. Feeds it to Jecker up against the boundary line. He can work a hand pass over the top back to Moore. Between wing and half forward, corralled by Pearce. Kicks a long ball inside 50. Up was Brockman, couldn't take the mark, got to the back. Kaczynski couldn't get onto it. And Akers onto it for Fremantle. Hand pass to Sarong. Nice 1-2 as he kicks out of defence. Banfield flying high was Lobb, and he landed awkwardly on his ankle. We'll keep an eye on him. Moore gathers for the Hawks. Takes a bounce as he gets to right half forward. Pulls his kick inside 50. A beautiful pass to Bruce.
That hurt Rory Lobb.
It's a tunnel
Yep.
push. That's illegal.
It's dangerous.
That's why it's illegal.
Thankfully, he seems to be okay. We'll get Chris Rowbottom to keep an eye on him.
You can get weeks for that.
You can. Luke Bruce will have the shot on goal for the Hawks. Out to the right from just inside 50. Just carried the goal line. As Luke Ryan's there, they might convert upstairs. It's just faded the other side. So a minor score. Fremantle by 26 points.
Ryan brings it in, kicks for space and allows Mundy to run onto it. Defensive side of the broadcast wing. A short pass finds Tracy near the interchange and again right in front of Chris Rowbottom. Chris.
Yeah, Lobb's moving okay, but just body language suggesting that tunnel, which it was Sellers, certainly from this angle it looked a tunnel, is bothering him a little bit. He's still out on the ground, yet to come from the field of play yet.
Segler in possession on the wing for Hawthorn. Kicks to the half-forward flank. And there's a mark taken by McAvoy with minimal pressure. Pearce couldn't really get to that contest and make the spoil. McAvoy in the shadows of the broadcast side. Kicks from left half forward to the hot spot, about 25 out. Up in front, Darcy, a big presence there. Couldn't take it at the full load. Taken away by Sarong. Sarong a clearing ball. Up goes Giath and takes a mark on the back of Collier. He's 60 metres out at left half forward. He's going to square it into the middle. And Burgoyne can assess.
Burgoyne loads up just before half-time. Long towards the goal mouth. Big fly, Checker!
Man in front.
Darcy was positioned in front. How's the umpire going to see it? Yes, the way of
he should have.
Fremantle ruckman. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
Jager O'Meara appears to be in some trouble in that last marking contest. He emerged really gingerly. He pointed to the boundary as if he wanted to come off and isn't moving overly well out there, and he's just making his way to the boundary now.
Jaff with a big fly over the back of Tracy takes the intercepting mark from Sean Darcy's kick. Rolls onto the right-hand side, delivers Hawthorn inside 50 once more. The Dockers have all the numbers as they crumb it to the front. Sarong onto it, gets the hand pass to Banfield, and now to Fife on half-back. Tucker really with nowhere to go, looks at options on the wing. Drives a long kick towards Rory Lobb, who can't pull in the one-handed mark. As the siren sounds for half-time. So the Dockers with 3-2 in that second quarter to Hawthorn's 2-5. And after Fremantle led by 23 points at quarter time, they lead by 26 at the main break. 8-7-55 the Dockers to Hawthorn 4-5-29. Rory Lobb booted 3 goals in the first quarter, 2 to Banfield, individuals to Swikowski, Tracy and Mundy. Meanwhile for the Hawks, their goals have come through 2 to Emerson Jecker, individuals to Kaczynski and to Moore.
So that's the state of play at York Park in Launceston. The Dockers with a handy break at half-time. We've got a huge half-time performance coming up for you shortly on Grandstand AFL. It is unbelievable the amount of people who have sent in the audio of you singing Imagine Sellers, so it would feel a great shame to let the public down. But first, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure to assess the football.
Well, Hawthorn have a lot of trouble with Fremantle's key forwards. Lobb's been very good. Tracy's been very good. So it's becoming an issue where the Hawks need to decide, are these the right matchups for these two guys? Hardigan looks really, really small going up against Rory Lobb. He looks like he wants to hold, looks like he wants to drag him down. And then Tracy's he's getting away at times from Frost. The other area that would be concerning Hawthorn is the clearances. It's 13-20, but Fife's having his way around the contest. Now, whether he's going in and getting it himself or being the first receiver, he's had 19 possessions for the quarter, 4 inside 50s. So usually you see Fife's game, if he has 19 possessions, 12 or 13 of those will be contested. He only had six contested possessions in that half, so that's a good sign. That means Sarong 18 possessions. He's had 11 of those contested. And then Big Sean Darcy, he's had 14 possessions and 11 contested. He's doing a really good job.
Had a great day.
Really, he goes under the radar, I think, Sean Darcy, but he's so important to the way the Fremantle midfield group work because, one, he's aggressive, but secondly, he gets his hand to the ball. He gives his on-ballers first chance. Hawthorn, well, they played a game of mistakes, really. A game of mistakes in that first half where Fremantle were able to punish them. When Hawthorn were perfect, okay, they were able to score, take it inside forward 50 and score, but limit those mistakes. You know, sometimes you just got to do the obvious, the predictable. Don't try to overpossess. Don't try to hang on to the ball that moment too longer. You know, get it moving forward, get the territory.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good that quarter. Hawthorn, to tell you the truth, I thought they were more aggressive. But they do scramble with the ball in hand. That's their problem. They make mistakes when they push forward, and they're still kicking long and high into the forward line, which is the biggest mistake they can do because it's easy to punch away. They kicked 2 goals, but the opposition kicked 3, so they got outscored for the quarter. And to me, I think the Hawks are playing it the wrong way. It's an old-fashioned style. They got to kick it low and hard and hit the ball in short and try and control the ball, but they're too slow moving it. So there's too many people get back in the back half and cover them off. That's their problem. Freo messed up a couple of goals in that quarter, I thought. They had a few opportunities. They could have been 4 or 5 in front at this stage or more in that area. But they keep trying. They keep persisting. They keep testing the opposition. They keep pushing it in the forward line. And the defence of Hawthorn's held up pretty damn well. I mean, Hardigan and Frost and those guys and Jaff's been super, I reckon, down there. Really good. A Burgoyne who's in that area, they've actually gelled a little bit better. Scrimshaw, and they've actually defended well to keep them to 3 goals. I thought they should have had 5 or 6 in that quarter, and they only got 3. So a little tick to Hawthorn, bit better in that quarter, but they're still trail.
Mark McClure alongside Adam Ramanaskas on Grandstand AFL. At halftime at York Park. Well, the Super Bowl entertainment, they've had the likes of Lady Gaga, they've had Coldplay, Katy Perry, Bruno Mars, Beyonce. The list of stars just goes on and on. Madonna. And we've got Mark McClure at halftime from York Park in Launceston with his...
I'm going to sack myself.
...rendition of Imagine.
Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us.
Sounds like a chipmunk
Did you borrow the helium balloons off the cheer squad sellers? Although he's holding a note.
I hadn't dropped.
You can hold a note, sellers.
I'm not certain about that.
Did this go platinum?
Wouldn't it? I think it went. I think it went to the S house.
Here we go.
Imagine. Come on, can't
get some harmonies
in?
Going.
We join in? Right, that'll do it.
It's half time at York Park in Launceston. I'm not sure that can ever be bettered. Thank you, sellers.
I think it was still alive. They could better it, I reckon.
8-7-55 Fremantle, Hawthorn 4-5-29. They're probably thinking in the ABC newsroom, what on earth was that? Let's go to the latest edition of ABC News.
ABC News with David Rowlands. A teenager is in intensive care as New South Wales records 50 new locally acquired COVID-19 cases. 37 people were in the community while infectious. The source of 13 infections remains under investigation. 47 COVID patients are currently in hospital with 16 people in ICU. The New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian says the impact of stricter lockdown measures won't be seen for a number of days.
I do expect numbers to be bouncing around. I do expect the situation to worsen before it gets better, because when you have so many people who've been infectious in the community, you have to assume, based on the pure maths, that number's going to increase the number of cases.
Meantime, New South Wales Police say resources will be moved wherever the health advice dictates. More than 167 infringement notices have been issued in the last 24 hours, 67 of them in southwest Sydney. Officers broke up house parties in Randwick and on the Central Coast as well. Deputy Commissioner Gary Warboys says COVID compliance must be a top priority.
We'll continue in southwest Sydney, but we'll also move resources into places around Janelli and Miranda, some of those areas where the health advice tells us that we need to be to make sure people comply and stay at home.
The country's largest GP organisation is urging people who feel mild side effects from the AstraZeneca jab to visit a GP before heading to emergency departments. Hospitals across the country are working through a backlog of patients who avoided seeking treatment throughout last year due to the pandemic. Royal Australian College of General Practitioners Victorian Chair Dr Anita Munoz says visiting a GP before heading to emergency will take the pressure off overburdened hospitals.
If you're feeling really unwell, emergency department is the right place to go, and I encourage people to go there. But if you have a symptom that requires an explanation, you're not feeling unwell, then general practice absolutely is the right place to go.
The number of deaths worldwide from the coronavirus pandemic has just passed 4 million. It comes as infections recorded in the pandemic exceed 185 million. The pandemic is now halfway through its second year, with variants causing flare-ups despite more than 3.3 billion vaccinations being administered around the globe. To other news, and renowned Australian broadcaster and media personality Jonathan Coleman has died. He was aged 65. He'd been battling prostate cancer for 4 years, and his family says he died last night. His career spanned many decades, as friend and colleague Angela Conterns recalls.
I met him in 1979 when Simon Townsend's Wonderworld began. And he was the star of the show, no doubt about it. Not Simon, not the dog. It was Jono. He was a natural.
The South Australian Government is expanding the boundaries for taxis and rideshare services to enable them to operate in the Adelaide Hills from December this year. Currently, people can catch a ride into the Mount Barker Council and Adelaide Hills Council areas, but cannot order the service to collect them from those locations. Transport Minister Corey Wingard says the boundaries were put in place about 30 years ago and it's overdue for a change. He says it'll have a big impact on the local businesses, especially wineries in the area.
This will just make a wider offering. Again, if you speak to Millie and other operators up here in the Adelaide Hills, people are just so disadvantaged. We know more and more people want to come up here, and why wouldn't you want to spend an afternoon here having a lunch and a bite to eat, catching up with friends?
The British cyclist Mark Cavendish has equalled the Belgian Eddy Merckx all-time record of 34 stage wins in the Tour de France. The veteran made a comeback this year following a 5-year drought, as the BBC's Matt Warwick reports.
The comeback in its own right is more impressive than him achieving the record in many ways, in my view. He's had to overcome quite a lot of illness. He had the Epstein-Barr virus a few years ago. He's had several injuries. He had a big accident in the Milan-San Remo race a couple of years back. Along with these injuries, he's just had a real lack of confidence as well. So he proclaimed that he thought it was the end of his career at the end of a race last year. So more than anything else, to win 4 stages at the Tour de France at the age of 36 is just quite something else.
And in cricket, Australia have thrown away the first T20 international against the West Indies in the Caribbean, losing their last 6 wickets for just 19 runs, chasing 146 to win. The visitors were in complete control when they brought up their 110th over before capitulating in the run chase to lose by 18.
ABC Sport on Social is your sports conversation on the go. Video, player insight and analysis. This is the content you never knew you needed. Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
ABC Sport.
Can a red-hot Ash Barty win Wimbledon?
She's already the first Aussie woman in 41 years to make the final.
This is as good a tennis match as I'll ever play, and now we get a chance to try and live out a childhood dream.
Catch Ash as she chases her first Wimbledon crown on ABC Radio.
And ABC Sport Digital Radio tonight.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Banfield kicks towards centre half forward. Mark taken by Schultz. 60 out. All on his own over the back. He kicks to Tracy. Goal unguarded. Dismal defence from Hawthorn. And Fremantle goes back 22 points in front.
Henry works his way to right half forward, trying to find the right kick inside 50. That's not it. Looking for lob. A bouncing ball. Greaves couldn't gather. Collier got a touch onto it. Away to Switkowski across the body, and Fremantle do make them pay.
Giaff, his hand pass knocked down by Granger Barras. And off the hands of O'Meara, it's taken out of play. So he's been tackled, dispossessed. Ball fell over the boundary line. The umpire said, no, didn't try and get that out. Mundy's free kick is going the bender. Started his career when this wasn't the norm. It very much is now, and he's caught onto it. David Mundy, imagine. What a goal for the Dockers.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at York Park in Launceston. Fremantle 8-7-55. Hawthorn 4-5-29. We've all gathered ourselves after Sellers' performance of Imagine. Plenty of text coming in on that front. 0437 774 774. Leon in Brunswick. From a musician of 35 years, Mark captured the sound of John Lennon. That's the main thing. He just needs to practice more and work on the basics, says Leon. So there's a bit of feedback for you, Sellers. Ange in Perth. Take it. Sellers singing is gold in capital letters. Go Freo, says Ange. Scott in Esperance, just down in the shed and turned up the volume. The kids yelled from the house, turn the music down. The dog howled and took off, and the cat jumped the fence. Loved your singing, Mark, says Jan from Euroa. John from Bacchus Marsh, I've not laughed so much in ages. I'm pouring concrete and nearly fell in. Well done, Sellers, says John. And Lee from Glenorchy in Tassie. It's a no from me, Sellers. Stick to the quaddie.
Yeah, well, you stay in Tassie too.
Sean in Moona loved it. I think that was awesome, Sellers. And John in Coburg. Mark McClure singing Imagine. Couldn't they have put him in the same room as the microphone, says John.
Hey, I'll cop all that. I'm happy. Listen, let me tell you, it was my only attempt. And I think John Lennon would have been very, very unhappy with it.
Well done to Duncan for sending through the message.
Absolutely,
we were
Duncan.
saying, how have we never spoken about this? For all the hours we spend together, the trips down to Ballarat and Geelong, well, funnily enough, it had never come up.
Have you ever failed? Can she
Weekly.
Well, why don't we hear about them then?
No one quite handles it like you, Sellers. That was very good fun. 0437 774 774 if you'd like to.
Don't find any more.
Chat about the footy. If Sellers has got any other singles floating around that we don't know about, let us know, please.
A lot of failures, I know that.
A few questions on the footy front as well, Rammer and Sellers too, just in regards to the way Hawthorn's been playing this afternoon. And a couple of listeners putting the question around the coaching handover. Has it unsettled the group in any way, shape or form? Is it a possibility that the events of the week can have an impact on the players?
No, I don't think so at all. I just think that the method is that Clarkson's staying till the end next year, and that's crystal clear for me, and should be crystal clear for them. So why would they change their modus operandi halfway through a week? Say, oh, hang on, we're going with this bloke, so we'll change. I don't get that. I just don't get that at all. So that's a summation by someone who doesn't understand that their fundamentals aren't fantastic. Okay, that's what their problem is. Their defence is poor. Their defensive area has been very, very poor. They've had easy shots on goal. I mean, Lobb's kicked 3. He probably should have kicked 5. To tell you the truth, they had a couple of shots in a couple of areas where he missed a couple of things. So, and then you got Banfield's got a couple as well, the young Banfield. So those sorts of things are not right. So they're struggling a bit, Hawthorn.
I think they're skill errors.
Yeah, that's all they are.
What's really constant, you look at the Hawthorn's turnovers and Fremantle scores from turnovers.
Huge.
That's where the game is, right at this very minute. So I mentioned before the break, maybe look to switch these key forwards matchups around. Frost go to Lobb, Hardy and go to Tracy. So you've got to try something, because right at the moment, Lobb and Tracy, they're on top. They're they're the difference really in the game of how it's being played.
Well, it's also the speed in which Freo is allowed to deliver it inside 50, isn't it? Like Hawthorn's midfield for Jago O'Meara has been off in that second quarter. Tom Mitchell's had his usual 20 disposals, but the midfield's not as strong as what it looks on paper.
Well, I don't know if the midfield necessarily pushes as hard as it should. Like, are they significant touches? Are they bursting through packs, or are they just little handballs? And that's what it looks like to me. They like to play around with the ball rather than to be proactive with the ball.
Well, Mitchell's had 20. Have you seen him? No, that's the point. So you've got to have some impact with your possessions. And Fife has impact, and so does Shearer. Shearer has impact, and so does Mundy. They're pushing forward and they're hitting low and they're hitting targets. I haven't seen... I mean, Mitchell's a really good player. I love him. But 20 possessions, did you notice?
Well, he's the number one handball player in the competition, so that's where he gets the majority of them. At the back
in and under, isn't it?
Stuff,
yeah, around the back.
Yeah, but there's no impact with it. Where's the impact come from that?
There's news from a Hawthorn perspective we should get to. Chris Rowbottom will have it on the boundary for us. Scrimshaw, what can you tell us, Chris?
Yeah, Jack Scrimshaw's day is done. He's emerged from the rooms and isn't participating in the warm-up, which is currently happening at the moment. Ollie Hanrahan is, so he's been activated as the medical sub for the Hawks. Just what is actually wrong with Scrimshaw, still trying to get something official, but he came off just in the latter part of that second term. There was a heavy collision on the near wing. He went straight off the ground, straight down to the rooms, and didn't emerge for the remainder of that second term. He does have the tracksuit jacket on and won't take any further part in the game. Still trying to work out or find out what the official diagnosis for Jack Scrimshaw is.
Thanks, Chris. All right. So the second half not too far away on Grandstand AFL. Coming up this afternoon, it's Carlton and Geelong from the MCG. And tonight, Brisbane and St Kilda at the Gabba. Fremantle 8, 7:55, Hawthorn 4, 5:29. It's hard to keep up with the number of texts coming in, Sellers.
No, we'll stop, please.
A better performance than Meatloaf. Good enough for the grand final, says Ian.
I think I got him covered.
Good on you, Mark. There were worse songs than yours too. Cheers from Duncan out in Blackburn. Sellers, John Lennon would have been stoked because he would have loved to be a great footballer. Well done, Sellers.
No, he would have loved to be alive. That's what he would have loved.
Donga in WA. John Lennon stole the song from Sellers. Good job, says Ron from Benalla. I can't quite recall anything setting off the listeners to such a degree, Sellers. So, and
actually, it gets
plenty
worse
of comments on
you
you being a good sport. So, good on you, mate.
Hey, listen, don't butter me up here, for God's sake.
Did you get to pick the song? Did they ask you what song you wanted to sing?
Do I have to go through this? It was just 60 minutes or something, is it?
Depends how the second half plays out.
Yes, I did
60
pick the
minutes
song.
of footy.
I picked the song.
All right.
But I probably shouldn't have.
Second half on Grandstand AFL. Back to the footy with Matt Clinch.
Bounce spewed out to the right. It was punched down by Segler, though. A chance for the Dockers through Sarong, who's tackled by Mitchell, but got a hand pass away. Darcy feeds a hand pass away to Aish, and now Fife has it on the wing. Over the top to Mundy with a chance to go forward first. He dribbles a kick to Swikowski, who picked it up cleanly, kicks inside the 50, bouncing ball for Walters. He's tackled by Sean Burgoyne. Jaff over the foot, he dragged it in. He's got to be careful as Schultz lays the tackle. Ball's been locked between those two, and he has been penalised. Yep. As soon as you see them drag it in, you know they're going to be under immense pressure if they don't find a way to knock it out. And Lockie Schultz will line up on goal directly in front, 40 metres out.
It's difficult for defenders. I mean, they're inside 50. You would push it out. All of a sudden, the opposition pounce on the score. Your coach would tear your head off. You know, so I think that it's a difficult one for them.
So Lockie Schultz, who's been leading the way for Fremantle with 17 goals, 11 so far this season, comes in pretty much directly in front. For the first of the second half, he pushes it to the left-hand side. And a minor score. Fremantle's lead is 28 points, which is an equal game high. We played just 90 seconds in the third quarter.
Burgoyne's going to kick in.
Does anyone want to book me for a booking or something?
I don't think so. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Kick goes to the back flank. Logue punches it down. Just wonder what else you've got in your
kit bag
routine, Sellers.
Not much.
Free kick here. Underneath it was Logan on a Hawthorn ball. He didn't knock it out quickly enough. Mitchell plays on immediately. Kicks along the line of the centre square towards half forward. Pearce in front of McAvoy. Knocked it down. At the full, Cherry gets a defensive hand pass to Pearce. A couple of Hawks fell over. Hand pass to Sarong. Slick hands away. And now with Wilson on the back point of the square. Runs to centre half back. He explores the outer side. Beautiful pass to Walters, who rises as opposed to Jath and took a strong mark. And he'll come back into the corridor for the Dockers. And he finds Sarong.
Sarong, who's trying to work it over the top to Frederick. It was wide, Henry. It was wide of him. And in the end, a free kick going Bramble's way, who was impeded when not in possession. So the Hawks to take it on the defensive 50. Kicks long out to the wing. Jaff with a big fly, almost held onto it. I think he did.
Yeah.
Lost it with his fingertips, and Michael Walters is grabbing at the back of his head.
He's an exciting player, isn't he?
Now Walters is showing concern for Jaff.
So he should.
After just being posterised. It was a great aerial flight from Jaff, who ends up with a footy in his hands. He's got the dashing run from half-back and the aerial work as well. Switches play out to right half-back. Granger Barras has it. Advances it further wide to Frost, who marks at right half-back. And Fremantle leading by 27 points.
Frost around the wing. Measured it beautifully to Shields. He's at the interchange gates on the broadcast side. Experienced campaigner for the Hawks, kicks to half forward, and another beautiful pass. Kazitsky marks on his chest. Right half forward. The Hawks are threading a few together. Here's the critical one though. Kazitsky kicks inside the attacking 50 to full forward. Segler couldn't get a run at it. Darcy standing in front of the pack takes the mark. Adam Ramanaskas, Mark McClure, Sean Darcy, and his development in the game.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent player.
Very good. Pearce actually helped him there with a little block to help out as well. But you know what? That's teamwork. That's what you need.
Schultz couldn't keep the footy alive hard against the boundary, so it goes out for a boundary throw in from the Darcy kick. The Dockers leading by 27 points. Sarong has the job on Jager O'Meara as it's thrown back in. Darcy in front position against Segler. Segler wins down the tap. Tucker over around the footy though. Chera ridden into the turf by Bruce. The umpire will ball it up. Just in the shades of the grandstand on the boundary interchange side as Darcy takes it out of the ruck. Hacks it, kicking in the middle of the ground. Jaff flew against Collier, brought it to the front. Walters trying to tap it to his own advantage at centre half back. Under pressure. Hanrahan feeds it back to Jaff in the middle of the ground. Now the kick inside 50. Where's Segler? Flies, can't take the mark. Darcy trying to row front and centre. Bruce got the hand pass out to Jekka. Warple running in the right forward pocket. Snaps on the right boot. Great goal. Tough work for the Hawks, but eventually they are rewarded. Their first goal since the 14-minute mark of the second quarter comes at the 5-minute mark of the third. Fremantle 8-8-56, so the Hawks 5-5-35. The margin is closed to 21 points.
And you look at that goal there. It's Segler who beat Darcy, Sean Darcy, to the spot. So you see Darcy come in late there. So Segler's trying to make Darcy a lot more accountable inside Hawthorn's forward 50. He's been sitting back as that extra in Fremantle's defensive 50 and causing all sorts of problems. But Segler's there first, creates the contest. Warple kicks the goal.
Jath was super in that last 5 minutes. Fantastic.
So the margin back to 21 points. Early stages of the third quarter on Grandstand AFL York Park in Launceston. Darcy and Segler, no decisive knock. Sarong slaps it to the side and Darcy gets on the end of it. He's involved everywhere. Off to Mundy. Mundy kicks the Dockers inside the attacking 50. In front of the pack. Fife couldn't take it. Henry took it. He pushed off Burgoyne. Not a second though. He was caught. It's holding the ball, play onto advantage. And Mitchell uses it out to the left half back flank. Howe kicks around the outer wing for Hawthorn. Playing in front is McAvoy. Pearce right there with him. Flicked the way of Walker of Fremantle. Off to Aish. Aish just the 15 as he kicks towards the boundary line where Brayshaw takes the mark.
It's been a little bit quiet, Brayshaw. He's set some high standards this year.
Yeah, averaging just over 27 disposals per game. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Bramble with a great one-handed mark.
Sellers, are you in the business of delivering for the listeners?
What would they like?
Joan from Geelong's got a request. She says, "Hi fellas, I've just arrived home and realised that I've clearly missed something spectacular. Can you do a replay at three-quarter time of Sellers singing, please?
Absolutely,
no,
we can.
No probs, Ramo?
No. Absolutely, we can.
Can you send some money?
You're taking payment now. Appearance
I think
fees.
this is what happens when you become that sort of that person, you know.
I'm not sure you should be asking for money after that effort.
Pull up, you.
The Hawks have worked at the right half forward. It's going to be a throw-in. Fremantle by 21 points. Tom Mitchell leads the way with 22 disposals. Fife and Sarong with 21. Thrown back in. Darcy taps it to the front, but straight to O'Meara, who gets the hand pass to Bruce on 50. He's corralled into the corner, kicks to the corridor. Jekka comes out. He's got a couple to compete against. And Griffin Logue in front position takes the mark.
I know I've caused a lot of pain to people.
Yep. But?
There's no but.
Okay. Just might continue if you hear it again. Akers has it, received it from Logue. He has it in the left back pocket. Blake Akers, the former Saint, long to the wing. Tracy up in front position, takes the mark. Darcy provided a good block on Segler to allow him to take an uncontested mark.
All their big boys are playing well, aren't they? They're dominating. The big boys.
Include Sean Darcy.
Yeah, I know. Very much so.
Tracy from the half-back
Makes
flank.
a difference.
Kicks down the broadcast wing. Big fly. Granger. Barras knocked it down, but straight to Henry. Henry's banana up to half-forward was marked by Brayshaw. Hand pass to Fife on the fly from 50 metres out. His kick's heading right and just scraping in for a minus score. Nat Fife just has not been able to find a degree of accuracy this season. He kicked 6 behinds in the corresponding match against the Hawks in round 4 in Perth.
So he kicked a goal.
Yeah, essentially. He got there in the end, yeah. 8-9-57 Fremantle, Hawthorn 5-5-35 at the 8-minute mark of the third.
Another one.
Green's long out of defence, but Darcy right on cue takes another mark. I've got him down for about 5 contested marks. I'll get you to have a look at that, Ramo. Kicks inside the 50. Tracy caught behind and Frost takes a good mark.
They're using Segler only in the ruck.
Yep.
So it's time to bring McAvoy into the ruck now.
I've tried this a few times.
Where are you going to put Segler? He can go to the pitches?
Yeah.
Full forward, centre half forward.
Yeah.
Try and straighten him up a bit.
Probably full forward's his spot, yeah. He can be used up there.
Frost to the left back pocket where Greaves takes the mark. With the orange hair, drives the kick towards half-back. Howe caught behind, brought down to the front. O'Meara onto it for the Hawks. Hand pass to Bramble, back inside the defensive 50 to Mitchell. Over the top to Warple, to O'Meara, all under tight pressure. Now feeds the hand pass back to a bit more relief, and Frost can drive a kick out to Phillips, who marks at right half-back.
Sean Darcy has taken 5 contested marks. Clinchy, so you're spot on.
And then the work at ground level as well, Rammer, for a big man.
Yeah.
He's just busy.
Phillips to the wing, and it's Logue this time intercepting.
Big boy.
And you look at his size and shape, and you don't expect it. But he's very, very active around the ground.
Kick goes back to Brayshaw. Hand passes to a running Ryan at centre half back. He kicks to the outer wing. Mark taken by Collier. Collier, low kick to the half forward flank. Schultz marks in front of his eyes. Greaves was right on his hammer, but it was a beautiful pass. Low and hard. Schultz now into the forward pocket to the pack. Tracy edged out his opponent, went through his hands though. Granger Barras goes back. Wanted the boundary line. That was clearly his intention, but enough players around to provide a bit of a visual block on the umpire, and it'll be thrown in right forward pocket. Dockers in attack to the Mowbray end.
The Hawks with the only goal so far this third quarter. Thrown back in. Darcy couldn't take it out of the ruck. Shields with a hand pass to Mitchell. To Howe under pressure. Pushes. He got his kick away. Out in the path of Phillips, who runs onto it at half back. Kicks straight towards the boundary. And that will be insufficient intent to keep it in.
Yep, for sure.
Steve Hocking out of the job, Rammer. Would you keep that one?
Well, it's just deliberate.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
Really, like insufficient intent.
Ace long to the goal mouth. Lob up. Couldn't take the mark, but it will be a free kick.
He's just too tall for him. And once he gets to the front position, it's hard to move out of it.
He's going to kick on the angle. He's only about
wild.
15 metres out. Slightly left of centre. Rory Lobb shooting for his 4th. Steps out. Snaps across the body. And puts it through. The Dockers extend their lead in this third term. A 28-point advantage. 9-9-63 to Hawthorn 5-5-35. Rory Lobb has 4 goals for the match.
Well, Fremantle had 7-3 inside 50s, and that's really where the control is. They just keep pumping it in there and it comes out, and they push it back up. Mundy's had 5 and Darcy's had 5 as a ruckman. That is a massive area. Their talls in this game are running the show when you think about their marking, their lob. And then you've got Darcy, and you've got a couple of others around the place who just continue to outmark and outplay the opposition. And that's the difference in the teams.
Well, you look at the midfield battle. So Darcy 5 this quarter, Mundy 5 this quarter, Brayshaw 4. And on the other hand, Bramble's got 5. Mitchell's got 4, and Granger Barassa got 4.
They're going sideways. They never test you.
But what I'm getting at is the domination now of Fremantle's midfield is very, very clear in this game.
Lob's gone into the ruck, opposed to McAvoy. Brayshaw gathers at ground level. Left foot snap to centre half forward. A little too high. Switkowski couldn't take it. Rove by Henry of Fremantle. Kicks inside 50. Banfield the target. Through his hands. Tracy gets a hold of it. Defensive hand pass. He puts Mundy under pressure. Tackled. Got a hand pass out to Brayshaw. Off to Banfield. 45 out. High left foot snap towards the teeth of goal. 3 Hawks back there. It bounced off the chest of Fife, even though he was sandwiched between Hawthorn jumpers. And it bounces off Fife and goes through for a minor score. Kind of responsible for the behind there, Nat Fife, but that'll go down as rushed. And the margin is 9 points to the Dockers.
Keep that one behind earlier, Nat Fife, so 5-19 for the season. And given everything he's achieved across his career, I'm sure that would annoy him greatly. Bramble sends it out on the full. So it'll be coming back at left half forward for the Dockers. Walters inside 50 on the lead. Banfield had it spoiled away. Phillips gathers hard against the boundary, was shoved when not in possession. He'll take the free kick.
Yeah, but their pressure's good. See what happens? They're showing them, hey, don't you want to get the ball? We're going to knock you over.
They just keep pushing up on them, Fremantle.
This is a bit like the grey nomads at the moment. I reckon Sam Mitchell's watching on, wondering what's happening to his inheritance. Ball out to the back flank. Hardigan for the Hawks. Kicks out towards the wing. Up in front, Moore couldn't mark, knocked away. Mundy roves. Wilson was the spoiler there. Hand pass comes to the outer side, and Collier is mown down from behind by Howe. That part of his game, unquestionable. Daniel Howe, the free kick at left half back. His kick into the middle is a shocker. Switkowski intercepts in front of Warple. Switkowski kicks inside the attacking 50. Lob again, back with a flight though. Almost the mark taken by Granger Barras. He wore one in the lower portion of the back from the knee of Rory Lobb, but courage there, and just a little glimpse for Hawthorn. They seem to have a gem, the Hawks.
Lobb to compete in the ruck here against McAvoy, taps it down, got it to Fife through traffic, trying to work it to Walters. He's tackled and brought down, and the umpire will throw it up 30 metres out from the Dockers' goal. It was Henry who was trying to create the path through. Umpire tosses it up, a lot of numbers around the ball. McAvoy tapped it down, it bounces to Lobb. He's tackled by McAvoy, had the arm pinned, had to get rid of it. Umpire says holding the ball.
But how did he was tackled as soon as he got it anyway?
He threw it.
Oh, well, did he? Okay.
He just basically released it and threw it in the air. So McAvoy, Hawthorn have been, well, dangerous trying to find a way out of defence with some of their short passing.
They can't go back anymore, I can tell
you.
No.
They'll be in the grandstand.
Hardigan got it from McAvoy. He runs to the right back pocket and drives a long kick towards Phillips, who clears it. Happy to let it go over his shoulder, and Kaczynski can't keep it in play. Between wing and half forward for the Dockers, who lead by 29 points. 15 minutes gone, third term.
Alistair Nicholson, Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas, Mark McClure and Chris Rowbottom with you. Saturday afternoon football, York Park in Launceston coming up next for you on Grandstand AFL. Carlton and Geelong at the MCG. Tossed in, knocked down by McAvoy, slipping over Mundy, still clever enough to get the hand pass to Walters. Fremantle will go forward again, back with a flight, Fife a hand to it, not the mark. Giath took it, fended away from Henry, goes on a trademark dash, kicks it dangerously across the back line, still inside defensive 50. Switkowski gathers. He's hemmed in near the boundary line. He squeezes his kick. Up goes Henry. But Granger Barras punches it over the boundary line, 20 metres out from goal. Right forward pocket for the Dockers.
That's the top of the square kick. You don't go short there. You've got to go top of the square. And hope one of your boys is there.
Freo have had the ball locked in their forward half in this third quarter. McAvoy tried to win it down to the front. Lob onto it. Hand pass away to Walters, off balance. Jammed it on the boot. It's across the face, and Jaff almost pulled in the mark against Banfield. Hard against the boundary, kept it alive. Took the game on, then kicks towards a one-on-one, slipping over. At the wrong time was Jecker, although the Hawks will win it back through Shields. At right half back, trying to find a way through. He couldn't, turn it over. Walters onto it. Hand pass inboard to Alex Pearce. He cuts past an opponent in Hanrahan, who's into the action. Mundy, good kick. Rory Lobb coming out, takes the mark. He could be Peter Hudson this afternoon. Rory Lobb is a giant amongst men.
He never came forward, Peter. He just stood there. He was a great player, wasn't he? Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. He's kicked 4 goals on a couple of occasions earlier in the season against Sydney. He actually kicked 4 goals against the Hawks as a giant.
This is for 5.
This is for a career best 5. A chance to have an absolute day out from right on 50. It's a great kick from Rory Lobb, but it's drifting late. He struck it well enough. It just faded to the left late. And a minor score. The Dockers leading by 30 points. 17 minutes gone, third term.
4 goals, 3. So 7 scoring shots. And
I know.
We're halfway through the third quarter.
The kick in is a short one from Bramble to Greaves. A couple of the new boys combining, and back to Bramble across the face of goal. He is completely hemmed in, deep in defence. He plays on, gains about 10 metres, kicks to the half-back flank. Walker playing in front of his opponent. Knocked down in front. Akers goes through, but it's won by Bruce. Off to Mitchell. His hand pass too slick for Moore. Cherry got it tackled by Moore, dispossessed. Walker gets it for Fremantle near the boundary line. High kick to half forward. Banfield up to try and spoil, but Howe stood his ground in front. Took a fine defensive mark for the Hawks. 9-11-65 Fremantle. Hawthorn 5-5-35 on Grandstand AFL. We're at the 18-minute mark of the third.
Howe's long kick to the wing. Checker was in the pack. Segler as well. Neither could take the mark. Moore tries to knock it clear to Hanrahan. A chance here as Bramble runs into the middle of the ground. Looks to drive a long kick inside 50. And slipping over was Kajitsky. It allowed Walters to take an easy uncontested mark. Spears his kick out to left half-back. Swikowski has it. He can work it around the interchange side of Launceston, where the mark is taken by Rory Lobb, working high up the ground.
Yeah, the AFL logo, Rory Lobb. Looks into the middle of the ground. Oh, it's a dangerous ball. Jath spoils away from Mundy and collects. Hand pass comes forward. Not a great one. Walker's able to rip it free of Brockman. One-on-one strip NRL style. Tumble punt inside the attacking 50. Howe in the road again. Dragged down by Banfield. And the umpire comes across and will throw it in the air 30 metres out from the Fremantle goal. Nat Fyfe's getting the hamstrings worked on, both of those.
Two-time Brownlow medalists, 2 trainers.
Yep, 2 hammies. At the stoppage, Nash gets it. He runs into Tracy, dragged down, strong tackle. Is there effort being made to get it out? Umpire says mine. Another ball up inside the attacking 50 for the Dockers, who lead by 30 points.
You're saying that he gets preferential treatment?
I'm just saying that the Stars sometimes demand a bit more attention, both on and off the field. Banfield trying to cut through traffic. Got it to Brace Shaw. No. It's Chera who takes the flying shot on goal. He misses to the left-hand side.
Plenty of shots.
So they've kicked 1 goal 5 in this third quarter. Yeah. They've had their chances to absolutely bury the Hawks, who have kicked 1 goal. The Dockers by 31 points, 20 minutes gone, third term.
Inside 50s, 13-4.
Yeah.
No, they're really having their way now. They've trapped them in their half of the ground. Hawthorn can't pierce through at the moment.
They got to bury him though.
It's a really good performance so far by the Dockers, but it's just finishing.
21 scoring shots to 10. Out of defence come the Hawks to the pack on the wing. The kick from Bramble knocked away by Darcy over the boundary line. A throw in, broadcast side of the ground. So the Dockers percentage could use a bit of a kick.
Yeah.
So up to 94.8 on the live ladder. West Coast is 95.3. So they can go into 7th place if they can get a significant enough percentage boost out of this, the Dockers. So just nipping at the heels of West Coast, as much as West Coast have North Melbourne on Monday night. On the wing, Sarong takes possession for Fremantle. He kicks them forward again. Schultz is camped underneath it. Jath crashes the pack. Couldn't take the mark. Henry and Schultz are there. Jath holding at the back of the right knee. That doesn't look good. Hand pass comes out. Sarong had it knocked away from him. Hawthorn wins possession. Segler jams it on his boot through the middle of the ground. It comes to the back to Bruce. Front point of the square. Goal unguarded. Bruce has a ping and misses on the right-hand side from 60 metres out on the run. The margin back to 29 points Fremantle's way. In fact, make that 30 points Fremantle's way. And we've got 21 minutes up on the clock in the third term. We'll just quickly go to Chris Rowbottom on the boundary, sellers.
Yeah, Jath for the Hawks looking really proppy, coming from the ground in the hands of the physio. He was actually off a little bit earlier, just after he took that mark out on the outer side, clutching his lower back, but has come from the ground now in the hands of trainers, looking quite ginger.
just had no players forward of the ball there. That was just incredible because they've defended and defended and defended, and they pushed them all back. All of a sudden, when you get one in the forward line, you've got to have a ping from 55 or 60. That's the difference.
Jack Scrimshaw subbed out of the match at half-time. Ollie Hanrahan into the action. Connor Blakely, the Fremantle sub, not used yet. Warple takes the free kick on the wing, sends a long ball towards Kaczynski at the back of the pack, pulls down an impressive mark. Had to clear McAvoy and Griffin Logue.
He's an improver, isn't he?
He started his career as a defender, and he's looking like a real natural forward.
He's been a find for them this season. I think Kaczynski and Dylan Moore,
they're ones.
They're the younger players. They go, okay, yep, these guys are definitely in our future.
He's kicked a goal already this afternoon, Jacob Kaczynski. Hawthorn need to find some sort of response. Hard in the right forward pocket. He kicks from just inside 50.
That's a great kick.
Sets it on its way, and it just drifts late across the face to the left. Darcy's clunked the mark, but was it over the line? We're just going to go upstairs to check.
Should take a while.
So Fremantle leading by 30. We're about to find out if it's 29 or the marks played. It does give me the chance.
That's
a mark.
I like the work of Sir Swamp Thing, who obviously on Twitter made the mention. David Mundy, game 348. Sean Burgoyne, game 401. So the question is, are they the two most experienced players to share the field together? Swamp's all over it, of course. Boomer Harvey played his record game against Dustin Fletcher when North Melbourne played Essendon. So a couple of the experienced campaigners on both sides, and Sean Burgoyne having passed that milestone last week, and David Mundy looking like he could easily continue on for another year. I think the mark has been paid, so no change to the score as we're filling in time here. Freo by 30 points.
Darcy again.
Having a huge match for Fremantle. Darcy on the last line. There's a bonfire over the back of York Park at the Mowbray end of the ground by the looks of things. Bit of smoke coming up over the back of the stand. Segler intercepted the kick out of defence. He's at left half forward for Hawthorn. Probably a good day for a barrel fire down in Launceston today. Yeah. Segler kicks inside the attacking 50. Darcy there again, slipped through his hands. McAvoy roved the dinky left foot, kicks tapped through by Wilson. A minor score. And the margin is back to 29 points to the Dockers. We're at the 24-minute mark of the third quarter. Chris Rowbottom, what's going on over the back of the ground?
I don't know, but there is a thick plume of black smoke happening somewhere in the vicinity of the Mowbray Cricket Club, so I might have to find out what's happening there. But I can tell you that Jaff for the Hawks has made a trip down to the rooms. Trainers were working on his right leg on the boundary, but he has gone down to the rooms as of a couple of minutes ago.
Fremantle beautifully working around the wing. Right. Walters kicked to half forward. Collier takes the mark. He's only got Tracy inside 50, so he darts out to the right as players are surging back inside. Long kick towards Akers. Couldn't pull in the mark. Schultz crumbing it beautifully. Back to Akers. Into the goal line. Puts it through. Great team goal for the Dockers. They're just exploiting and exploding on attack. And all of a sudden they're out by 35 points. 10-12-72 to Hawthorn 5-7-37. They've had their woes in front of goals, but that was easy from the goal line.
Oh, it's just a good team goal. They moved the ball down. Then all of a sudden he saw one across the other side. Two guys there, 2-on-1. And guess what? That usually wins. Good turn by Schultz, and then a chip into Akers, and it's all over. They deserve that. They've played the game, and most of the time in their forward half they've failed to kick goals, but now they're starting to pile on. They're on to 10-12. That's a pretty healthy score at three-quarter time and a pretty healthy lead.
On the SMS 0437774774, Bill is asking, Rama, where are the Hawks really at with today's performance?
It's a really good question, and they don't. Again, these last 2 weeks have been really ordinary. I thought they turned the corner a little bit in the Sydney game just after the bye, but no good.
Segler tapped it down. Sarong goes after it. Mitchell after him. Comes out the back through Fife, who gave to Mundy. Beautiful one-handed take and run. He kicks inside the 50. That is exquisite. Tracy out on the lead. Takes the mark in front of his eyes. Mundy, beautiful control with ball in hand, and then ball to foot as well. Tracy, 35 out, almost directly in front.
It's just amazing, David Mundy. He just cruises around the ground.
He's a freak.
Picks the ball up through the middle of the ground. No one gets near him.
Tracy
Kicks at goal for the Dockers. This looks pretty good off the boots. Yes, through it goes. Tracy's got his second. An unassailable Fremantle lead. It's out to 41 points. 11-12-78 to Hawthorn 5-7-37. And the Dockers might get the percentage boost they want to go ahead of West Coast on the table, at least for the moment. Got some information coming through regarding the bonfire sellers. Scott in Esperance, I think they are burning Mark's LPs over at the cricket club, says Scott. That's harsh. Go Scott. Blue, says Scott.
I'm very happy they are.
It was black smoke.
Was it black?
Doesn't look. I'm not sure if firewood or branches, burn off branches, produce the black
stuff. Yeah. Oil and things
tyres.
like that. Could be tyres.
Not speaking from experience, but
no, I've never lit a tyre.
No. It doesn't quite look right.
That looks like a farmhouse.
House, yeah. It's over the back of the farmhouse.
That's a big bonfire in the backyard, I think.
No, I think that's in the house.
Oh, don't say that.
No, it's not, Sellers.
I'm a long way away, I know that.
You are a long way away.
You are imagining now.
O'Meara out of the middle of the ground, kicks to half forward. Aish able to intercept in front of Hanrahan. Kicks out to the wings. Creative Burgoyne. Hacked it out of fresh air. Gained a good 30 metres, but the mark taken by Chera.
Been pretty good, Chera.
Just having a look. The Hawks' biggest loss was 69 points to the Saints back in round 7. This has got a bad feeling about it if you're a Hawthorn fan this afternoon. Segler couldn't take the mark in the pack, tries to knock it back to Mitchell, who feeds it to Shields, kicks around his body, up to the wing, Hanrahan flying in, not facing
front on.
the path and makes contact high, gives away the free kick. And Aish will take it centre of the wing with the Dockers leading by 41.
Aish typically with the headband on and the left shoulder strapped. Pulls his kick to half forward and it's off the hand of Nash and over the boundary line. Chris Rowbottom.
Black plume of smoke over the back, and I kid you not, a possum has just scuttled past my feet here on the boundary with 2 security guards chasing after it.
Was he on fire?
Hang on a minute. A possum being chased by security. What is going on in Launceston? You've got fires over the back of the ground. Possums being chased by security staff. We'll play Imagine over the loudspeaker in a minute.
He's just wandered off into the restricted area. The security guard has had to hop the fence and chase this possum off. It is absolute bizarro scenes in Launceston.
All right, check back in if anything else crazy happens, Chris.
Hi, Jingos.
It is Tasmania,
at a time.
Give it a Hawthorn jumper. Possum magic.
Good Mem Fox references there, Clinchy. I like it. Off the pack. It's taken by 5. 5 a kick inside the attacking 50. Don't mention Foxes in Tassie. Mark taken by Frost on defensive 50. And Tracy is down and hurt. He's been collected in the marking contest. Couldn't stand the mark, but play goes on. Off to Burgoyne. Burgoyne kicks inside the 50. Hawthorn denied by the siren. We'll keep an eye on Tracy. He's slowly getting to his feet, but he was met heavily in that marking contest. He's up and okay, so good signs there. He came across the front of the pack and landed heavily on his back, so he thought he was going to get the ride on the side of the pack, and the 2 in front moved, and there was nothing but fresh air between him and the ground, and he landed very heavily. He is up. He is okay. Good news for the Dockers. Similarly, on the scoreboard, 11-12-78 Fremantle, Hawthorn 5-7-37. A possum running loose. We've had the pig at the SCG. Where's Jason Mooney? He'd get that possum in quick time. 3/4 time. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We are having some fun this afternoon, and the Dockers are going to be going into the AFL's top 8. It's a question of whether they go to 8th or whether they go to 7th on the live ladder at the moment. The percentage boost enough to go ahead of West Coast. The Eagles to play North Melbourne, though, on Monday. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
This year's Origin has been dominated by New South Wales.
Intercepted by Latrell Mitchell. Bye-bye, New South Wales, a 95-metre try.
Can Queensland salvage something from the wreckage?
Capewell dummies and turn Capewell over.
Or will the Blues make it a rare clean sweep? The 2021 State of Origin Series on Grandstand Rugby League.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Hanrahan feeds it back to Jaff in the middle of the ground. Now the kick inside 50. Where's Segler? Flies, can't take the mark. Darcy trying to row front and centre. Bruce got the hand pass out to Jekka. Warple running in the right forward pocket. Snaps on the right foot. Great goal. Ace long to the goal mouth. Lob up. Couldn't take the mark, but it will be a free kick. Rory Lobb shooting for his fourth. Steps out. Snaps across the body. And puts it through. Collier takes the mark. He's only got Tracy inside 50, so he darts out to the right as players are surging back inside. Long kick towards Akers. Couldn't pull in the mark. Schultz crumbing it beautifully. Back to Akers. Into the goal line. Puts it through.
Down, Sarong goes after it. Mitchell after him. Comes out the back through Fife, who gave to Mundy. Beautiful one-handed take and run. He kicks inside the 50. That is exquisite. Tracy out on the lead. Tracy kicks it goal for the Dockers. This looks pretty good off the boots. Yes, through it goes.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Three-quarter time at York Park in Launceston, and Fremantle 11-12-78 lead Hawthorn 5-7-37. Coming up next for you on Grandstand AFL to the MCG, Carlton and Geelong doing battle, and Corbin Middlemass will head up the call team there. Corby.
Thanks, Al. The Cats just out on the park at the moment having a kick around twilight footy at the MCG. 13 degrees, a clear but cool day in Melbourne today, so no rain expected. There's a couple of late changes, which we always expect for a Geelong game, but they're on the Carlton side of things. So the Cats coming in as selected. Quentin Narkle's going to be the sub for the Cats. Meanwhile, for Carlton, you can scratch Levi Casbolt and Liam Jones. So two of the bigs out for the Blues. Jones comes out with what is a back complaint. Casbolt with a knee injury. Setterfield and Williamson take their place in the Carlton team. So Williamson was dropped back on Thursday night, but in the end holds his place in the 22, and Matthew Cottrell is the sub for Carlton. So a few fascinating matchups. Obviously big Tom Hawkins, the job to be done there by Jacob Wiedering. Obviously no support with Jones missing. How does the Geelong forward line function without Jeremy Cameron for the first time since round 6, and perhaps an opportunity for Carlton to try and ease some of that pressure on coach David Teague. 2 straight wins. Can they make it 3? A step up in class up against the Cats, who are playing for a spot in the top 4. It's all ahead of us, Al, on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, Corbin. Corbin Middlemass there. So the goal kickers to three-quarter time at York Park. Rory Lobbs kicked 4, 2 to Tracy, 2 to Banfield, and 1 to Switkowski for the Dockers, while for Hawthorn, Jack has kicked a couple, singles to Moore, Kazitsky and Warple. Justin Longmuir giving his team a real rev up, going to the board. All eyes on the coach at three-quarter time, and his side is 41 points in front. To Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas for their thoughts on Grandstand AFL.
Well, the quarter was actually pretty well dominated early by Hawthorn, who continued to push forward, but just couldn't score. They just can't actually get it through the goals. They kicked, I think they kicked two goals for the quarter.
1 goal, 2.
1 goal, 2, sorry. 1 goal, 2, and then all of a sudden you back up and go the other way, and then they turn around and they kick
3 goals, 5.
Yep.
The Dockers.
Why don't you do this? 3 goals, 5. But it was all on the back of David Mundy and Walters, who started to get in the game. He was poor at the start of the game in the first couple of quarters, but his third quarter was terrific in the way he went. Darcy is dominating. Their talls around the ground, Fife, of course, and their big boys around the ground, and Lobb and all those guys. They're dominating the game. They are killing them in that area. They've got some really good midfield areas, and Sarong and those sort of guys, and Brayshaw and that. And seriously, it's not hard for them to do this because their opposition are not quite up to this sort of standard.
Well, you look at inside 50, 16-7 for that quarter.
Yeah.
You look at clearances, 10-5 that quarter. It's all in Fremantle's favour. What I wanted to see from Hawthorn today was a response from last week. I wanted to see, the care. I wanted to see the aggression. I wanted it to be proactive in their approach. But today, it's just been skill error after skill error. Fremantle have been able to walk the ball away from the contest.
There's no attack in their ball use. They use it sideways, backwards, and it gets too easy to set up behind and hurt them. So
DD on the text makes the point. The Hawks back line without Day, Impey and Hardwick have no run.
Yeah. And
so we're underway in the final term. Nash has gone into the middle of the ground for Hawthorn. He picks up, he's tackled by Sarong. The secondary ball up. Fremantle by 41 points. Looking for their first ever win over Hawthorn in Launceston, having lost the 10 previous clashes between the two there. Sarong took it this time, and he's tackled by Nash, so Nash returning the favour. It's only just outside the centre circles. Up it goes again. Segler and Darcy off the left hand of Darcy. It's taken by Bruce. His kick partially smothered. Hanrahan tried to flip up a hand pass. Didn't find a target. Picked up in the middle of all of that. Bramble gives it off to Nash. Nash caught from behind, wobbles a kick towards centre half forward. The Dockers will clean it up, though, through Ryan.
The All-Australian defender looks to kick long out to the outer wing where Collier's racing hard. He marks in front of Sean Burgoyne. Also lost Jack Scrimshaw today, and we'll head to Chris Rowbottom for an update on Jaff as well. Akers through the middle of the ground for the Dockers. Long kick inside 50. Where's Lob up over the back? Granger Barras almost pulled down the mark. Bramble gathers at the back. Hand pass to Tom Mitchell. He's in two minds looking for options out of defence. Turns back boundary side. Kicks a high ball. The Dockers have the numbers. Brayshaw in from the side. Couldn't take the mark but does gather the footy. Hand pass towards Banfield, who tries to retreat back by hand. Feeds it all the way back to Ryan, who loads up with a long kick inside 55. Flying in the back, comes down with a mark over the back of Sam Frost.
Where's his opponent? Clinchy.
It makes it a lot easier when you don't have one.
Well, there's nobody near him.
Is it Mitchell?
Well, Frost and Tracy are in a marking contest, and then Fife just easily just drifts in from the side. Frost turns around and, come on, boys, help me out a little bit here.
Here's the money moment for Nat Fife. 5 goals, 19 so far this season. In game 200, he said he dreamed of driving a truck and playing AFL footy. He's got to live out both dreams. Nat Fife comes in and makes no mistake. A smile on his face as teammates come from everywhere to celebrate. I think a bit of relief as much as anything else. And the Dockers are running away with it in Tassie. A 47-point advantage. 12-12-84 to the Hawks. 5-7-37. We played 2.5 minutes in the final term.
Oh, he's a star, this bloke. Two Brownlows. He's been everywhere. He's played in grand finals. He is such a smooth mover. And it worries me sometimes when you talk about his goal-kicking expertise, because he's better than that. But obviously his record doesn't say that. So that time I watched him then, he hit it pretty well. He hit it perfectly. And you can see a younger version of him right there, kicking it beautifully. But in the middle of it, he's been tough and hard to kick goals for him. So I'm glad he's got a couple, or one. And I'm glad that he's played his 200, because that's a great feat from a young man with 2 Brownlow medals.
Go down to Chris Rowbottom on the boundary. Chris.
Yeah, players came to Nat Fife from all parts of the ground. Alex Pearce still getting back to fullback, I think, but a dirty day for the Hawks. Jaff has re-emerged from the rooms in the tracksuit jacket. His day is done, still seeking an official diagnosis on just what the problem is, but he will take no further part.
And that's already after Scrimshaw has been subbed out of the game. The kick went inside 50 for Fremantle. Switkowski took a strong mark, 40 metres out directly in front. Fremantle looking to really pour on the pain now in this final term.
They're slicing them now.
Yep. Switkowski with 1 goal for the afternoon. Hand pass comes off to Walters round the back. Hawthorn not marking up and paying the price. Walters a beautiful finish from the arc. Received the hand pass. In flowing motion, he slots it. And his teammates get to him as confidence builds in the Docker camp. The margin has really blown out now. 53 points, 13-12-90 to 5-7-37. 4 played final quarter.
If the Dockers play finals and get Michael Walters back into form, they'll be dangerous, because they're very sound defensively, the way they play the game. So Walters is one of their attacking weapons, and he hasn't been in the best form over recent weeks. He's just starting. You know, that third quarter, he had 8 possessions. What's he had for the game? He's had 16 possessions.
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing
in the start.
Last week against Carlton, he was as cold could be.
Yeah, he was average.
Just the 9 disposals.
Yeah. And now today, 16 disposals. He's kicked the goal now. He just looks a little bit more active.
They're actually playing him into form.
Yeah.
They're letting him free.
Don't mind Mark's work on the SMS saying hopefully the black smoke wasn't Hawthorn fans burning up their membership. It's been a tough afternoon for the Hawks fans in Tassie today. Free kick against Segler in the ruck battle, and Sean Darcy speaking about big afternoons.
Huge.
He has dominated in the middle of the ground. Long kick inside the 50. Where's Lob? He flies with one arm, can't take the mark. Bramble gathers for the Hawks, retreating back to Greaves, who's under pressure with a hand pass to Mitchell. Got it back to Bramble, who took on the chasing tackle. Chase. And Tracy, I thought he might have got him high, but no whistle. It could have been holding the ball if that was the alternative. And the umpire will throw it up somewhere in the middle. In the right forward pocket for the Fremantle Dockers, who lead by 53 points.
What a great chase that was.
Josh Tracy showing that he's not just in the side for a big presence. Thrown up Darcy taps it down, but straight to Shields of the Hawks. Around the body to half-back. Wilson spoils it down. Moore slides in. He's tackled by Aish and brought down. And the umpire will throw it up 60 metres out from the Fremantle goal. Chris Rowbottom on the boundary.
Yeah, the Hawks have deployed Connor Nash onto the ball. He started in at the centre bounce. He actually played as a midfielder in the VFL a couple of weeks ago for 28 disposals. So Alistair Clarkson just moving the magnets late in the piece here.
Now Bruce took a mark on the half-back flank, played on, was caught holding the ball. And he is completely miffed by that. He didn't feel like he played on. The umpire signalled it straight away. Brayshaw nailed him in the tackle and has the free kick, 65 from goal.
It's walking off his line.
Brayshaw. Kick smothered by Bruce. And now a ball to be won. Fight for it. Ryan, a little hand pass to his own advantage near the boundary line. He can't keep it in play. A throw in as the local Hawthorn fans getting a little restless down there. It's going to be tossed back in. Fremantle's attacking side of the broadcast wing. He did. No doubt about that, Sellers. So from the stoppage, Segler in front, palmed it down. Fife is there. Ricochets the way of Nash near the boundary. He soccers it forward Hawthorn's way. Attacking it, Wilson. Beautiful pick-up. He's caught low down. Got a hand pass out to Mundy. Hand pass off to Chera. Chera kicks Fremantle inside the attacking 50. Switkowski! One-handed mark. He leant into Bramble and then lunged to his left and clutched it. He's 35, maybe 40 out. Tight angle in the right forward pocket.
Terrific mark.
Been pretty good, this kid, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got some speed.
Yeah, he's
just adds another element to their forward line. You know, continues that defensive pressure that Justin Longmuir has built his team on.
Switkowski starts his approach from outside 50. Through the arc he goes. Right foot drop, punt, perfect fade on it. Finds the major opening. Switkowski with a couple. Fremantle with 15 goals in the game. And a huge lead. Make that 14 goals. The scoreboard had ticked over. 14-12-96 to 5-7-37. This is a 59-point lead for Fremantle and a huge percentage kick. Crowd posted at 9,111.
Well, Switkowski makes a really good forward line when you look at him. When you have a look at Switkowski, and then you've got Collier, and then you've got Michael Walters, and then you've got Shilks, the real smalls, and then the talls in there as well with Lobb and Tracy, who are really good in the air, and those blokes on the ground are fantastic and tough. But they can still mark the ball and they can still move the ball, and that's what it's about. Now they're making mincemeat of Hawthorn now. This is becoming a mess.
With CJ out of the game, the Hawks down to just 3 rotations on the bench. Back in the middle of the ground, McAvoy one down the tap. Brayshaw with a clearing hand pass. Warple lays the tackle to bring play to a halt as Nat Fife was trying to charge his way through. To the right of the 2 centre circles, umpire throws it up once more. Darcy wins down the tap to Aish, who gets the hand pass out to Chera. He looks to drive a kick towards half forward. It's over the head of Tracy. Charging out Hardigan, runs onto it for the Hawks. Fed the hand pass through traffic to Warple and got it to Bramble. Good dash from left half back. Kicks a long ball up to half forward. Brockman's been quiet. It bounces off his chest. And goes out of play for a boundary throw in. So as Al touched on, Jack out of the match. Scrimshaw subbed out at half-time. Hardwick was out pre-game. Hawthorn haven't had much luck with defenders. Sicily out of the match as well. Day and Impey. O'Meara from the throw-in, kicks Hawthorn inside 50. Kaczynski with his back to the ball. Logue brought it down. A chance for Alex Pearce trying to gather the bouncing ball. He's got enough time to compose himself and drive a kick into the middle of the ground. It's over the head of Mundy. A chance for Hardigan, couldn't take it cleanly. His tackle went on in possession, and Hawthorn will take it back in the middle of the ground.
Hardigan with the free kick. Hand pass off to Greaves. Greaves, the late inclusion for Hardwick. Kicks Hawthorn to the half-forward flank. Kaczynski there. 2 grabs at it. Not paid the mark. There was a hand on it in front. It spills to Walters. Walters. Hand pass finds Logue. His hand pass at left half back to Aish. This is casual. No pressure. Off to Brayshaw. Hand pass along the ground. Aish had time to clean it up. A hand pass to Walker. He's now on the wing and having a bounce. Feeds the hand pass forward. Switkowski. He's been lively. Now the high kick inside the attacking 50. Tracy edged out his opponent. Frost at the back at fullback. Gives the hand pass off to Bramble of Hawthorn. A casual bounce through the left back pocket. Looks to clear through defensive 50. Kick hits the ground. There for Hawthorn, unable to take it. Jecker tapped it instead to Bramble. Hand pass comes back to Jecker. Good hands now. Infield to Nash. By hand to Warple, all happening on the wing. His kick around the broadcast wing finds Segler.
Segler looking for someone to lead towards him. Kicks long towards the 50. Kajitsky the target. Logue spoils it down. And despite the efforts of Moore to try and swat it back into play, it goes over the boundary line.
Hurt himself. Kaczynski.
He has. Kajitsky a bit of a hobble on his left ankle. Umpire tosses it back into play. 60 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. McAvoy taps it down. Mundy onto it. Hand pass intercepted by Nash. Got it to Moore. Now the hand pass to Mitchell. Drives a long kick inside 50. Hanrahan out number 2 on 1. And Alex Pearce takes the mark.
Tasmanian boy.
He is. Good to see him
Thanks,
back in
Ellis.
the lineup after his injury round 1. Of course, missed a good couple of years of footy with knee injuries.
Pretty good though, isn't he? Good player.
It's so important to Fremantle's defence. Out to Walters to the left back pocket. Chips it back to Walker, who turns it over. Kajitsky takes the mark against Wilson. Let's see how his ankle is here as he stood as the taller figure against Nathan Wilson and marks pretty much directly in front, 35 metres out.
Got a sore ankle when you got a shot at goal.
That's true.
It'll be sore if he misses, though, I guarantee you.
Got to go back to the 5-minute mark of the third quarter the last time Hawthorn kicked a goal.
This is important. They need to actually continue to score here.
Fremantle have put on 6 consecutive goals since then. Jacob Kajitsky comes in.
No.
Hits it out to the right. It may have just snuck in. His reaction was what I was leaning on, and he wasn't very confident. But it does get the job done, which is all Hawthorn want at this stage. A second goal for Kajitsky. And Fremantle's lead is back to 53 points. 14-12-96 to the Hawks, 6-7-43. 13 minutes gone, final term.
It's just the wrong option.
Well, his teammates would be upset with him, but everyone makes mistakes, and that was a really poor execution in a defensive area to chip it back to the middle of the ground where there was other players around with Hawthorn jumpers. Obviously couldn't see him because everyone else could, and he missed.
So Justin Longmuir, since he's been the coach of the Fremantle Dockers, they've never scored 100 points in a game, so they're right on the cusp here. They've got plenty of time to find another goal. It's been a good afternoon for them, as much as Kajitsky gave Hawthorn a nice moment there. Out of the middle, here they come again. Warple receives it from O'Meara. Warple kicks inside the attacking 50. Edging out his opponent was Lowe, couldn't take it. Wilson's over it, he's tackled, knocked it out the back. Bruce took it, ran into Tucker, got a hand pass free. Off to Mitchell, off to Brockman, now to Jecker in traffic. He's caught, ball knocked out of his hand, spills to Wilson. High kick to the defensive 50. Up goes Mundy, couldn't take the mark. Ace roves, his hand passes into Henry, ricochets off him. There's a holding free kick. A free kick to Ace, a lingering tackle. It's against Warple. And Ace will have the free kick in the left back pocket. Hawthorn's lowest ever score at York Park. This is their 68th match at York Park since 2001 when they first played against Adelaide down there. 49 points. Round 19, 2009 against St Kilda. They're currently 6-7-43.
Bit of work to do to pass that. As the mark's taken by Grieve from the kick from Henry for the Fremantle Dockers. He marks on the outer wing. So a chance for Hawthorn to try and add to that tally. Comes inboard to Granger Barras. He works it to centre half back where Hardigan takes the mark. Works around lob on the mark and then goes with a low piercing kick, turns it straight over. Sarong takes the intercepting mark for the Dockers. Fremantle 14-12-96. Looking for just the fourth occasion so far this season that we've kicked more goals than points. The Dockers are happy to just control it across half back. Sarong to Fife, all the way back to Mundy, and then out to right half back where Logue takes the mark.
Hawthorn's lobbed everyone back at in the back half for sure.
Long kick up to the wing. In the pack, Chera flew, brought it down against Phillips, gathers the footy. He's got players free in the middle of the ground. Spots up Fife. He's kicked a goal in his 200th game. Out to Aish. They are just stretching Hawthorn wider and wider. And now up to Henry on left half forward. Inside the 50, looking for Banfield. Couldn't take the mark. Brought down by Granger Barras. It comes to Mundy. David Mundy fires on goal and puts it through for his second. Game number 348 for David Mundy. He's been the star for so long for this Fremantle outfit. And he kicks his second there to extend the lead back out to 59 points. 15-12, 102 to Hawthorn 6-7-43.
How fitting, David Mundy. Raise your bat in the coach's box. Justin Longmuir. 100 points for the first time for the Fremantle Dockers. So that's a little milestone for this developing group. And how fitting, David Mundy, the veteran campaigner who's been there for the good and the bad. He puts it through to bring up that milestone.
I heard that Justin Longmire is going to talk to him about playing again next year.
Well, he should.
Of course he will.
I agree with you.
Absolutely should. See, Longmuir has built the game around defence first. Now you're starting to see the attacking flair. Now, look, Hawthorn at the moment look like witches' hats, but you see over recent weeks, Fremantle just trying to attack more and more now. They've got some more positivity in their game.
So from the middle of the ground, Hawthorn go forward. Alex Pearce, though, takes it away for the Dockers. Off to Mundy, off to Darcy. He took the contact, got it back to Mundy. Possession number 29 for Mundy is a short pass to Switkowski on the broadcast wing. 15-12, 102, plays 6-7-43. Still a goal short of their lowest ever score at York Park, the Hawks. Mundy now back to Ryan. Ryan at centre half back, kicks to left half back. Logue casually bounces out of defence. There is zero pressure on Fremantle at the moment. Kick goes to the wing, but picked off by Howe. He intercepts, read it well in the air and got in front of the intended target, Akers. Goes with a short one around the wing to Jecker.
Emerson Jecker, who's kicked a couple of goals this afternoon, which in Hawthorn's 6 goals is not a bad effort. Drives a kick towards Kaczynski. Great fly. Marks on the back of Alex Pearce, 50 metres out. I think his ankle's okay, Sellers. Hand pass to Mitchell, he's run down. Banfield, great chase. I'm sure Justin Longmuir would love that desperation. He's had to fight his way back into this Fremantle side. Kicked 2 goals in the first quarter and a great run-down tackle. One of the game's leading possession getters, Tom Mitchell.
Another point of interest around records, Clinchy. Fremantle's biggest ever win over Hawthorn was by 61 points. That was in 2002 at Subiaco Oval. Margin at the moment is 59.
Akers' long kick is intercepted by Segler. Also on the live ladder, a chance for them to jump inside the top 8, depending on what other results take place across the weekend. Kicks inside 50. Pearce up, couldn't take the mark. O'Meara feeds it back to Mitchell on 50. Trying to get around. Chera does so now. Kicks on the outside of the right boot to the goal mouth. Logue's there, spoils it down. Bruce front and centre, tackled and brought down. Tucker laying the tackle with support of Logue. The Dockers with Geelong, Sydney, Richmond, Brisbane, West Coast and St Kilda in their run home. So they've got 4, potentially 5 top 8 sides in that run home. Mitchell for the Hawks. Hand pass to Shields. Can't get a hand pass away. And a clearing kick by Akers out of defence. And a good mark taken by Sam Frost on the wing.
On the AFL logo, hit the ground running, played on immediately, kicks to full forward. Logue knocked it down. Tucker wins it for Fremantle. Hand pass to Shocker, straight to ground, picked up by Moore, off to Warple. Warple shoots at goal from 40 out on the run. He's missed. Away to the left. So Hawthorn needs a goal to go ahead of the 49. Their lowest score against St Kilda back in 2009 at York Park. The margin at the moment, 58 points to the Dockers. And we're at the 19-minute mark of this final quarter as Ryan brings it back into play.
Short to Brayshaw.
Oh, the midfield's killed him in this game, I can tell you.
They have.
They've absolutely destroyed him.
With 30, Mundy with 30, 27 for Sarong and 26 for Brayshaw.
And Chera, you can add in there, 22.
Chera with 22 and Darcy with 22. The Hawks.
It's massive.
Tom Mitchell with 30, 27 for Bramble, so that's probably his best game. And Shields with 19, so it's a fair drop away. Bit of correspondence coming through on the SMS around Mark McClure's singing efforts we've discovered today, so feed you through some of them in the last 5 or 6 minutes.
We're replaying the song.
No, we're not.
Andy with a suggestion.
No, I got a new one.
Loves the singing if the timing's slightly out. Here's a tick. Click your fingers while you're singing. Sellers. Warple has another crack at it from 50. Misses out to the left.
So you've got a new one, Sellers?
New song?
Yeah.
I got a lot of them, but I don't want to bring them out yet. I just,
teasing the audience now.
Where is this going?
Not going anywhere.
Gerard out of defence. He's not going anywhere much at the moment. He kicks right to the goal line and Ryan. Ryan now explores the left half-back flank. Dockers maintaining possession. Akers goes back to take his kick. Chip to Ryan.
I'm thinking of writing an album.
We're with you all the way, Sellers. If you need anyone to play us.
I'll even help fund that.
Akers.
Can you help me with
I
this?
know you've got mainly footballers, Rammer, but as a player agent, would you take on a musician? Especially one the calibre of Sellers?
Look out, Ralph Carr. We've got a new player in the business.
Kick goes to the wing, off hands. It's over the boundary line. We have had some serious fun with it. Hey, Beatles, do you think the Hawks players are responding to the coaching issues? Are they unhappy and protesting, says Maz. So they're calling us the Beatles now, Sellers. You're very much John Lennon. Darcy knocked it down. Mitchell gets the ball forward for Hawthorn inside the attacking 50. Southbank Boulevard out to Jekka. Jekka dribbling ball towards goal. Taken through by Ryan. A rush behind. And the margin is cut to 57 points. Now, Fremantle...
Hey Jude. You know Hey Jude?
Yep.
You got one?
Paperback writer, Sellers.
I got it,
yeah. Back in the USSR, that's a beauty. I'd like you to sing that.
No.
I guess you're finding out where the ABC Sport Christmas party's going to be. Karaoke. Wilson out of defence for the Dockers. Kicks up to Darcy, who takes the mark. Sean Darcy, what an afternoon he has had.
Speaking of singing, Clinchy, Fremantle has never sung its song at York Park in Launceston, even though it has been credited with a win because the match was a draw. Actually, they never got to sing the song.
Excuse me, you just missed a brilliant mark there.
And that fife is clocking up the milestones. Takes a good mark on the back of Granger Barras. Hand pass to Brayshaw, long inside the 50. Banfield couldn't take the mark. Henry spinning through, couldn't do so. Burgoyne, game 401. Able to gather out of defence. Kicks to Brockman, who feeds it back to Warple. Over the top. Granger Barras jams it on the boot. High ball up to the wing. Bruce out positioned by Tucker. Tucker gathers. Jeckett lays the tackle, but got a hand pass away. Feeds it to Cherrett. Kicks to half forward. There's a trainer who almost gets involved. And Granger Barras takes the mark. Feeds it for the Hawks to Mitchell, who works it up to the wing. And Phillips has it.
So many people missed you singing earlier. That's where we're getting a lot of text at the moment, Sellers.
No.
Kick goes to the half-forward flank.
You missed a mark. You didn't call that mark. It was one of the best marks I've ever seen, and that's unprofessional.
Normally encores are when the crowd cheer for you to come back, but in this occasion, it's people want to hear it.
Logue marked on the half-back flank. Just a regulation mark. Saw that one, Sellers. Kick goes to Ryan inside defensive 50. So Ryan deep in defence for the Dockers down at the Mowbray end of the ground. Tony reckons maybe Sellers should sing Marcel Marceau's greatest hits.
I used to play with Alex Marclou. We called him Marcel Marceau.
Off the pack, the kick went to the wing. Sarong got it away. Cherra's kick partially smothered. Granger Barras there, but Cherra paddled it forward. Off to Banfield, kick to 4-4. Fife lets it go when he could have marked on his own in the goal square and had the moment in his milestone. The unselfishness shone through, and Banfield back in the side after a long absence. He's kicked 3. And the margin has ballooned to 63. So the record for Fremantle against Hawthorn is in play. 16-12, 108 the Dockers. 6-9-45. And we're at the 24-minute mark of the final term on Grandstand AFL. I've seen a replay of that mark, Sellers. It was a good mark. Didn't quite reach the high note, though, of you earlier today.
No, you were just too busy putting SHIT on me.
Oh. It goes both ways. I'm happy to receive.
Again, just looking at that goal there.
Would you mark that?
I don't know what Hawthorn's defenders are doing today.
No.
Why Frost didn't come back with 5. It's been a bad day for the Hawks. A really, really bad day. I think 63 points actually flatters them.
Yep. They're looking for the bell. Walters in the middle of the ground trying to break clear. He's tackled by Shields and McAvoy, and the umpire will throw it up still in the centre circles. In the middle of York Park, tosses it in the air. Darcy wins down the tap against McAvoy. Mitchell onto it though for the Hawks. Hand pass back to Nash. Kicks a high ball to half forward. Wrestling Brockman over the shoulder against Wilson.
There's a chance.
So Hawthorn still trying to top their lowest score in Tassie. Currently 6-9-45. Brockman wants to poke it into the pockets. Bruce couldn't take the mark, had it spoiled away. Walker after it, hard against the boundary. Moore climbs over him. And the ball is locked in. Right forward pocket for the Hawks. 6:9:45 to the Dockers. 6:12:108. The Hawks take on Melbourne next week. Fremantle have Geelong. A match scheduled to be played in Perth. Brayshaw from the tap down for Darcy. Got it to Akers. Up and under kick that didn't gain much territory. Sarong can't knock it clear. Mitchell onto it for the Hawks. Hand pass to Grieve. Back to Mitchell. Screws it around his body inside 50. Phillips marks on his chest, but it's going to be a Fremantle free kick for a push. And Ace will take it. Left back pocket for the Dockers. 26 minutes gone. Final term, Freo by 63.
So as much as this has been a disastrous day for Hawthorn, it's a day of great encouragement for the Fremantle Dockers. It's been a day of mirth in the commentary box, that's for sure. But Fremantle will be in the 8th. They'll be as high as 7th tonight, with West Coast still to play against North Melbourne and GWS to play against Gold Coast. But the Dockers have made their move, and they're moving the ball around the outer wing. Sarong finds the chest of Chera. Chera slightly the attacking side of the outer wing. It could be a record margin against Hawthorn. It could be Hawthorn's lowest ever score at York Park in Launceston. This is their 68th match in their home away from home. Comes to Darcy. High kick inside the attacking 50 to the pocket. Lobb had it knocked away by Hardigan, who has been able to neutralise the impacts of Lobb after half-time. Lobb's kicked the 4 goals, but 3 of them in the first quarter, 1 in the third. Sean Darcy has been immense for the Dockers. 63 points the lead closing stages.
Thrown back in. McAvoy sets himself in front of Darcy. Darcy taps it down. Howe hard against the boundary. Got it down to Frost. Kicks off the outside of the boot towards half back. Everyone lost it in the sun except for Dylan Moore. Takes the mark and feeds it to McAvoy through the middle of the ground. Spoiled away. There's a chance for Hanrahan to get onto it. Feeds the hand pass out. At left half forward, O'Meara can poke it over the top. And Bruce juggles the mark on 50, which might be just beyond him as he pushes back behind his mark. So Fremantle had away wins against Collingwood at Marvel and Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, as Bruce veers out to the right, strikes it hard but misses to the left. So this is going to be a big win on the road away from Perth again. Freo leading by 62 points.
So 3 behinds for Luke Bruce this afternoon. Luke Ryan to kick in for the Fremantle Dockers down at the Mowbray end of the ground. Just looking at the live ladder at the moment, if the game stopped, percentage for Fremantle would be up to 97.3. So that's 2 percentage points ahead now of West Coast. They came in with a percentage of 92.2. On the wing, Hawthorn wins the ball back. Nash, hand pass away. Warple to Granger Barras. He's tackled, dispossessed. Banfield got it out. Brayshaw through the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Walters. Walters assesses. Kicks inside the attacking 50. A chance for Fife. 1-on-1 with Frost. Hands to it. Fife, no mark. He's pushed off it by Frost. Flipped up by Phillips. Mown down from behind. Greaves was caught by Schultz. It comes to Henry. Squaring ball. Sarong couldn't quite take the mark. The pressure from Brockman was good, and he locks it in. So it looks like being a day of records, Mark McClure, quite literally, for Hawthorn, for Fremantle, and for you. Up it goes.
No, I'm not making another one.
Darcy knocks it down. Taken by Warple. His hand pass spills the way of Henry. Henry, a high ball punched out of defence. That was by Nash. Could be coming back though. Tucker fell over. Hand pass out to Walters. Dying seconds. Kick inside the 50. What a mark. Sarong, a gully catch. Dives and takes it. 49 metres from goal. The game is over. Hawthorn, after a week in which the succession plan emerged, has recorded its lowest ever score at York Park in Launceston. We know that. We also know it will be Fremantle's biggest ever win against Hawthorn. But how big will it be? And how big will this torp from Sarong be? The year of the torp. He hasn't totally timed it, and it's come up short. But the Dockers don't come up short. They record a superb win by 62 points, their biggest ever over Hawthorn. They're up to 7th on the AFL table. Justin Longmuir cracking the ton for the first time. The Dockers led at every change by 23 at quarter time, 26 at half time, 41 at three-quarter time, and in the end by 62 points. 16-12, 108 to 6-10, 46 in front of 9,111 fans in Launceston, and one loose possum, which we don't know whether or not was caught by the security staff. Chris Rowbottom told us we're chasing it earlier. It's been a funny old day at the football. Rory Lobb kicked 4 for the Dockers, 3 goals to Bailey Banfield, 2 goals to Josh Tracy, singles to Mundy and to Swikowski for the Dockers, while for Hawthorn on a grim day, Emerson Jecker kicked 2, his first 2 goals in AFL football, singles to Moore, Kajitsky and Warple. Fremantle 16-12, 108 to 6-10, 46. If you're listening through the ACT in New South Wales, shortly we send you to NRL coverage this afternoon. Everyone else going to the MCG in 11 minutes' time for the clash between Carlton and Geelong. Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas to sum things up from York Park on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, it's a pretty simple game when you think about it. Fremantle just destroyed them in the end. They flogged them by millions and millions of points, and somewhere around about the 70 mark in that area. And to me, I just sat there and watched them, and it was done mostly by their tools. Tracy, Lobb, you can put Darcy in that area as well. Alex Pearce again, another tall, and they just continued to outmark them and outmuscle them around the ground. It was all helped by Akers, and you can took Chera in there, and Mundy and Brayshaw and Fife and all those sorts of guys. They're the ones, and Liam Ryan's the other tall down there who's a very good player as well. So I love the way that they went about the game. They outscored them in every quarter. They didn't lose one quarter through the whole game, and that's how you'd love to play. They never hit the front at all in this game, Hawthorn, and they just were just almost demoralised in a sense. I love the way they moved it. I love the way they kicked the ball into their forward line of their tools. It was low and hard, and it gives the defenders no chance to run in and punch it away. And that's the way you should play. Their smalls are good. Let me say this to you. It was an extremely poor day by Hawthorn. They lack dare. They don't move the ball quickly. They move it sideways. Their first thought is to go backwards and sideways. And to me, that puts no pressure on the opposition whatsoever. It doesn't hurt them. They just set up and they just cover off. And it's seriously, to me, it's just ridiculous what they're doing. They need to push forward. Even if you get beat by 10 goals, 12 goals, at some stage you'll get better at doing what you're doing, practising something different. I know he's a master coach, Alistair Clarkson. I know he's all that. But these kids need to learn a different way other than going backwards and sideways for mine. They had some interesting players, and they had, Mitchell gets 30 every week, doesn't matter where they go. I think he had 39, to tell you the truth. But I thought he had played no part in the game. He was very, very meagre in the sense in his impact in the game. So for mine, it was a great day for Freo to get themselves into the 8. They almost push in with a great percentage and all those sorts of things. I love what they did, and their smalls are very good too. Walters started to get some form. Mundy and Brayshaw and also Fife. Fife has been down a little bit. Gee whiz, he was good today. Fantastic today in his 200th game.
Okay, steer towards the midfield battle, Rammer, in which Caleb Sarong had 10 clearances. David Mundy, the evergreen, had 6, and Sean Darcy had 5. So it's pretty handy numbers in the midfield, in which you touched on the Hawks' issues in defence and in attack, but in the middle they were absolutely smashed in the centre clearances.
I think that's where the game is. There's 2 parts. There's the midfield dominance by Fremantle, and then the key forward dominance by Fremantle early in the game. So you look at those 2 phases, and Hawthorn just couldn't compete there. So, Mitchell was brave with 39 possessions, but again, it was just a sea of Fremantle through the middle of the ground continually. I thought Fife was really good early in the game when the whips were crazy. He's ended up with 31 possessions and a goal, but particularly when the game was hot at its hottest early, I thought Fife was very, very good. I love the game of Caleb Sarong today. Usually we're so used to seeing him tag. I think this season or run with. Today he got to just play and got some flow in his game. 30 possessions, and 10 of those clearances, 17 contested. So Sean Darcy was terrific today.
His numbers are extraordinary.
Fantastic. Yeah.
So he's had 25 possessions, so 11 kicks, 14 handballs. He's taken 9 marks. 6 of those marks were contested. He's had 16 contested possessions. He's had 4 inside 50s, 5 clearances.
6 score involvements.
Couldn't fit him in.
For so long it's been Gawn, Grundy and Nat Nui, but you feel like there's a new player in the dominant ruckman in the competition.
Yeah. No, he looks really, really good. You keep going down the list of the Fremantle players. I think a really important game for Michael Walters today. Just coming back into form, 21 possessions and a goal. If Fremantle are to compete, we're just seeing Matt Fyfe getting carried off as he deserves to be for his 200th game.
Alex Pearce and David Mundy carrying him off the field to warm reception down there in Launceston. Good to see.
When you see the leadership of those three guys alone, it outweighs the whole of the Hawthorn side in a sense. The leadership's not there, and that's why they're not that good.
And I think that we got an SMS today about Hawthorn's run out of the back line. Hardwick, Day and Impey. It was a very good text message.
Yeah, Double D was the texter.
Yeah, on Hawthorn's side, you're looking for positive. Bramble's a positive. His fourth game, he has 27 possessions. Greaves, he's played 8 games, and he's had 20 possessions. I thought Dylan Moore started well. It was a dirty day for Hawthorn.
So the Dockers have assembled in the rooms at York Park in Launceston after a comprehensive 62-point win. Let's take you to the song. Winners 16-12, 108 to 610-46. On the text, D in Elderain says, just like politics, when all the week's talk is about individuals and their egos, the team's performance suffers. So that's D's observation. Yoshi reckons the Hawks were playing possum at York Park. Thanks, Yoshi. No prob sellers on or off the field. You are still an STAR, says Joe in Burnie.
What's comments that,
about a few comments about Jeff Kennett. How's he going at the moment? And Marcus in South Melbourne, Mr. Longmuir and Mr. Mundy take the boys on a trip to Tassie. So proud of our Dockers, says Marcus. Thank you, Marcus. We need to get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year before sending most of you to the MCG for the clash between Carlton and Geelong.
I gave one to Nat Fyfe. He's one of the best footballers I've seen in this century. I can assure you of that. He's won 2 Brownlows. He's a star. And he continues to play in a manner that is fair and just strong and just incredibly good. So as a leader, he's fantastic. I love what he does. I gave 2 to Rory Lobb. I thought his play up forward at the start of the game was special. The ball came in. He kicked 4 goals, 3. And that's the difference in the game. If you can't score, you can't win. And that he kicked the most on the ground, and that was it. And I gave 3 to Sean Darcy, who I think seriously should be an All-Australian player this year. I mean, is he better than Grundy? I don't know. Is he better than Gawn? Is he better than some of the other blokes? On what I'm seeing here, he is. And so to me, he should be considered in that area. He was fantastic today.
Yeah, absolutely superb. If you're listening to the coverage at the moment through the ACT, you're going to NRL programming shortly. The first game of the day still some time away. Canterbury Bankstown and the Sydney Roosters tonight. Just the run home for the Fremantle Dockers, who occupy 7th provisionally. West Coast were 7th. They play North Melbourne on Monday. And GWS was in 8th position with the draw, so percentage not a factor there for GWS, but they slip out of the 8 momentarily. And GWS taking on the Gold Coast Suns tomorrow in Ballarat. So the Dockers there at the moment. Can they stay there? They've got the Cats in Perth on Friday night and the Swans at the SCG. That will almost certainly have to be moved. The Tigers in Perth, the Lions at the Gabba, the Eagles in Perth, all going to plan. That'll be David Mundy's 353rd record-equalling game, so tying up with Pav there. And then in the last round, the Saints at Dockland. So it's a pretty tough run home for the Fremantle Dockers.
They'll deserve their spot if they get there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Going to have to beat some top 8 sides, which they haven't quite done this year.
You know what? If they are,
they'll be in good form.
Correct.
They will be.
Yeah, they'll be in very good form going into a final series.
Either way, there's a future there for Fremantle.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. There's a future there.
Come from a long way back, didn't they?
Well,
a long time ago.
You look
2 years ago.
You look at Fyfe, Chera, and Sarong and Darcy as the young midfield group.
Yeah.
Okay, Mundy is in the twilight of his career. Fyfe's just ticked over 200 games. It's a nice group of players.
Today was an important day, though, to punish opposition. We know their defence is good. They've got to finish off their forward line work, which is, for the 4th time this year, they kick more goals than points. So that's a good step in the right direction.
And that was getting away from them early in the game as well, so they're able to tidy that aspect up in the second half, the Fremantle Dockers. So they've recorded their 8th win of the season, so they split the ledger after 17 rounds at 8-8.
So to me, the coach, Alistair Clarkson, what does he say to these kids? What does he do here from now on? What's he going to do? He's actually checked out, in a sense. He's been said he's not going to be here anymore. So where does he go here?
It'll
it's
become
a
a huge
difficult
focus.
situation
From
for
the
him.
word go today on the television broadcast, constantly the split screen of Mitchell, of Clarkson. It's going to be an ongoing thing, so we wait and see where it all leads. As I mentioned, it was certainly a day of records today at York Park in Launceston. So the biggest ever win for Fremantle over Hawthorn. The first 100-point score kicked under Justin Longmuir, and Hawthorn's lowest ever score at York Park in Launceston. But the most significant record today, one of our own grandstand team members was on it. There's only one way to depart the scene today. Send us out, sellers.
Goodbye.
Imagine. Just imagine.
A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
ACT, you're off to the NRL. Everyone else to the MCG. Carlton and Geelong. If this doesn't inspire the Blues, I don't know what will.
Should live